and removed only a part of the uneasiness which tormented the four friends. The days of suspense are always long, and D'Artagnan especially could have sworn that each of these days was 48 hours long. He forgot the unavoidable delays of navigation. He exaggerated the power of her ladyship. He gave to this woman, who appeared to him to resemble a demon, auxiliaries as supernatural as herself, and he fancied at every noise that they were coming to arrest him, or were bringing Planchet to be confronted with himself and his friends. And more than that, his extraordinary confidence in the worthy Picard diminished day by day. This suspense was so powerful that it infected Porthos and Aramis. Athos alone remained unmoved, as though no danger filled the air around him, and he breathed in his habitual atmosphere. On the 16th day, particularly, these signs of agitation were so perceptible in D'Artagnan and his two friends that they could not remain in any one place, and wandered about like shadows on the road by which Planchet was expected to return.
This is the end of disc number 15. Please insert disc number 16. This is disc number 16.
On the 16th day, particularly, these signs of agitation were so perceptible in D'Artagnan and his two friends that they could not remain in any one place, and wandered about like shadows on the road by which Planchet was expected to return. "Really," said Athos, "you are not men. You are only children to let a woman frighten you so much. And after all, what is it that you fear? Imprisonment? Well, we should be released from prison as Madame Bonacieux has been. Execution? Why, we gladly expose ourselves every day in the trenches to worse than that, for a bullet might break a leg, and I'm quite sure that a surgeon puts one to more pain in amputating a thigh than an executioner in cutting off a head. So keep yourselves easy. In 2, 4, 6 hours at the latest, Planchet will be here. He has given us his promise, and I, for my part, have great confidence in the promises of Planchet, for he seems to me a very worthy lad." "But what if he should not come?" said D'Artagnan. "Well, and if he should not come, he has been delayed, that's all. He may have fallen from his horse. He may have made a somersault over a bridge. He may have brought on a disease of his chest by running too quickly. Come, gentlemen, let us allow for accidents. Life is a large chaplet of little miseries, which the philosopher shakes with a laugh. Be philosophers like me, gentlemen. Come around the table and let us drink. Nothing makes the future of so rosy a hue as to look at it through a glass of Chambertin." "That is all very well," replied D'Artagnan, "but I am weary of imagining every time I drink that the wine may have come from her ladyship's cellar." "You are very fastidious," said Athos. "Such a beautiful woman." "A woman with a brand," said Porthos with his hoarse laugh. Athos started, passed his hand over his forehead to wipe off the perspiration, and rose in his turn with a nervous agitation that he was unable to restrain. The day, however, glided on, and the evening came more slowly. But at last it arrived. The taverns were full of customers. Athos, who had pocketed his share of the diamond, now scarcely ever left the Parpaillot. He had found in Monsieur de Busigny, who, moreover, had given them a superb dinner, a partner worthy of himself. They were playing together, according to custom, when the clock struck 7, and they heard the patrols passing to change the guard. At 7:30, the drums beat the last post. "We are lost," whispered D'Artagnan in Athos's ear. "You mean to say that we have lost," replied Athos, with great tranquillity, drawing at the same time 10 pistoles from his pocket and throwing them upon the table. "Come, gentlemen," continued he, "that is the last drum. Let us go to bed." And Athos left the Parpaillot, followed by D'Artagnan. Aramis came behind, giving his arm to Porthos. Aramis was mouthing verses, and Porthos, from time to time, tore a few hairs from his moustache in token of despair. But behold, suddenly, in the obscurity, a shadow was perceptible, of a form familiar to D'Artagnan, and a well-known voice said to him, "Sir, I have brought you your cloak, for it is cold this evening." "Planchet!" exclaimed D'Artagnan, intoxicated with joy. "Planchet!" exclaimed Aramis and Porthos. "Well, yes, Planchet," said Athos. "What is there surprising in that? He promised to be back by 8 o'clock, and it is now just striking 8. Bravo, Planchet! You are a lad of your word, and if ever you leave your master, I will keep a place for you in my service." "Oh, no, never," said Planchet. "I shall never leave Monsieur d'Artagnan." And at the same moment, D'Artagnan felt Planchet slip a small note into his hand. D'Artagnan had a great desire to embrace Planchet, but he was afraid such a mark of delight, conferred upon his valet in the public highway, would look rather odd to any passer-by, so he restrained himself. "I have got the letter," said he to Athos and his friends. "Very well," said Athos. "Let us go to our quarters and read it." The letter burned the hand of D'Artagnan. He wished to hurry on, but Athos kept a firm hold of his arm, and the young man was compelled to regulate his speed by that of his friend. They reached their tent at last, and lighted a lamp, and whilst Planchet stood at the door to see that the four friends were not interrupted, D'Artagnan, with a trembling hand, broke the seal and opened the long-expected letter. It contained half a line in a hand truly British, and of a brevity truly Spartan. "Thank you. Be easy." Athos took the letter from D'Artagnan's hands, put it to the lamp, lighted it, and did not quit his hold until it was reduced to ashes. Then, calling Planchet, "Now, my boy," said he, "you have a right to the other 700 livres, but you did not run much risk with such a letter as that." "Nevertheless, I have invented a great many ways of securing it," replied Planchet. "Well," said D'Artagnan, "tell us all about it." "But it is a long story, sir," answered he. "You are right, Planchet," said Athos. "Besides, the last drum has sounded, and we shall be observed if we burn our light longer than other people." "Well, then, let us go to bed," said D'Artagnan. "Sleep well, Planchet." "Faith, sir, it will be my first time for 16 days." "And mine also," said D'Artagnan. "And mine too," exclaimed Porthos. "And mine too," re-echoed Aramis. "Well, shall I confess the truth? And mine too," said Athos. 49. Fatality. In the meantime, her ladyship, intoxicated with rage, and raging on the vessel's deck like an excited lioness, had been even tempted to cast herself into the sea. For she could not bring herself to brook the thought that she had been insulted by D'Artagnan and threatened by Athos, and was now quitting France without having obtained revenge. So insupportable had this idea at last become, that, at the risk of the most terrible consequences to herself, she had entreated the captain to land her on the French coast. But the captain, anxious to escape from his false position, where he was placed between the English and French cruisers like a bat between the rats and the birds, was in extreme haste to arrive in England. He obstinately refused, therefore, to obey what he regarded as a woman's caprice. He promised, however, to his passenger, who had been particularly recommended to his care by the cardinal, to land her at some port in Brittany, either Brest or Lorient, should the weather and the French permit. But in the meantime the wind was contrary and the sea rough. They tacked about continually, and 9 days after her departure from Charente, her ladyship, pale with grief and rage, saw only the blue shores of Finistère. She calculated that to traverse that angle of France and return to the cardinal would take her at least 3 days. Add 1 day for landing, and that would make 4. Add these 4 to the 9 already elapsed, and here were 13 days lost. 13 days during which so many important events might have occurred in London. She considered that the cardinal would undoubtedly be furious at her return, and consequently would be disposed to listen more to any accusations which were made against her than to those which she might make against others. Without solicitation, therefore, she permitted the captain to carry her past Lorient and Brest, and he, on his part, was careful not to remind her of her wishes. She thus continued her voyage, and on the very day that Planchet embarked at Portsmouth to return to France, the messenger of his Eminence entered the port triumphantly. The whole town was in a state of extraordinary excitement. 4 large ships, recently built, had just been launched into the sea. Standing on the jetty, covered with gold, and glittering as usual with diamonds and precious stones, his hat adorned with a white plume which dropped upon his shoulder, Buckingham was visible, surrounded by a staff almost as gorgeous as himself. It was one of those few and fine summer days when Englishmen remember that there is a sun. The pale but still splendid luminary was just setting on the horizon, empurpling the heavens and the sea with bands of fire, and casting a last golden ray on the towers and the old buildings of the town, which made the windows gleam as with the reflection of a conflagration. Her ladyship, as she inhaled the sea breeze, which is fresher and more balmy in the vicinity of land, and contemplated all those mighty preparations which she was ordered to destroy, and all the might of that armament against which she had come to contend alone, a woman with a few bags of gold, mentally compared herself to Judith, the terrible Jewess, when she penetrated into the camp of the Assyrians, and saw the enormous mass of chariots, of horses, of men, and of arms, which one movement of her hand was to dissipate like a cloud of smoke. They entered the roads, but just as they were making ready to cast anchor, a small, strongly armed cutter, presenting itself as a coast guard, approached the merchant vessel, and put off its gig, which was steered toward them. The gig contained an officer, a lieutenant, and 8 men. The officer alone came on board, where he was received with all the respect which his uniform inspired. The officer conversed for a few minutes with the captain, and inspected some papers which the latter brought with him. And then, on the captain's order, all the crew and passengers of the vessel were mustered upon deck. When this had been done, the officer inquired aloud as to where the brig had come from, what had been its course, and where it had put in. And to all these questions the captain replied satisfactorily, without hesitation or difficulty. The officer then began to examine all the persons on deck, one after the other, and stopping before her ladyship, he looked at her very earnestly, but without uttering a single word. Having returned to the captain and made some new communication to him, the officer, as if he had now taken command of the vessel, gave an order which the crew immediately executed. By this means the vessel was again in motion, but it was still escorted by the little cutter, which kept beside it, menacing its broadside with the mouths of her cannons. The boat followed in the vessel's wake, an object scarcely visible behind the enormous mass. Whilst the officer had been examining her ladyship, she, as may be well imagined, had on her side not failed to scrutinize him most intently. But however much this woman with her eye of fire was accustomed to read the hearts of those whose secret she desired to discover, she had found at last a countenance so perfectly impenetrable that no insight followed her investigation. The officer who stood before her and silently studied her with so much care might be about 25 or 26 years of age. He had a very fair complexion, with blue eyes rather deeply set. His fine and well-cut mouth continued perfectly motionless in its classic lines. His well-developed chin denoted that strength of will which, in the prevailing English character, is commonly no better than obstinacy, and his slightly receding forehead, such as is accorded to poets, to enthusiasts, and to soldiers, was scantily shaded by short, thin hair, which, as well as the beard that covered the lower part of his face, was of a beautiful deep chestnut colour. When they entered the harbour, it was already dark. The fog increased the obscurity, and formed around the lanterns of the ships and jetties a circle similar to that which surrounds the moon when it threatens rainy weather. The atmosphere was melancholy, damp, and cold. Her ladyship, firm as she was, felt herself shivering in spite of all her efforts. The officer had had her ladyship's packages indicated to him, and ordered them to be put into the boat, after which, offering his hand to assist her, he requested her to descend herself. Her ladyship looked at the man, and hesitated. "Who are you, sir," said she, "who are so good as to trouble yourself so particularly about me?" "You may see, madam, from my uniform, that I am an officer in the English Navy," replied the young man. "But is it usual for the officers of the English Navy to put themselves at the service of their countrywomen when they approach a British port, and to display their gallantry so far as to conduct them on shore?" "Yes, my lady, it is the custom, not from gallantry but prudence. that in time of war strangers may be conducted to a certain appointed hotel, in order that they may, until every information be obtained concerning them, remain under the inspection of the government. The words were uttered with the most exact politeness and the most perfect calmness, and yet they did not satisfy her ladyship. "But I am not a foreigner, sir," said she, in an accent as pure as was ever uttered between Portsmouth and Manchester. "My name is Lady de Winter, and this proceeding—" "This proceeding is general, my lady, and you will in vain endeavour to escape it." "I will follow you then, sir." And, accepting the officer's hand, she began to descend the ladder, at the bottom of which the boat was waiting. The officer followed her. A large cloak was spread in the stern. The officer made her seat herself on it, and placed himself by her side. "Give way," said he to the sailors. The 8 oars all fell into the water at the same instant, and the boat seemed to fly along the surface of the harbour. In 5 minutes they reached the shore. The officer sprang upon the quay and gave his hand to her ladyship. A carriage was waiting for them. "Is this carriage for us?" demanded the lady. "Yes, madam," replied the officer. "Then the hotel is at some distance?" "At the other end of the town." "Let us go," said her ladyship. She then entered the carriage with a resolute step. Having superintended the safe consignment of the baggage, the officer took his place beside her ladyship and closed the carriage door. Then, without any orders being given to him, or any indication as to where he was to go, the coachman set off at a gallop, and was soon threading the streets of the town. A reception so strange naturally supplied her ladyship with abundant matter for reflection, and seeing that the young officer did not appear at all inclined to enter into conversation, she leant back in one of the corners of the carriage, and passed in review, one after the other, all the suppositions which presented themselves to her mind. But in about a quarter of an hour, surprised at the length of their journey, she looked out of the window to observe where they were going. She could no longer see any houses, but trees were visible in the darkness, like vast black phantoms chasing one another. Her ladyship shuddered. "But we have left the town, sir," she remarked. The young officer remained silent. "I positively declare, sir, that I will go no further if you do not tell me where you are conveying me." This threat produced no reply. "Ah, it is too much!" exclaimed her ladyship. "Help! Help!" No voice responded to her cries. The carriage continued its rapid course. The officer seemed to be a statue. Her ladyship gazed on him with one of those terrible glances which were peculiar to her own face, and which so rarely failed of their effect. Passion made her eyes positively sparkle in the gloom, but the young man continued perfectly immovable. She then attempted to open the door and throw herself out. "Take care, madam," coldly observed the officer. "You will kill yourself if you leap out." The lady resumed her seat, foaming with rage. He leant forwards, looked at her in his turn, and seemed surprised to find a countenance, before so beautiful, now so convulsed with rage as to have become almost hideous. The crafty creature, comprehending that she would sacrifice her own interests by thus betraying her true nature, at once composed her features, and, in a beseeching voice, said, "For heaven's sake, sir, tell me if it be to yourself, or to your government, or to an enemy, that I am to impute this violence that is inflicted on me." "No violence is inflicted, madam, and that which has befallen you is the result of a very simple measure, which we are forced to pursue towards all those who land in England." "Then you do not know me, sir?" "It is the first time that I have had the honour of seeing you." "And upon your honour, you have no cause of enmity against me?" "None whatever, I swear." There was so much calmness, so much serenity, so much gentleness even in the young man's voice, that her ladyship was reassured. At last, after about an hour's drive, the carriage stopped at an iron gate, at the entrance of a narrow road, which led to a gloomy-looking, massive and isolated castle. And as the carriage wheels rolled over a soft gravel, her ladyship heard a mighty roaring, which she recognized as the sound of the sea breaking upon a rocky coast. The carriage passed under 2 arches, and stopped at last in a square and gloomy courtyard. The door was almost immediately opened. The young officer leapt lightly out, presented his arm to her ladyship, who leaned upon it, and got out, in her turn, with great calmness. "So, I am a prisoner," said she, looking around. and then fixing her eyes on the young man with the most gracious smile imaginable. "But I shall not be one long, I am certain," added she. "My own conscience and your politeness give me that assurance, sir." Flattering as the compliment might be, the officer made no reply, but drawing from his pocket a small silver whistle, like those used by boatswains on board men-of-war, he sounded it 3 times in 3 different modulations. Several men immediately appeared, who unharnessed the horses and took the carriage into a coach-house. The officer, still preserving the same calm politeness, invited his prisoner to enter the castle. The latter, with the same smile upon her countenance, took his arm and passed with him under a low arched doorway, which led them through a vault lighted only at the end to a stone staircase winding round an angle of the same material. They then stopped before a massive door, which, upon the application of a key that the young man carried, slowly swung upon its hinges and gave access to the apartment intended for her ladyship. In one glance the prisoner grasped the minutest particulars of this room. It was a chamber of which the furniture was at the same time suitable for a prison and for the habitation of the free. But the bars to the windows and the locks outside the doors decided the question in favor of the prison. For an instant all the strength of mind of this creature, although hardened from the most vigorous sources, abandoned her. She sank into a seat, folded her arms, drooped her head, and waited in momentary expectation of seeing a judge enter to interrogate her. But no one came, except 2 or 3 marines, who brought in her baggage, and having deposited it in a corner, withdrew without uttering a word. The officer presided over all these details with the same calmness which her ladyship had invariably observed, not speaking a syllable, and enforcing obedience merely by a gesture of his hand or a note from his whistle. One would have said that between this man and his inferiors, verbal language either had never existed or had become unnecessary. Her ladyship could at last no longer restrain herself, and she thus broke the silence. "In heaven's name, sir," she exclaimed, "what does all this mean? Relieve my perplexity. I have courage to face any danger which I can see approaching, any misfortune which I comprehend. Where am I, and why am I here? Am I free? Wherefore these bars and doors? Am I a prisoner? What crime have I committed?" "You are here, madam, in the apartment destined for you. I was ordered to go and arrest you at sea and to conduct you to this castle. I have accomplished that order, I think, with the rigid exactitude of an officer, but at the same time with the courtesy of a gentleman. There terminates, at least for the present, the charge with which I have been entrusted concerning you. The remainder devolves upon another person." "And this other person, who is he?" demanded her ladyship. "Can you not tell me his name?" As she spoke, the clashing of spurs was heard upon the staircase. Some voices passed by, and were lost in the distance, and the sound of a solitary step approached the door. "That person is now here, madam," said the officer, standing on one side, and assuming an attitude of submission and respect. At the same instant the door opened, and a man appeared upon the threshold. He was without a hat, carried a sword at his side, and was crushing a handkerchief between his fingers. Her ladyship thought that she recognized this shadow in the gloom, and supporting herself with one hand on the arm of the chair, she advanced her head, in order, as it were, to meet a certainty. The stranger slowly approached, and as he advanced and gradually came within range of the rays emitted by the lamp, her ladyship involuntarily recoiled, and then, when she had no longer any doubt, "What? My brother!" she exclaimed, overwhelmed with astonishment. "Is it you?" "Yes, fair lady," replied Lord de Winter, making her a bow, half courteous and half ironical. "Myself." "But then this castle—" "Is mine." "This apartment—" "Is yours." "Then I am your prisoner?" "Or something very like it." "But it is a frightful abuse of power." "No hard words, madam. Let us sit down and have some quiet conversation, as is suitable between brother and sister." Then, turning towards the door, and perceiving that the young officer awaited his final orders, "It is all right," said he. "I thank you. Now leave us, Mr. Felton." 50. A chat between a brother and sister. During the time which Lord de Winter occupied in shutting and bolting the door, and bringing a seat beside the easy-chair of his sister-in-law, her ladyship was thoughtfully directing her glance into the depths of possibility, and discovering the whole of that plot of which she could form no conception, so long as she continued ignorant of the person into whose hands she had unhappily fallen. She knew her brother-in-law to be a true gentleman, who was fond of the chase, played freely, and was gallant in regard to women, but of powers below the average in respect to intrigues. How had he been able to know of her arrival, and to have her arrested, and why did he desire to detain her? Athos had let fall a few words, which proved that her conversation with the cardinal had been heard by other ears, but she could not imagine that he could so promptly and so boldly lay a countermine. She rather feared that her former proceedings in England had been discovered. Buckingham might have guessed that it was she who had cut off his diamond studs, and have sought to avenge himself for that petty treachery. But Buckingham was incapable of any extremities against a woman, especially if that woman was supposed to have been actuated by a sentiment of jealousy. This supposition appeared the most probable. She thought that they wished to revenge the past, and not to anticipate the future. But at any rate, she congratulated herself on having fallen into the hands of her brother-in-law, with whom she contemplated little difficulty, rather than into those of a former enemy. "Yes, brother, let us have some chat," she said, with a sort of sprightliness, determined as she was to draw from this conversation, in spite of all the dissimulation which Lord de Winter might bring to it, such information as she needed to guide her future conduct. "You have made up your mind, then, to return to England," said Lord de Winter, "in spite of the determination you so often expressed to me in Paris, never again to set your foot upon the territory of Great Britain?" Her ladyship replied to this question by another. "First tell me," said she, "how you could manage to have me watched so closely as not only to know beforehand that I was coming, but also the day, the hour, and the port at which I should arrive." Lord de Winter adopted the same tactics as her ladyship, thinking that, as his sister-in-law employed them, they were undoubtedly the best. "But tell me yourself, my dear sister, for what purpose you are come to England?" "Why, I have come to see you," replied the lady, ignorant of how much she aggravated by this answer the suspicions which D'Artagnan's letter had excited in her brother-in-law's mind, and only wishing to captivate the kindness of her auditor by a lie. "Oh, to see me," said Lord de Winter, sneeringly. "Assuredly to see you. What is there surprising in that?" "And you had no other motive in coming to England than to see me?" "No." "Then it is for my sake alone that you have given yourself the trouble to cross the straits?" "For you alone." "I'faith, your tenderness is excessive, my dear sister." "But am I not your nearest relation?" demanded the lady, in a tone of the most touching simplicity. "And you are also my sole heiress, are you not?" said Lord de Winter, in his turn fixing his eyes upon those of her ladyship. "That is to say, through your son." Great as was her power of self-command, her ladyship could not refrain from starting, and as, in uttering these last words, Lord de Winter had laid his hand upon his sister's arm, this start had not escaped him. In truth, the blow was both direct and deep. The first idea in the lady's mind was that Kitty had betrayed her, and had disclosed to the Baron that interested aversion whose manifestation she had imprudently permitted to escape her before her maid. And she also recollected the furious and impolitic attack which she had made on D'Artagnan after he had saved her brother-in-law's life. "I do not understand what you mean, my lord," said she, wishing to gain time, and to make her adversary talk. "Is there some concealed signification in your words?" "Oh, no," said Lord de Winter, with apparent good humour. "You wish to see me, and you come to England. I am informed of this wish, or rather, I suspect that you feel it, and to spare you all the inconvenience consequent on a nocturnal arrival in the harbour, and all the fatigues of landing, I send one of my officers to meet you. I put a carriage at your disposal, and he brings you here to this castle, of which I am the governor, where I come every day, and where, to satisfy our mutual desire of seeing one another, I have had an apartment prepared for your reception. What is there in all this more surprising than in what you have told me?" "No, but what surprises me is that you should have received previous intelligence of my arrival. And yet it is the simplest thing in the world, my dear sister. Did you not observe that on entering the roads, the captain of your little vessel sent forward his log-book and the register of his passengers and crew, that he might obtain permission to enter the port? I am the governor of the port. This book was brought to me, and I recognized your name. My heart told me what your speech has just confirmed. That is to say, your motive for thus braving the dangers of a sea so perilous, or at any rate so fatiguing, at this season, and I sent out my cutter to convey you. You know what followed." Her ladyship was satisfied that his lordship lied, and she was only the more alarmed. "Brother," said she, "was not that the Duke of Buckingham whom I saw on the jetty as I disembarked?" "Himself," replied Lord de Winter. "Oh, I can well imagine that the sight of him would strike you. You come from a country where they must think a good deal about him, and I know that his armaments against France much engage the attention of your friend the Cardinal." "My friend the Cardinal!" exclaimed the lady, perceiving that on this point also, as on the other, Lord de Winter seemed to be equally well informed. "Is he not your friend, then?" carelessly inquired the Baron. "Oh, pardon me, I thought he was. But we will discuss his grace hereafter. Let us not abandon the sentimental turn which the conversation has taken. You came, you say, to see me?" "Yes." "Well, I have told you that your wish shall be gratified, and that we shall see one another every day." "Must I then remain here forever?" demanded the lady, with some degree of dread. "Do you find yourself badly lodged here, my dear sister? Ask for what you want, and I will hasten to provide it." "But I have neither my own women nor my servants with me here." "You shall have everything you want of that kind. Only tell me what kind of establishment your first husband kept for you, and although I am but your brother-in-law, I will fix your present home upon a similar footing." "My first husband!" exclaimed the lady, looking at Lord de Winter with wildness in her eyes. "Yes, your French husband. I do not mean my own brother. But if you have forgotten it, as he is yet alive, I can write to him, and he can send me the necessary information on the subject." Cold drops rolled down her ladyship's forehead. "You are jesting," said she, in a hoarse voice. "Do I look like it?" inquired the Baron, rising and retreating a step. "Or rather, you mean to insult me," continued she, convulsively grasping the arms of her chair and raising herself by that means. "I insult you?" said Lord de Winter contemptuously. "And do you really think that possible, madam?" "Sir," said her ladyship, "you are either drunk or mad. Leave me and send me my women." "Women are very indiscreet, my dear sister. Cannot I serve you as a waiting maid? And thus all our secrets will remain in the family." "Insolent fellow!" exclaimed her ladyship. Then, as if moved by a spring, she bounded towards the Baron, who awaited her with composure, yet with a hand upon the hilt of his sword. Ah, said he, "I know that you have a habit of assassinating people, but I will defend myself, I warn you, even against you." "Ah, you are right," said the lady, "and you look to me like one who is coward enough to raise his hand against a woman. And if I did, I should have an excuse. Besides, mine would not be the first man's hand that had been laid upon you, I imagine." And the Baron, by a slow, accusing gesture, pointed to the lady's left shoulder, which he almost touched with his finger. Her ladyship uttered a hoarse cry and retreated to the further corner of the room, like a panther drawing back before its spring. "Oh, roar as much as you please," exclaimed Lord de Winter. "Only do not try to bite, for I warn you that would only prove the worse for you. There are no lawyers here who regulate successions beforehand. There is no knight-errant who will pick a quarrel with me for the sake of the fair lady whom I keep imprisoned. But I have at hand judges that will dispose of a woman who, being already married, was shameless enough to intrude herself into our family. And these judges will hand you over to an executioner who will make your two shoulders alike." The eyes of her ladyship shot forth such lightning glances that although he was an armed man before an unarmed woman, he felt the chill of fear penetrating his very soul. Nevertheless, he continued, but with increasing fury, "Yes, I understand. After having inherited my brother's property, you would like to inherit mine also. But be assured in advance, though you may be able to assassinate me or to get me assassinated, my precautions are already taken. Not one penny of what I possess shall come either into your hands or into those of your son. Are you not already wealthy enough in the enjoyment of nearly 500,000? And can you not arrest yourself in your fatal course if you do not really do wickedness from a limitless and intense love of it? Oh, doubt not, if my brother's memory had not been still sacred to me, that you should be sent to rot in some dungeon of the state, or to satiate the curiosity of the mob at Tyburn. I shall, however, be silent, but you must learn to endure your confinement with tranquillity. In a fortnight or 3 weeks I shall set out with the army for La Rochelle. But on the evening before my departure, you will be sent on board a vessel, which I shall watch set sail, and which will convey you to one of our southern colonies. And you may rely upon it that I shall associate with you a companion who will blow out your brains on the first attempt that you make to return to England or to the continent. Her ladyship listened with an attention that expanded the pupils of her burning eyes. Yes, continued Lord de Winter, but at present you will continue in this castle. The walls are thick, the doors are strong, the bars are solid. And besides, your window looks directly down into the sea. My ship's company, who are devoted to me in life and death, keep guard around this chamber, and command every passage that conducts into the courtyard. And even there you would find 3 iron-grated doors, to pass which the watchword is requisite. Hence, therefore, a step, a motion, or a word which bears the semblance of an intention to escape will draw their fire upon you. If you should be killed, English justice ought, I think, to be grateful to me for having spared her some trouble. Ah, your features have resumed their composure, and your countenance regains its confidence. 10 days or a fortnight, you say to yourself. Ah, by that time some idea will suggest itself to my inventive mind. I have an infernal disposition, and shall find some victim. Within a fortnight from this time, I shall have escaped from here. Well, try your fortune. Finding her thoughts thus plainly read, her ladyship dug her nails into her flesh, that she might deprive her face of every expression but that of agony. Lord de Winter continued, As to the officer who holds the command here in my absence, you have seen him, therefore you already know him. You are aware that he can keep to his instructions, for you did not travel from Portsmouth here without trying to make him talk. What think you of him? Could a marble statue be more impassive or mute? You have already tried the power of your seductions over many men, and unfortunately you have always succeeded. But try it now on this man, and, by Jove, if you succeed, I shall believe you to be the very fiend himself. He went towards the door, and opened it suddenly. Call Mr. Felton, said he, and again, Wait a moment, madam, and I will recommend you to his care. During the strange silence which was then maintained between them, the sound of a slow and regular step was heard approaching. In the shadow of the corridor a human form was soon apparent, and the young lieutenant, with whom we have already made acquaintance, stood at the door in waiting for the Baron's orders. Come in, my dear John, said Lord de Winter. Come in and shut the door. The young officer entered the room. Now, said the Baron, look at this woman. She is young and beautiful. She has every worldly attraction. But she is a monster, who, at 25 years of age, has committed as many crimes as you could read of in a year in the archives of our tribunals. Her voice prepossesses you in her favor. Her beauty fascinates her victims. She will attempt to seduce you, perhaps to kill you. I have rescued you from misery, Felton. I have had you made lieutenant. I have once saved your life. You remember on what occasion. I am not only your protector, but your friend. Not only your benefactor, but your father. This woman has come to England to plot against my life. I have got the serpent into my power. Well, I call you here, and I say to you, my dear Felton, John, my son, defend me and guard yourself especially from this woman. Swear that you will preserve her for the punishment that she deserves. John Felton, I trust to your word. John Felton, I confide in your honour." "My lord," answered the young officer, exhibiting on his open face all the hatred for the lady that he could find in his heart, "I swear to you that everything shall be done as you desire." Her ladyship received this look like a resigned victim. It was impossible to see a softer or more submissive expression than that which then reigned upon her beautiful face. Scarcely could Lord de Winter himself recognize the tigress which he had the instant before almost prepared to fight. "She must never leave this room. Do you hear, John?" continued the Baron. "She must have no communication with anyone. She must speak to no one but yourself, if, indeed, you will do her the honour to talk with her." "It is quite enough, my lord. I have sworn." "And now, madam," said the Baron, "endeavour to make your peace with God, for you have been judged by men." Her ladyship let her head droop, as if she felt herself actually crushed by this sentence. Lord de Winter left the room, making a sign to Felton, who followed him, and closed the door. Directly afterwards was heard in the passage the heavy tread of a marine, who was keeping guard, with his axe at his belt and his musket in his hand. Her ladyship remained for a few minutes in the same position, for she fancied that they might be watching her through the keyhole. Then she slowly raised her head, which had resumed a formidable expression of menace and defiance, ran to the door and listened, looked out of the window, and returned to bury herself in an immense easy-chair and abandon herself to anxious consideration. 51. The Officer. In the meantime, the Cardinal was expecting news from England, but as no news arrived, excepting such as was vexatious and alarming, La Rochelle was formally invested. However certain success appeared, thanks to the precautions which had been taken, and more especially to the mole, which no longer permitted any vessel to approach the besieged town, the blockade might yet continue a long time, and it was a great affront to the arms of the king, and a great annoyance to the cardinal, who had no longer, it is true, to embroil Louis XIII with Anne of Austria, for that had been accomplished, but to reconcile Monsieur de Bassompierre, who had quarrelled with the Duke of Angoulême. The town, in spite of the incredible persistence of its mayor, had attempted a sort of mutiny in order to surrender, but the mayor had sent the mutineers to be hung. This execution subdued the most unruly, who were thereby determined to submit, in preference, to death from starvation, as the latter mode of dying appeared to them less certain and more slow than that of strangulation. The besiegers, on their side, occasionally captured some of the messengers whom the Rochellois dispatched to Buckingham, or the spies whom Buckingham had sent to the Rochellois. In both cases, the captives were subjected to a summary trial. The cardinal pronounced the single word, "hung." His Majesty was invited to the execution. The king came languidly, and chose a good place for observing all the details of the operation. This amused him for a time, and gave him a little patience with the siege, but it did not prevent him from becoming heartily weary, or from talking incessantly of returning to Paris, so that if the messengers or spies had fallen short, His Eminence, in spite of all his fertility of imagination, would have found himself in very considerable embarrassment. Nevertheless, the time passed away, and still the Rochellois did not surrender. The last spy who had been captured was the bearer of a letter, which informed Buckingham that the town was at the last extremity. But instead of adding, "If your assistance should not arrive before a fortnight, we must surrender," it merely said, "If your assistance should not arrive before a fortnight, we shall be all dead from hunger when it does arrive." The Rochellois, therefore, had no hope but in Buckingham. Buckingham was their Messiah. It was manifest that, if they should receive indubitable information that no further dependence was to be placed on Buckingham, their courage would forsake them, along with their hope. The cardinal, on this account, waited with extreme impatience for intelligence from England, which might announce to him that Buckingham would not arrive. The question of taking the town by assault, which had been often debated in the king's council, had been always dismissed. In the first instance, La Rochelle appeared to be impregnable, and then the cardinal, whatever he might himself have said about it aloud, was well aware that the horror of the blood which would have been shed in such an encounter, where Frenchmen fought against Frenchmen, would have been a retrogression of 60 years imprinted on his policy. And the cardinal was, at that epoch, what we now call a man of progress. In fact, the sack of La Rochelle and the slaughter of 3,000 or 4,000 Huguenots who would have perished would have had, in 1628, too great a resemblance to the massacre of St. Bartholomew in 1572. Finally, in addition to all this extreme measure, to which His Majesty, like a good Catholic, had no repugnance, always broke down before this argument of the besieging generals: La Rochelle is impregnable, except by famine. The cardinal was unable to dismiss from his own mind the fear which he entertained of his terrible emissary, for he also had understood the strange characteristics of that woman who was half lioness and half serpent. Had she betrayed him, or was she dead? He knew her well enough, in any case, to be assured that, whether she was acting for him or against him, whether enemy or friend, she could not remain inactive without very powerful obstructions. But whence could these obstructions arise? This was what he was unable to divine. After all, however, he had, with good reason, much confidence in her ladyship. He had suspected, in her past career, circumstances so terrible that his own red mantle was required to conceal them. And he felt that, from some cause or other, this woman was his own, because from him alone could she obtain support more potent than the danger which pursued her. The cardinal resolved, therefore, to conduct the war alone, and to expect aid foreign to himself only as one may expect the coincidence of a fortunate chance. He continued the construction of that famous embankment which was to carry famine into La Rochelle, and in the meantime he cast his eyes over that unhappy city, which contained so much profound misery and so many heroic virtues, recalling to his mind the expression of Louis XI, who had been his own political predecessor, as he himself was the predecessor of Robespierre, and adopting this maxim of the companion of Tristan: divide to govern. When Henry VI besieged Paris, he had thrown over the walls bread and other edibles. The cardinal threw over brief addresses, in which he represented to the Rochellois how unjust and self-willed and barbarous had been the conduct of their chiefs, who possessed abundance of wheat, yet did not distribute it, and who adopted as a maxim, for they also had their maxims, that the death of women, of old men, and of children was a thing of little moment, so that the men who were to defend the walls continued vigorous and well. Until then, either from devotion or from inability to contend against it, this maxim had, without being generally adopted, passed from theory into practice, but these addresses successfully assailed it. They reminded the men that these women, children, and old men who were allowed to die of hunger were their wives, their offspring, and their sires, and that it would be more just if all were alike subjected to the common misery, so that a similarity of position might give occasion for unanimity of resolution. But at the very moment that His Eminence saw his measure beginning to bear fruit, and was applauding himself for having adopted it, an inhabitant of Rochelle, who had arrived from Portsmouth, managed to pass through the royal lines, God knows how, so complete was the threefold watchfulness of Bassompierre, Schomberg, and the Duke of Angoulême, themselves overlooked by the cardinal, and announced that he had seen a splendid fleet ready to set sail before another week. Buckingham, moreover, declared to the mayor that the great league against France was at last about to be proclaimed, and that the kingdom would be speedily invaded, at the same time by the armies of England, Spain, and the Empire. This letter was publicly read in all parts of the town. Copies of it were posted at the corners of the streets, and even those who had attempted to commence negotiations interrupted them with a resolution to wait for the succor which was so soon to reach them. This unexpected circumstance renewed all the original anxieties of Richelieu, and compelled him to turn his eyes once more across the sea. During all this time, the royal army, free from the inquietude of its only true commander, led a most joyous life, for provisions were not scarce in the camp, or money either. The regiments were all at rivalry in gaiety and audacity. To take spies and to hang them, to undertake the daring expeditions on the mole or the sea, to imagine follies and to execute them calmly. Such were the pastimes which made those days seem short to the army, while they were long not only for the Rochellois, who were worried by famine and anxieties, but for the cardinal, who blockaded them so vigorously. Sometimes, when the cardinal, who was always riding about like the humblest soldier of the army, directed his thoughtful eyes over the works which advanced so slowly in comparison to his desires, although constructed by engineers whom he had recruited from the remotest corners of France, If he met with a musketeer of Monsieur de Tréville's company, he approached him and looked at him in a singular way, and then, not recognizing him as one of our four companions, he transferred to other objects his penetrating glance and his vast thoughts. One day, when consumed by a mortal lassitude of mind, without hopes of treating with the Rochellois, and without intelligence from England, the cardinal went forth, with no other aim but that of going out, and only accompanied by Cahusac and Lahoudinière, wandering along the sands, and mingling the immensity of his own dreams with the immensity of the ocean, he came at a gentle pace to a small hill, from the top of which he perceived behind a hedge, reclining on the grass and protected from the sun by a clump of trees, 7 men, surrounded by empty bottles. 4 of these men were our musketeers, getting ready to listen to the reading of a letter which one of them had just received. This letter was so important that it had made them desert some cards and dice which they had left upon a drum. The 3 others were the valets of the gentleman, and were at the moment engaged in opening an enormous demijohn of Collioure wine. The cardinal, as we have said, was in a gloomy mood, and, when he was in this state of mind, nothing so much increased his sullenness as the gaiety of others. He had, besides, a singular habit of always supposing that the circumstances which caused his sadness were those which excited the gaiety of strangers. Making a sign to Cahusac and Lahoudinière to halt, he got off his horse and approached these suspicious laughers, hoping by the aid of the sand, which deadened the sound of his steps, and of the hedge which concealed his person, to hear some words of a conversation which appeared so interesting. At 10 paces from the hedge he recognized the Gascon dialect of D'Artagnan, and, as he had already seen that these men were musketeers, he did not doubt that the 3 others were those who were called the Inseparables, that is to say, Athos, Porthos, and Aramis. It may be imagined that this discovery increased his desire of hearing the conversation. His eyes assumed a strange expression, and, with the stealthy tread of a tiger-cat, he approached the hedge. But he had been only able to catch a few vague syllables, having no definite meaning, when a sonorous and brief exclamation made him start, and attracted the attention of the musketeers. "Officer!" called out Grimaud. "You are speaking, I think, rascal," said Athos, raising himself on one elbow and fascinating Grimaud with his sparkling eye. Grimaud, therefore, did not add one word, contenting himself with pointing with his finger towards the hedge, and indicating by this gesture the cardinal and his escort. The 4 musketeers were on their feet with one bound, and bowed respectfully. The cardinal appeared furious. "It seems that the gentlemen of the musketeers have themselves guarded," said he. "Is it because the English are expected by land, or do the musketeers regard themselves as superior officers?" "My lord," replied Athos, for in the midst of the general confusion he alone had preserved that coolness and calmness of the nobleman which never failed him. "My lord, the musketeers, when their duty is ended, or when they are off duty, play and drink, and are very superior officers to their own servants." "Their servants?" growled out the cardinal. "Servants who have a watchword to warn their masters when anyone approaches. They are not servants, they are sentinels." "Your Eminence may, however, perceive that had we not taken this precaution, we should have run the hazard of permitting you to pass without paying our respects, and without offering our thanks to you for uniting D'Artagnan and ourselves," continued Athos. "You, D'Artagnan, who were but now wishing for an opportunity of expressing your gratitude to his Eminence, here is one given to you. Take advantage of it." These words were uttered with that imperturbable coolness which distinguished Athos in times of danger, and with that excessive politeness which made him, on certain occasions, a king more dignified than kings by birth. D'Artagnan came forward and stammered out some words of thanks, which quickly died away before the severe gaze of the cardinal. "It does not signify, gentlemen," continued the cardinal, without appearing in the slightest degree turned from his first intention by the incident which Athos had suggested. "It does not signify. I do not like simple soldiers, because they have the advantage of serving in a privileged regiment to play the great man. Discipline is the same for all." Athos allowed the cardinal to finish his sentence, and bowing assent, thus replied, "Discipline, my lord, has been, I hope, in no degree forgotten by us. We are not on duty, and we believed that, not being on duty, we might dispose of our time precisely as we pleased. If it should fortunately happen that your Eminence has some special orders to give us, we are ready to obey them. Your lordship perceives," continued Athos, frowning, for this species of interrogatory began to irritate him, "that to be ready at the least alarm, we have brought with us all our arms." He pointed with his finger to the 4 muskets stacked near the drum which bore the cards and dice. "Your Eminence may believe," added D'Artagnan, "that we should have come to meet you if we could have supposed that it was you who approached us with so small a retinue." The cardinal bit his moustaches, and even his lips. "Do you know what you look like? Always together as you now are, armed as you now are, and guarded by your valets," said the cardinal. "You look like 4 conspirators." "Oh, as to that, my lord," said Athos, "it is true. And we do conspire, as your Eminence might have seen the other morning, only it is against the Rocheleois." "Ah, gentlemen politicians," replied the cardinal, frowning in his turn. "The secret of many things might be found in your brains if one could read in them, as you were reading in that letter which you concealed the moment that you saw me coming." The colour flew into the face of Athos, and he made one step towards his Eminence. "It might be thought that you really do suspect us, my lord, and that we are undergoing a real examination. If that be the case, would your Eminence deign to explain yourself, and we should at least know what we are to expect?" "And if it were an examination," replied the cardinal, "others besides you have been subjected to one, Monsieur Athos, and have answered." "And therefore, my lord, have I said that your Eminence has only to question, and that we are ready to reply." "What letter was that which you were reading, Monsieur Aramis, and which you concealed?" "A letter from a woman, my lord." "Oh, I understand," said the cardinal. "Discretion is necessary as to epistles of that kind. But nevertheless they may be shown to a confessor, and you know I am in orders." "My lord," said Athos, with a calmness the more fearful that he slightly moved his head whilst making this answer. "My lord, the letter is from a woman, but it is not signed either by Marion de Lorme, or by Madame de Courbelet, or Madame de Chaulnes." The cardinal became as pale as death. A savage flash was emitted from his eyes. He turned about as if to give an order to Cahusac and Laudinière. Athos saw the movement and took a step towards the muskets, on which the eyes of his 3 friends were fixed, like those of men who were not inclined to allow themselves to be arrested. The cardinal was himself only the 3rd man of his party. The musketeers, including their valets, were 7. He judged also that the game would be still more unequal if Athos and his friends were really conspiring, and by one of those rapid changes which he always had at command, all his anger melted into a smile. "Come, come," said he, "you are brave young men, proud in the sunshine, but faithful in the dark, and there is no great harm in keeping a good watch over yourselves when you watch so well over others. Gentlemen, I have not forgotten the night when you served as my escort in going to the Red Dovecote. If there were any danger to be feared on the road I am about to take, I would beg you to accompany me. But as there is none, remain where you are and finish your wine, your game, and your letter. Adieu, gentlemen." And again mounting his horse, which Cahusac had brought him, he saluted them with his hand and went his way. The 4 young men, erect and motionless, followed him with their eyes, but without uttering a word until he was out of sight. Then they looked at each other. The countenance of all of them indicated consternation, for in spite of the amicable adieu of his Eminence, they well knew that the cardinal had gone away with rage in his heart. Athos alone smiled, with a haughty and disdainful smile. When the cardinal was out of reach of sound, as well as out of sight, "That Grimaud called out very late," said Porthos, who had a great desire to vent his ill humour on someone. Grimaud was about to answer by excusing himself when Athos raised his finger and Grimaud remained silent. "Would you have given up the letter, Aramis?" said D'Artagnan. "I had decided," said Aramis in the softest, most melodious voice, that if he had persisted in requiring the letter, I would have presented it to him with one hand and passed my sword through his body with the other. I expected as much, said Athos, and that is the reason that I threw myself between you. Verily, that man is extremely imprudent to talk in such a style to other men. One would imagine that he had never been engaged with any but women and children. My dear Athos, said D'Artagnan, I admire you, but yet we were wrong after all. How wrong? Said Athos. Whose, then, is this air we breathe? Whose this ocean over which our looks extend? Whose is this land on which we were reclined? Whose is this letter from your mistress? Do all these belong to the cardinal? Upon my honor, this man fancies that the world belongs to him. There were you, stammering, stupefied and overwhelmed, as though the Bastille stared you in the face, and the gigantic Medusa had transformed you into stone. Is it a conspiracy, I wonder, to be in love? You are in love with a woman whom the cardinal has chosen to confine. You wish to rescue her from his hands. It is a game which you are playing against his eminence. This letter is your hand. Why should you show your card to your adversary? If he can guess it, very good. We shall easily guess his, you may be assured. In fact, Athos, what you now say is full of sense, replied D'Artagnan. In that case, let us not say another word about what has just occurred, and let Aramis resume his cousin's letter where the cardinal interrupted him. Aramis re-extracted the letter from his pocket. The three friends drew near him, and the three valets again grouped themselves around the capacious demijohn. You had only read 1 or 2 lines, said D'Artagnan. Begin over again at the very beginning. With pleasure, replied Aramis. My dear cousin, I really believe that I shall decide on going to Béthune, where my sister has made our little servant enter into a convent of the Carmelites. That poor child is quite resigned. She knows that she cannot live anywhere else without endangering her salvation. Nevertheless, if our family affairs should be settled as we wish, I think that she will run the danger of perdition, and will return to those whom she regrets, more particularly as she knows that they are always thinking of her. In the meantime, she is not very unhappy. All that she now desires is a letter from her intended. I know very well that this sort of article has some difficulty in passing through the gratings. But after all, as I have proved to you, my dear cousin, I am not very unskilful, and I will undertake the commission. My sister thanks you for your good and enduring remembrance. She was, for a short time, in great anxiety, but she is at present more composed, having sent her agent down there, that nothing may happen unexpectedly. Adieu, my dear cousin. Let me hear from you as often as you can, that is to say, as often as you can safely. I embrace you. Marie Michon. Oh, what do I owe you, Aramis? Exclaimed D'Artagnan. Dear Constance! At last I have intelligence of her. She lives. She is in safety in a convent. She is at Béthune. And where is Béthune, Athos? On the frontiers of Artois and Flanders. When once the siege is raised, we may make a tour there. And it will not be long, it is to be hoped, said Porthos, for this morning they hung another spy, who declared that the Rochellois were now reduced to feed upon the uppers of their shoes. Supposing that after having eaten the uppers they should consume the sole, I do not exactly see what can remain for them afterwards, unless they should take to eating one another. Poor fools, said Athos, emptying a glass of excellent Bordeaux, which, without possessing at that time the reputation that it now enjoys, did not the less deserve it. Poor fools! As if the Catholic faith were not the most profitable and the most agreeable of all religions. Yet never mind, added he, smacking his tongue against his palate. They are brave fellows. But what the plague are you doing, Aramis? Continued Athos. Are you putting that letter into your pocket? True, said D'Artagnan. Athos is right. It must be burned. And who knows, even then, but that the cardinal may have some secret for interrogating ashes? He must have one, said Athos. But what will you do with the letter? Inquired Porthos. Come here, Grimaud, said Athos. To punish you for having spoken without leave, my friend, you must eat this piece of paper. Then, to reward you for the service which you will have rendered us, you shall afterwards drink this glass of wine. Here is the letter first. Chew it hard." Grimaud smiled, and with his eyes fixed on the glass, which Athos filled to the very brim, chewed away at the paper, and finally swallowed it. "Bravo, Master Grimaud," said Athos. "And now take this." "Good. I will dispense with your saying thank you." Grimaud silently swallowed the glass of Bordeaux, but during the whole time that this pleasant operation lasted, his eyes, which were fixed upon the heavens, spoke a language which, though mute, was not therefore the less expressive. "And now," said Athos, "unless the cardinal should form the ingenious idea of opening Grimaud's stomach, I believe that we may be pretty easy." During this time his Eminence pursued his melancholy way, murmuring under his moustaches, "Decidedly, these 4 men must belong to me." 52. The first day of imprisonment. Let us now return to her ladyship, of whom a glance given to the coast of France has made us lose sight for an instant. We shall again find her in the same desperate position in which we left her, digging for herself an abyss of dark reflections, a gloomy hell, at the gate of which she had almost left hope behind her. For the first time, she doubts, and for the first time, she fears. Twice has her fortune failed her. Twice has she seen herself betrayed, and on both of these occasions it was against that fatal talent, sent no doubt by Providence on purpose to oppose her, that she had been wrecked. D'Artagnan had conquered her who had been until then invincible in evil. He had abused her in her love, humiliated her in her pride, checked her in her ambition, and now he was ruining her in her fortune, depriving her of her liberty, and menacing even her life. But more than all, he had raised up a corner of her mask, of that aegis which had covered her and rendered her so potent. D'Artagnan had averted from Buckingham, whom she hated, as she did everything that she had once loved, that tempest with which Richelieu threatened him, through the person of the Queen. D'Artagnan had personated De Wardes, for whom she had felt the caprice of a tigress, irresistible as the caprices of women of that character ever are. D'Artagnan had discovered that terrible secret which she had sworn that none should know, and not die. And lastly, at the very moment that she had obtained from Richelieu an instrument by means of which she hoped to avenge herself on her enemy, that instrument is snatched from her hands, and it is D'Artagnan who holds her a prisoner, and who is going to transport her to some infamous Tyburn of the New World. For all this comes unquestionably from D'Artagnan. By whom, except him, could so many disgraces be accumulated on her head? He alone could have transmitted to Lord de Winter all these frightful secrets, which he had himself discovered one after another by a kind of fatality. He knew her brother-in-law, and must have written to him. How much of hatred she distills! There, motionless, with fixed and ardent eyes, seated in her solitary chamber, how well do the outbreaks of those stifled howls, which escape at times from the recesses of her heart, accord with the sound of surge, which rises, bellows, moans, and breaks, like some eternal, impotent despair, against the rocks on which that dark and haughty edifice is built. How, by the light of those flashes which her furious anger casts across her mind, does she conceive against Madame Bonancieux, against Buckingham, but most of all against D'Artagnan, projects of magnificent revenge, which are imperceptible in the remoteness of the future. Yes, but to avenge herself she must be free, and for the prisoner to get free there is a wall to pierce, bars to loosen, boards to break through, and these are enterprises which the patience and force of a man may accomplish, but before which the febrile irritation of a woman must infallibly be exercised in vain. Besides, for all these labors, time is needed, months, or perhaps years, and she has but 10 or 12 days, according to the declaration of Lord de Winter, her fraternal yet most fearful jailer. And yet, if she were a man, she would attempt all this, and might perchance succeed. Why then has heaven committed the mistake of enshrining a soul so strong within a form so frail and delicate? Thus were the first moments of her captivity terrible. Convulsions of rage, which she was impotent to restrain, paid to nature the tribute of her feminine weakness. But by degrees she overcame these ebullitions of distempered anger. The nervous tremblings which had agitated her frame subsided, and she at length fell back upon her own strength, like a tired serpent taking its repose. "Come, come, I was a fool to be so violent," said she, as she looked at the reflection of her burning glances in the glass in which she seemed to interrogate herself. "No violence. Violence is a proof of weakness. Besides, I have never succeeded by that means. Perhaps if I used my strength against women, I might chance to find them more feeble than myself, and consequently might vanquish them. But it is against men that I struggle, and I am only a woman to them. Let me struggle like a woman. My strength is in my weakness." Then, as if to satisfy herself of the changes to which she could subject her most flexible and expressive features, she made them successively assume all expressions, from that of anger, which contracted every muscle, to that of the softest, most affectionate, and most seductive smile. Then, under her artistic hands, her hair was made to adopt every undulation which might add to the varied attractions of her charming face. At last, in self-complacency, she murmured, "Well, there is nothing lost. I am still beautiful." It was nearly 8 o'clock in the evening. Her ladyship perceived a bed, and she thought that a few hours of repose would not only refresh her head, but her complexion also. Yet before she lay down, a still better idea suggested itself. She had heard something said about supper. She had already been above an hour in the room. They could not tarry long before they brought her meal. The prisoner did not wish to lose any time, and resolved even this very evening to make some attempt to feel her way by studying the characters of those to whom her wardship had been confided. A light appeared beneath the door, and this announced the return of her jailers. Her ladyship, who had risen up, threw herself hastily into the chair, with her head thrown back, her beautiful hair loose and dishevelled, her throat half naked under the ruffled lace, and one hand on her heart, and the other hanging down. The bolts were drawn, the door grated on its hinges, steps were heard in the chamber, and approached her. "Place the table there," said a voice, which the prisoner recognized as that of Felton. The order was obeyed. "You will bring lights and change guard," continued Felton. And this double order, which the young lieutenant gave to the same individuals, proved to the lady that her attendants and her guards were the same men, that is to say, soldiers. The commands of Felton were executed with a silent rapidity, which gave a good idea of the flourishing state of discipline that he maintained. At last Felton, who had not yet looked at her ladyship, turned toward her. Ah, said he, "she sleeps. Very well, when she awakes, she will sup." And he took a few steps towards the door. "But, Lieutenant," said a soldier, who was less stoical than his officer, who had approached her ladyship, "this woman is not asleep." "What? Not asleep?" said Felton. "What is she about, then?" "She has fainted. Her face is very pale, and I can scarcely hear her respiration." "You are right," said Felton, after he had looked at her ladyship from the place where he stood, without taking a single step towards her. "Go and tell Lord de Winter that his prisoner has fainted, for I do not know what to do, the circumstance being unexpected." The soldier left the room to execute his officer's commands. Felton seated himself in a chair, which happened to be near the door, and waited without uttering a word or making the least movement. Her ladyship was mistress of that great art, so studied by women, of seeing everything by means of a mirror, a reflection, or a shadow, and she perceived in the glass Felton, who had turned his back towards her. She continued watching him for about 10 minutes, and during these 10 minutes he did not once look round. It then occurred to her that Lord de Winter would soon arrive, and by his presence add power to her jailer. Her first experiment had failed, and she bore it like a woman who had confidence in her own resources. She therefore raised her head, opened her eyes, and sighed feebly. At this sigh, Felton at length turned round. "Ah, you are awake at last, madame," said he. "So I have nothing more to do here. If you require anything, you will call." "Oh, my God, what I have suffered!" murmured her ladyship, in that harmonious tone of voice which, like the tones of the enchantresses of old, fascinated all whom she desired to destroy.
This is the end of disc number 16. Please insert disc number 17. This is disc number 17.
"Oh, my God, what I have suffered," murmured her ladyship, in that harmonious tone of voice which, like the tones of the enchantresses of old, fascinated all whom she desired to destroy. On raising herself in her chair, she assumed an attitude more graceful and more alluring than that which she had assumed during the time she was reclining. Felton arose. "You will be waited upon in this way, madam, 3 times a day," said he. "In the morning at 9 o'clock, in the afternoon at 1 o'clock, and in the evening at 8. If this should be not agreeable to you, you can appoint your own hours, instead of those which I propose, and on this point your wishes shall be attended to." "But am I to remain always alone, in this large, melancholy room?" demanded her ladyship. "A woman from the neighbourhood has received instructions to attend upon you. She will henceforth reside in the castle, and will come whenever you require her presence." "I thank you, sir," replied the prisoner humbly. Felton bowed slightly, and went towards the door. Just as he was about to cross the threshold, Lord de Winter appeared in the corridor, followed by the soldier who had been sent to inform him that her ladyship had fainted. He held in his hand a bottle of salts. "Well, what is the matter here?" said he, in a jeering tone, when he saw the lady standing, and Felton just about to leave the room. "Is this dead person alive again? By Jove, Felton, my boy, did you not see that she took you for a novice, and gave you the first act of a comedy, of which we shall doubtless have the pleasure of seeing all the continuation?" "I thought so, my lord," said Felton. "But as, after all, the prisoner is a woman, I wish to show that consideration for her which is due from every well-bred man to a woman, if not for her sake, at least for his own." Her ladyship shuddered throughout her frame. These words of Felton's penetrated like ice through all her veins. "So," continued Lord de Winter, still laughing, "these beautiful locks, so skilfully displayed, that delicate complexion and that languishing look have not yet seduced you, stony heart?" "No, my lord," replied the insensible young man, "and believe me, it requires more than the petty stratagems and affectations of a woman to corrupt me." "As that is the case, my brave lieutenant, let us leave the lady to find something new, and let us go to supper. Oh, you may be quite easy. She has a very fertile imagination, and the second act of this comedy will soon follow the first." As he uttered these words, Lord de Winter took Felton by the arm and led him away, laughing. "Oh, I will surely be a match for you," muttered her ladyship between her teeth. "Make yourself easy, poor spoiled monk, poor converted soldier, whose uniform has been cut out of a churchman's habit." "Apropos, my lady," said Lord de Winter, stopping on the threshold of the door, "do not allow this failure to disturb your appetite. Taste this fowl and that fish, which, I give you my honour, I have not had poisoned. I am on good terms with my cook, and as he is not to be my heir, I have great confidence in him. Do as I do. Farewell, my dear sister, till your next fainting fit." This was all that her ladyship was able to endure. Her hands grasped the arms of her chair convulsively. She ground her teeth heavily. Her eyes followed the movement of the door as it closed behind Lord de Winter and Felton. And then, as soon as she found herself alone, a new paroxysm of despair invaded her. Her glance wandered to the table. She saw a knife that glittered on it, and rushing forward she snatched it up. But dreadful was her disappointment when she found that the edge was rounded, and the blade of flexible silver. A shout of laughter resounded from behind the half-closed door, and it was again opened. "Aha! Aha!" exclaimed Lord de Winter. "Do you see, Felton? It is exactly as I told you. That knife was intended for you, my boy. She would have killed you." It is one of her eccentricities thus to get rid, in one way or another, of those who annoy her. If I had attended to you, the knife would have been of steel and sharp, and then, farewell, Felton. She would have cut your throat first, and all our throats afterwards. Just look, John, how well she holds her knife." Her ladyship, in fact, still held the inoffensive weapon in her convulsive grasp. But these last words, this crowning insult, unnerved her hands, her strength, and even her will, and the knife fell upon the ground. "You are quite right, my lord," said Felton, in a tone of deep disgust, which penetrated to the very recesses of her ladyship's heart. "You are right, and I was in the wrong." And they both once more left the room. But on this occasion the lady lent a more attentive ear than before, and she heard their steps becoming more distant, until the sound was lost in the depths of the corridors. "I am undone," she muttered. "I am in the power of people over whom I shall have no greater influence than over statues of bronze or of granite. They know me thoroughly, and bear breastplates proof against my arms. And yet," she continued a moment after, "it is impossible that everything should terminate as they have willed it." In fact, as this last remark, and this instinctive return to hope indicated, fear and all feeble sentiments could not long predominate in that deep-thinking soul. Her ladyship seated herself at table, ate of various viands, drank a small quantity of Spanish wine, and felt that all her resolution was restored. Before she retired to rest, she had already studied, analyzed, commented on, and examined, in every possible way, the words, the steps, the gestures, the signs, and even the silence of her jailers. And from this learned and profound and skilful examination, it resulted that Felton was, upon the whole, to be held the least invulnerable of the two. One word especially recurred to the prisoner's mind. "If I had attended to you," said Lord de Winter to Felton. Felton, then, had spoken in her favour, since Lord de Winter had refused to listen to him. "Weak or strong," reasoned her ladyship, "this man has a ray of pity in his soul, and of this ray I will make a flame that shall consume him. As to the other one, he knows me, he fears me, and knows what he has to expect from me should I ever escape from his hands. It is, therefore, perfectly useless to attempt anything with regard to him. But with Felton it is different. He appears to be a simple, pure, and virtuous young man. There are means of winning him." Her ladyship laid down, and slept with a smile upon her lips. Anyone who had seen her sleeping would have taken her for a young girl, dreaming of the garland of flowers which she was to braid around her forehead at an approaching ball. 53. The second day of imprisonment. Her ladyship was dreaming that she had at last defeated D'Artagnan, and was looking on the spectacle of his death, and it was the sight of his abominated blood flowing beneath the executioner's axe which aroused the charming smile that hovered on her lips. She slept like a prisoner lulled by dawning hope. On the next morning, when they entered the room, she was still in bed. Felton remained in the corridor. He had brought with him the woman of whom he had spoken on the previous evening, and who had just arrived. This woman entered and approached her ladyship's bed, offering her services. Her ladyship was naturally pale, and her complexion would therefore easily deceive anyone who saw her for the first time. "I am feverish," she said. "I have not slept a moment throughout the tedious night. I am in dreadful suffering. Will you be more humane than they were yesterday evening? All I ask is to be permitted to remain in bed." "Would you like a physician to be summoned?" asked the woman. Felton listened to this dialogue without uttering a word. Her ladyship reflected that the more numerous the persons who surrounded her, the more there would be to soften, and the more severe would be the vigilance of Lord de Winter. Besides, the physician might declare that the malady was feigned, and her ladyship, having lost her first throw, did not design to lose her second. "A physician?" said she. "And for what purpose? Those gentlemen declared yesterday that my illness was all a comedy. It will undoubtedly be the same today, for since last night there has been abundant time to prejudice the doctor." "Then," said Felton, in a tone of impatience, "say yourself, madam, what you desire to have done." "Oh, my God, how can I tell? I feel my sufferings, and that is all. Give me what you please. It is of little consequence to me." "Go for Lord de Winter," said Felton, wearied by these repeated complaints.
"Oh, no, no!" exclaimed the lady. "No, sir, do not send for him, I beseech you. I am very well. I do not want anything. Do not send for him."
She uttered this exclamation with a vehemence so natural that Felton was attracted for a few steps into the chamber. "He is touched," thought her ladyship. "And yet, madam," said Felton, "if you are really suffering, we must send for a physician. If you are deceiving us, so much the worse for yourself. But at all events, we shall have nothing with which to reproach ourselves." Her ladyship made no reply, but turning her beautiful head on the pillow, she burst into a paroxysm of tears and sobs. Felton looked at her for a moment with his ordinary insensibility, but seeing that the crisis threatened to continue, he left the room. The woman followed him, and Lord de Winter did not make his appearance. "I think I begin to see a method," muttered the lady, with savage delight, as she buried herself under the bedclothes, to hide from those who might be watching her this burst of heartfelt satisfaction. 2 hours passed away. "It is now time for my malady to end," thought she. "Let me get up and gain some benefit today. I have but 10 days, and by this evening 2 of them will have already passed away." When the servants entered the lady's chamber in the morning, her breakfast had been brought. She concluded that they would soon return to take it away, and that she should then see Felton again. Her ladyship was not deceived. Felton reappeared, and without noticing whether the lady had touched anything or not, he ordered the attendants to remove the table, which was generally brought in with everything laid out upon it. Felton, holding a book in his hand, saw every other person leave the room. Reclining in an easy chair near the fireplace, beautiful, pale, and resigned, her ladyship looked like a holy virgin expecting martyrdom. Felton approached her and said, "Lord de Winter, who, like yourself, madam, is a Catholic, has imagined that the loss of the rites and ceremonies of your religion might be painful to you. He therefore permits you to read the daily office of your Mass, and here is a book which contains the ritual." From the manner with which Felton laid the book on the little table near her ladyship, from the tone in which he pronounced the words, "your Mass," and from the contemptuous smile with which he accompanied them, her ladyship raised her head and looked more attentively at the officer. Then, by that stiff manner of wearing the hair, by that dress of exaggerated simplicity, by that forehead as polished as marble but equally hard and impenetrable, she recognized one of those gloomy Puritans whom she had so often met with, both at the court of King James and at that of the King of France, where, in spite of the recollections of St. Bartholomew, they sometimes came to seek a refuge. She then experienced one of those sudden inspirations which are reserved for geniuses alone, on those great emergencies, those momentous crises, which decide their fortunes or their lives. Those 2 words, "your Mass," and a single glance at Felton, had in fact revealed to her all the pregnancy of the answer which she was about to make. But with that rapidity of intelligence which was peculiar to her, that answer presented itself as if ready-framed upon her lips. "I?" said she, in an accent of contempt equal to that which she had observed in the voice of the young officer. "I, sir? My Mass? Lord de Winter, the corrupted Catholic, well knows that I am not of his religion, and it is a snare which he wishes to spread for me." "And of what religion are you then, madam?" demanded Felton, with an astonishment which, in spite of his self-command, he could not perfectly conceal. "I will tell it," exclaimed the lady with feigned enthusiasm, "when I shall have suffered sufficiently for my faith." The looks of Felton displayed to her ladyship all the extent of space which she had opened to herself by this single expression. And yet the young officer remained mute and motionless. His countenance alone had spoken. "I am in the hands of my enemies," continued she, in the enthusiastic tone which she knew was popular amongst the Puritans. "Well, either may my God save me, or may I perish for my God. That is the answer which I beg you to convey to Lord de Winter. And as to this book," continued she, pointing to the ritual with the tip of her finger, but without touching it, as though she would have been contaminated by the contact, "you may carry it away, and make use of it yourself, for you are, undoubtedly, doubly the accomplice of Lord de Winter, an accomplice in his persecution, and an accomplice in his heresy." Felton made no reply, but he took the book with the same repugnance that he had before manifested, and, in a pensive mood, withdrew. Lord de Winter came at about 5 in the evening. During the day her ladyship had found time to trace a plan of procedure, and she received him like a woman who had already recovered all her advantages. "It appears," said the Baron, seating himself on a chair opposite the lady, and stretching his feet carelessly toward the hearth, "it appears that we have made a slight apostasy."
"What do you mean, sir?"
"I mean that since the last time we met, we have changed our religion. Have you by chance married a third husband, a Protestant?"
"Explain yourself, my lord," replied the prisoner with great dignity, "for I hear your words, but I do not understand them."
"Then the truth must be that you have no religion at all." "Well, I like that the better," said Lord de Winter, with a sneer.
"It is certainly more in unison with your own principles," coldly replied the lady.
"Oh, I confess to you that it is quite a matter of indifference to me."
"You can avow no religious indifference, my lord, but what your debauchery and crimes sufficiently confirm."
"What? And do you talk of debauchery, Madame Messalina? Do you talk of crimes, Lady Macbeth? Either I have misunderstood you, or you are, by God, exceedingly impudent."
"You speak thus, my lord, because we are overheard," coldly replied her ladyship, "and you wish to prejudice your jailers and your executioners against me."
"My jailers? My executioners? Why, madam, you speak poetically, and yesterday's comedy is turned tonight to tragedy. But after all, in 8 days you will be where you ought to be, and my task will be accomplished."
"Infamous task! Impious task!" replied the lady, with the feigned enthusiasm of the martyr who provokes her judge.
"I verily believe, upon my honour," said Lord de Winter, rising, "that this singular creature is going mad. Come, calm yourself, Madam Puritan, or I will put you into a dungeon. By Jove, it is my Spanish wine that has got into your head, is it not? But be quiet. This sort of intoxication is not dangerous, and will have no bad consequence." And Lord de Winter left the room, swearing, which was at that time considered a habit perfectly gentlemanly. Felton was, in fact, behind the door, and had not lost one syllable of this conversation. Her ladyship had judged correctly.
"Yes, go, said she to her brother. "The consequences are, on the contrary, fast approaching. But you, fool that you are, will not know them until it is too late to evade them."
Silence again prevailed, and 2 more hours elapsed. Supper was served, and her ladyship was found engaged in prayers which she had picked up from an austere Puritan, an old servant of her second husband. She appeared to be in a sort of ecstasy, and not even to observe what was passing around her. Felton made a sign that she was not to be disturbed, and when everything was arranged, he softly left the room with the soldiers. The lady knew that she might be watched, and therefore she continued at her prayers until the end. She fancied that the sentinel at her door did not maintain his usual step, but seemed to listen to her. For the present she desired nothing more. She arose, seated herself at the table, ate a little, and only drank some water. In an hour afterwards the table was removed, but her ladyship remarked that on this occasion Felton did not accompany the soldiers. He was afraid, then, of seeing her too often. She turned her head aside to smile, for there was so much of triumph in that smile that it alone would have betrayed her. She allowed half an hour to relapse, and as everything was then entirely silent in the old castle, as no sound was heard but the eternal murmur of the surge, that mighty respiration of the sea, with her pure, thrilling, and harmonious voice, she began the first stanza of the psalm, which was then in great favour with the Puritans. "Thou leavest us, O Lord, to prove if we are strong, but then thou dost afford the meed that to exertion should belong." These verses were not excellent. They were indeed far enough from it, but, as everyone knows, the Puritans did not pride themselves on poetry. Even as she sang, her ladyship listened. The sentinel on duty at her door had stopped, as if transformed to stone. Her ladyship judged by that of the effect she had produced. She then continued her psalm,
with a fervour and feeling which are indescribable. It seemed to her as if the sound diffused itself afar off beneath the arches, and went like a magic charm to melt the hearts of her oppressors. Nevertheless, it appeared as if the soldier on guard, a zealous Catholic no doubt, shook off the charm, for through the grating which he opened he exclaimed, "Be silent, madam! Your song is as melancholy as a De Profundis, and if, besides the pleasure of being shut up in this garrison, we must be compelled also to hear these things, it will be perfectly unbearable." "Silence there!" cried a severe voice, which the lady recognized as that of Felton. "What business is it of yours, fellow? Did anyone order you to hinder that woman from singing? No. You were told to guard her, to fire upon her if she attempted to escape. Guard her, then. Shoot her if she tries to escape, but go not beyond your orders." An inexpressible gleam of joy illuminated the lady's countenance, but this gleam was transient as the lightning's flash, and, without appearing to have heard the dialogue, of which she had not lost a word, she resumed her singing, giving to her voice all the charm, all the power, all the seduction with which Satan had endowed it. "For all my fears and cares, for exile and for chains, I have my youth, my prayers, and God, who keeps a record of my pains." That voice of uncommon power and of sublime passion gave to the rude, unpolished poetry of these psalms a magic and an expression that the most exalted Puritans rarely detected in the songs of their brethren, which they were compelled to adorn with the aids of imagination. Felton thought he was listening to the singing of the angel who comforted the 3 Israelites in the fiery furnace. The lady continued, "But God, the just and strong, our morn of freedom sends, and should our hopes be wrong, still martyrdom, still death our trials ends." This last couplet, into which the terrible enchantress had poured her whole soul, completed the disorder in the young officer's heart. He opened the door suddenly, and her ladyship saw his countenance as pale as ever, but with flashing and almost delirious eyes. "Why do you sing in this manner?" said he, "and in such tones?" "Pardon me, sir," said her ladyship softly. "I forgot that my songs were not becoming in this house. I have no doubt wounded your religious feelings, but I assure you that it was unintentionally. Pardon, therefore, a fault which may be great, but which was certainly involuntary." Her ladyship looked so beautiful at that moment, and the religious enthusiasm which she had assumed had given such an expression to her countenance, that Felton, completely dazzled, fancied that he now saw the angel whom he had before only heard. "Yes, yes," replied he. "Yes, you vex, you agitate the inhabitants of the castle." But the poor madman did not perceive the incoherence of his own language, whilst her ladyship plunged her lynx eye into the very depths of his heart. "I will be silent," said she, casting down her eyes, with all the softness that she could give to her voice, and with all the resignation which she could impart to her manner. "No, no, madam," said Felton, "only do not sing so loudly, and especially at night." After these words, Felton, feeling that he could no longer preserve his usual severity towards his prisoner, rushed out of the room. "You are right, Lieutenant," said the soldier. "Those songs disturb the soul, and yet one becomes in time accustomed to them. The voice is so beautiful." 54. The 3rd day of imprisonment. Felton was attracted, but more than this must yet be done. It was necessary to retain him, or rather it was necessary that he should remain of himself, and her ladyship had only an obscure perception of the means by which this result must be achieved. But even more was needed. He must be made to speak, that she might answer him, for her ladyship was well aware that her most seductive power was in her voice, which could run skilfully through the whole scale of tones, from mortal speech upwards to the language of heaven. And yet, in spite of all this seduction, her ladyship might fail, for Felton had been forewarned against her, even to the minutest chance. From this time she studied all her actions, all her words, and even her slightest glance and gesture, nay, even her respiration, which might be interpreted as a sigh. In short, she studied everything, like a skilful actress who had just accepted a role which she had never been accustomed to perform. Before Lord de Winter, her behaviour was easier to arrange,
and she had therefore determined upon that the evening before. To remain silent and dignified in his presence, from time to time to irritate him by affected contempt, or by a disdainful expression, to urge him to menaces and violence, which contrasted so completely with her own perfect resignation. Such was her ladyship's plan. Felton would see this. Perhaps he would say nothing, but at any rate he would see it. In the morning Felton came as usual, but her ladyship allowed him to preside over all the preparations for breakfast without addressing him. At the very moment that he was about to leave the room, she had a gleam of hope, for she thought that he was really about to speak, but his lips moved without any sound issuing from them, and, controlling himself by an effort, he suppressed in his own breast the words which he had nearly uttered, and withdrew. About noon Lord de Winter entered. It was rather a fine summer's day, and a beam of that pale English sun, which enlightens but does not warm, penetrated through the bars of the prison. Her ladyship looked out of the window, and pretended not to have heard the door open. "Ah, said Lord de Winter. "After having represented comedy and tragedy, we are now doing melodrama." The prisoner did not answer. Yes, continued his lordship. "I understand it very well. You would gladly enough be free upon this beach. You would gladly enough, in some good ship, glide through the waves of that sea, which is as green as an emerald. You would gladly enough, whether on land or on the ocean, concoct against me one of those pretty little plots which you are so dexterous in contriving. Patience, patience. In 4 days you shall be permitted to approach the beach, and the sea will be open to you, more open perhaps than you would wish. For in 4 days England will be rid of you." Her ladyship clasped her hands and raised her eyes to heaven. "Lord, Lord," exclaimed she, with an angelic sweetness of gesture and of intonation, "forgive this man, as I myself forgive him." "Yes, pray, accursed creature," exclaimed the Baron. "Your prayer is the more generous as you are in the power of a man who, I swear, will never pardon you." And he left the room. At the moment he went out, a piercing glance through the half-open door enabled her to perceive Felton, who drew himself quickly back that he might not be seen. She then threw herself upon her knees and began to pray. "My God, thou knowest for what sacred cause I suffer. Give me, therefore, strength to bear my trials." The door opened softly. The beautiful suppliant pretended not to have heard it, and, with a voice almost choked by tears, she continued, "O God, the avenger! O God of mercy! Wilt thou permit the wicked designs of this man to be accomplished?" Then only did she appear to hear the sound of Felton's footsteps, and rising as quickly as thought, she blushed, as though ashamed at being seen upon her knees. "I do not like to interrupt those who pray," gravely observed Felton. "So do not disturb yourself on my account, I beseech you, madam." "How do you know that I was praying, sir?" said her ladyship, in a voice suffocated by sobs. "You are mistaken, sir. I was not praying." "Do you think, then, madam," replied Felton, in his habitual grave voice, but with a gentler accent, "that I assume to myself the right of preventing a fellow creature from throwing herself at the foot of her Creator? God forbid. Besides, repentance is becoming in the guilty, whatever crime they may have committed, and a criminal, prostrate before God, is sacred in my eyes." "I, guilty?" replied the lady, with a smile which would have disarmed the angel at the day of judgment. "Guilty? Oh, my God, thou knowest what I am. Suppose that I am condemned, sir. Yet you know that God, who loves martyrs, sometimes permits the innocent to be condemned." "Were you condemned, were you innocent, and were you a martyr," replied Felton, "you would have still more reason to pray, and I would myself assist you with my prayers." "Oh, you are a just man," exclaimed her ladyship, throwing herself at his feet. "I can no longer restrain myself, for I fear that my strength will fail me at the moment wherein I must endure the trial and confess my faith. Listen, then, to the supplication of a woman in despair. They deceive you, sir, but that is not the point. I only ask one favor of you, and if you grant it, I will bless you both in this world and in that which is to come." "Speak to my superior, madam," said Felton. Fortunately, I have no commission either to pardon or to punish. It is to one higher than me that God has given this responsibility.
To you, no, to you alone. Listen to me rather than contribute to my destruction and my shame.
If you have deserved this disgrace, madam, if you have incurred this ignominy, you should bear it as a sacrifice to God.
What mean your words? Oh, you do not understand me. When I talk of ignominy, you think that I speak of some punishment, of imprisonment, or of execution. Would to God it were so! What care I for death or imprisonment?
It is I that do not understand you now, madam, said Felton.
Or pretend that you do not understand me, replied the prisoner, with a smile of doubt.
No, madam, by the honour of a soldier, by the faith of a Christian.
What? Do you not know the designs which Lord de Winter has against me?
I do not know them.
Impossible. You are his confidant.
Madam, I never lie.
Oh, but he is too unreserved for you to have failed to guess them.
Madam, I never attempt to guess anything. I always wait for confidence, and except what Lord de Winter has said in your presence, he has told me nothing.
Then, exclaimed the lady, with an indescribable accent of truth, you are not his accomplice? You do not know that he designs for me a disgrace which all the punishments on earth could not equal in horror?
You are mistaken, madam, said Felton, colouring. Lord de Winter is not capable of such a crime.
Good, said the lady to herself. Without knowing what it is, he calls it a crime.
Then she added aloud,
The friend of the wretch is himself capable of anything.
And whom do you call the wretch? Said Felton.
Are there, then, 2 men in England to whom that term can be applied?
You mean George Villiers, said Felton.
Whom the pagans, the Gentiles, and the infidels call Duke of Buckingham, resumed her ladyship. I would not have believed that there was a man in all England who would have required so much explanation to recognize the person to whom I alluded.
The hand of the Lord is stretched over him. He will not escape the punishment that he deserves. Felton only expressed concerning the Duke that sentiment of execration which had been vowed by every Englishman against him, whom Catholics themselves called the tyrant, the extortioner, and the profligate, and whom the Puritans simply termed Satan.
"Oh, my God!" exclaimed the lady. "How I beseech thee to inflict upon that man the punishment which is his due. Thou knowest that I seek not the gratification of my own revenge, but that I implore the deliverance of all the people."
"Do you know him, then, madam?" inquired Felton.
"He questions me at last," said her ladyship to herself, delighted at having so quickly obtained this great result. "Oh, yes, I know him. Oh, yes, to my misfortune, to my eternal misfortune."
And her ladyship writhed her arms, as if in a paroxysm of grief. Felton no doubt felt that his strength was giving way. He made some steps towards the door, but the prisoner, who did not lose sight of him, bounded after him and stopped his progress.
"Sir," said she, "be good, be merciful, hear my prayer. That knife of which the fatal prudence of the Baron deprived me, because he knew the use that I should make of it, oh, hear me to the end. That knife, return it to me only for one instant, for mercy's sake, for pity's sake, I embrace your knees. See, you may shut the door. I do not want to injure you. Oh, God, how could I have any design against you? You, the only just and good and compassionate being that I have met with. You, perhaps, my preserver. 1 minute, the knife, only 1 minute. I will return it to you through the wicket of the door. Only 1 minute, Mr. Felton, and you will have saved my honour."
"To kill yourself?" exclaimed Felton, in great terror, and forgetting to withdraw his hands from the hands of his prisoner. "To kill yourself?"
"I have said it, sir," murmured the lady, dropping her voice and sinking exhausted on the floor. "I have divulged my secret. He knows all, and, oh my God, I am lost."
Felton remained standing, motionless and irresolute.
"He still doubts," thought the lady. "I have not been true enough to the character I am acting."
Someone was heard in the corridor, and her ladyship recognized the slow step of Lord de Winter. Felton also recognized it, and approached the door. Her ladyship rushed forwards.
"Oh, not one word!" she cried, in a concentrated voice. "Tell not to that man 1 word of what I have said to you, or I am lost. And it is you! Then, as the steps drew nearer, she was silent, lest her voice should be heard, and merely pressed her beautiful hand on Felton's lips with a gesture of infinite terror. Felton gently repulsed her, and she sank upon a couch. Lord de Winter passed by the door without stopping, and his departing steps were heard in the distance. Felton, pale as a corpse, stood for some moments intently listening. Then, when the sound had entirely ceased, he breathed like a man awakening from a dream, and rushed out of the room. "Ah," said her ladyship, as she listened in turn to the sound of Felton's steps, as he retreated in the direction opposite to that of Lord de Winter. "At last, then, you are mine." But instantly her countenance grew dark. "If he should speak to the Baron," said she, "I am ruined, for the Baron, who well knows that I would not destroy myself, will place me before him with a knife in my hands, and he will at once perceive that all this great despair is but a farce." She went and stood before a glass, and gazed upon herself. Never had she been more beautiful. "Oh, yes," said she, smiling, "but he will not tell him." In the evening, Lord de Winter came in, when the supper was served. "Sir," said her ladyship to him, "is your presence to be a compulsory aggravation of my imprisonment, and cannot you spare me that additional torture which your visits cause me?" "Why, my dear sister," said the Baron, "did you not sentimentally announce to me, with that pretty mouth which is today so cruel, that you came to England for the sole purpose of seeing me without restraint? A pleasure of which, you told me, you felt the loss so strongly that you had, for it, risked seasickness, storms, and captivity. Well, here I am, and you ought to be satisfied. But besides, I have a particular reason for my visit this time." Her ladyship shuddered, for she thought that Felton had spoken. Never, perhaps, in her whole life had this woman, who had experienced so many strong and opposite emotions, felt so violent a beating of her heart. She was sitting down. Lord de Winter took a chair, drew it to her side, and seated himself upon it, and he produced a paper from his pocket, which he slowly unfolded. "Here," said he, "I wished to show you the sort of passport which I have myself drawn up, and which will serve as a kind of warrant in the life which I permit you to lead." Then, directing her ladyship's eyes to the paper, he read, "Order to convey to—" "The name is left blank," said the Baron. "If you have any preference, you will let me know, and, provided it be 1,000 leagues from London, your request shall be granted. So, I resume. Order to convey to blank Charlotte Backson, branded by the justice of the kingdom of France, but liberated after punishment. She will reside in that place without ever going more than 3 leagues from it. In case of any attempt at escape, she is to be put to death. She will be allowed 5 shillings a day for her lodging and board." "This warrant does not concern me," said her ladyship coldly, "since a name is inserted in it which is not mine." "A name? And have you one?" "I have that of your brother." "You make a mistake. My brother was only your second husband, and your first is still alive. Tell me his name, and I will insert it instead of Charlotte Backson. No, you will not. You are silent. Very well. You shall be registered under the name of Charlotte Backson." Her ladyship remained silent, not now from artifice, but from fear. She believed that the warrant was to be immediately executed. She thought that Lord de Winter had hurried forward her departure. She suspected, even, that she was to go that very evening. For an instant, therefore, she imagined that all hope was gone, when all of a sudden she perceived that the warrant had no signature. The joy she experienced at this discovery was so great that she was unable to conceal it. "Yes, yes," said Lord de Winter, who saw what was passing in her mind. "Yes, you are looking for the signature, and you say to yourself, 'All is not lost, since the warrant is not signed. He shows it to me to frighten me, that is all.' But you deceive yourself. This warrant will be sent tomorrow to the Duke of Buckingham. On the day after, it will be returned, signed by his hand, and sealed with his seal. And 24 hours after that, I answer for it that the execution of it shall have been begun. Adieu, madam. This is all that I have to say to you." "And I reply to you, sir, that this abuse of power, this banishment under a false name, are infamous." "Would your ladyship prefer being hanged under your true name? You know that the English laws are inexorable concerning the abuse of the marriage contract. Explain yourself freely.
although my name, or rather my brother's, is mixed up in all this, I will risk the scandal of a public trial to be sure of my aim in getting rid of you." Her ladyship made no answer, but she became as pale as a lifeless form. "Oh, I see you would rather travel. Very well, madam. There is a proverb which says that travelling is beneficial to youth. Faith, you are right after all. Life is sweet, and that is the reason why I am not very anxious that you should take mine away. There remains then only the settlement of the 5 shillings a day. I am a little too parsimonious, am I not? But it is because I do not wish you to corrupt your keepers. Besides, you will still have your charms with which to seduce them. Try them, if your failure as to Felton has not disgusted you with attempts of that kind."
"Felton has not spoken," said her ladyship to herself, "so nothing is lost after all.
And now, madam, farewell. Tomorrow I shall come and apprise you of the departure of my messenger." Lord de Winter arose, bowed sarcastically to her ladyship, and left the room. Her ladyship breathed again. She had yet 4 days before her, and 4 days would serve her to complete the seduction of Felton. And yet a terrible idea suggested itself to her mind. Perhaps Lord de Winter might send Felton himself to Buckingham with the warrant, and thus Felton would escape her. For to ensure her success it was necessary that the magic charm of her seduction should be undisturbed. Yet, as we have said, one thing reassured her. Felton had not spoken. She did not wish to appear disheartened by the threats of Lord de Winter. She therefore placed herself at table and ate. Then, as she had done the night before, she fell upon her knees and repeated her prayers aloud. And, as on the previous evening, the soldier ceased his beat and stood to listen. But she soon heard steps, lighter than those of the sentinel, approaching from the end of the corridor, and which ceased before her door. "It is he," she said, and she began the same religious strains which had so violently excited Felton on the previous evening. But although her soft, full, sonorous voice now thrilled more touchingly and more harmoniously than ever, the door continued closed. It did indeed appear to her ladyship, in one of those furtive glances which she directed to the little wicket, that she could perceive, through the close grating, the ardent eyes of the young man. But whether this were a reality or a vision, he had at least sufficient self-control on this occasion to keep himself from coming in. Yet, a few moments after the conclusion of her religious song, her ladyship fancied that she heard a deep sigh, and then the same steps that she had heard approaching retired slowly and, as it were, with reluctance. 55. The 4th day of imprisonment. When Felton entered the room the next day, he found her ladyship mounted on a chair, holding in her grasp a cord made of some cambric handkerchiefs, torn into strips, twisted together, and fastened end to end. At the noise Felton made in opening the door, her ladyship lightly jumped off her chair, and endeavoured to conceal behind her the extemporaneous cord which she held in her hand. The young man was even more pale than usual, and his eyes, red from want of sleep, proved that he had passed through a feverish night, and yet his forehead bore a serenity more austere than ever. He slowly advanced towards her ladyship, who had seated herself. He took hold of the end of this murderous woof, which, inadvertently, or perhaps intentionally, she had left unconcealed. "What is this, madam?" he asked coldly.
"That? Nothing,"
said her ladyship, smiling with that melancholy expression which she so well knew how to impress upon her smile.
"Weariness, you know, is the mortal enemy of prisoners. I was wearied, and therefore I amused myself with twisting this cord."
Felton cast his eyes up to that part of the wall where he had seen her ladyship standing on the chair, which she now was sitting on, and, above her head, he saw a gilded hook fastened in the wall, which was placed there to support either clothes or arms. He started, and the prisoner saw him start, for though her eyes were cast down, nothing escaped her observation. "And why were you standing on this chair?" he asked.
"What does it signify to you?"
replied the lady. "But," insisted Felton, "I desire to know."
"Do not question me," said the prisoner. "You know that to us true Christians it is forbidden to speak falsehood."
"Well," said Felton, "I will tell you what you were doing, or rather what you were about to do. You were about to complete the fatal work which you meditated. Remember, madam, if your God has forbidden you to speak falsehood, he has much more emphatically forbidden you to commit suicide.
When God sees one of his creatures unjustly persecuted, placed, as it were, between suicide and dishonour, believe me, sir, replied her ladyship, in a tone of profound conviction, God will pardon suicide, for suicide then becomes martyrdom.
You either say too much or too little. Speak, madam. In the name of heaven, explain yourself.
What? Shall I relate my misfortunes to you, that you may treat them as fables? Shall I tell you my designs, that you may disclose them to my persecutor? No, sir. Besides, of what consequence can the life or the death of an unhappy convict be to you? You are only responsible for my body, are you not? And provided that you produce a dead body, which could be recognized as mine, no more would be required of you, and perhaps you might even receive a double recompense.
I, madam, I, exclaimed Felton. Then you suppose that I would ever receive a price for your life? Oh, you do not think what you are pleased to say.
Leave me to myself, Felton, leave me to myself, said her ladyship, with some excitement. Every soldier ought to be ambitious, ought he not? You are a lieutenant. Well, you would follow at my funeral with the rank of captain.
But what have I done to you, then, said Felton, much alarmed, that you should burden me with such a heavy responsibility before God and men? In a few days you will be far from here, madam. Your life will then be no longer under my care. And, he added with a sigh, then you can do with it what you will.
So,
exclaimed her ladyship, as if she were unable to restrain her holy indignation.
You, a pious man, you who pass for a just man, you only demand one thing, and that is not to be inculpated, not to be inconvenienced by my death.
It is my duty to watch over your life, madam, and I will do so.
But do you understand the duty you discharge? It is cruel, even if I were guilty. But what name will you give it? With what term will the Almighty brand it if I am innocent?
I am a soldier, madam, and I execute the orders that I have received.
And do you believe that, at the day of final judgment, the Almighty will make a distinction between the hoodwinked executioner and the unrighteous judge? You will not allow me to kill my body, and yet you make yourself the instrument of him who wishes to kill my soul.
But I repeat to you, said Felton, much moved, that no danger threatens you. I answer for Lord de Winter as for myself.
Madman, exclaimed her ladyship, poor madman, who presumes to answer for another, when the wisest, those who are the most after God's own heart, are afraid of answering for themselves, and join the party of the strongest and most fortunate to conquer the weakest and most miserable.
Impossible, madam, impossible, muttered Felton, who yet felt in his heart's core the force of this argument. Whilst a prisoner, you will not recover your liberty through me. Whilst alive, you will not lose your life by my connivance.
Yes, exclaimed her ladyship, but I shall lose what is much dearer to me than life. I shall lose my honour, Felton, and it is you whom I will make responsible before God and man for my shame and infamy.
On this occasion, Felton, impassive as he was, or as he pretended to be, could no longer resist the secret influence which had already enthralled him. To see this woman, so beautiful, fair as the brightest vision, to hear her by turns imploring and threatening, to suffer under the combined ascendancy of grief and beauty, was too much for a brain whose strength was sapped by the ardent dreams of an ecstatic faith. It was too much for a heart corroded at the same time by the love of heaven, which burns, and by the hatred of mankind, which destroys. Her ladyship perceived his agitation. She felt, as it were by intuition, the contending passions which burned with the blood in the young fanatic's veins. And, like a skilful general, who sees the enemy preparing to retreat, and then rushes upon him with a shout of victory, she arose, beautiful as a priestess of antiquity, inspired as a Christian virgin, with extended arms, and neck uncovered, and dishevelled hair, and with a hand modestly confining her dress upon her bosom, and with a glance illuminated by that fire which had already carried disorder into the senses of the young Puritan, she walked towards him, uttering, to an impetuous air, in that sweet voice to which she gave so terrible an emphasis, "To Baal his victim send, to lions cast the martyr, yet vengeance is God's charter.
to him my cries ascend." Felton stood like one petrified. "Who are you? What are you?" exclaimed he, clasping his hands. "Are you an angel or a demon? Are you Eloas or Astarte?" "Have you not recognized me, Felton? I am neither angel nor demon. I am but a daughter of the earth, a sister of the faith, nothing more." "Yes, yes," said Felton. "I suspected it at first, but now I am satisfied." "You are convinced, and yet you are the accomplice of that child of Belial whom men call Lord de Winter. You are convinced, and yet you leave me in the hands of my enemies, of the enemy of England and of the enemy of God. You are convinced, and yet you deliver me up to him who fills and pollutes the world with his heresies and debaucheries, to that infamous Sardanapalus whom the blind call Buckingham and the believers Antichrist." "I deliver you up to Buckingham? I? What do you mean?" "They have eyes," exclaimed the lady, "and they will not see. They have ears, and they will not hear." "Yes, yes," said Felton, drawing his hand over his damp forehead, as if to drag away his last remaining doubt. "Yes, I recognize the voice that speaks to me in my dreams. Yes, I recognize the features of the angel which visits me each night, crying to my sleepless soul, 'Strike! Save England! Save thyself! For thou wilt die without having appeased the Lord!' Speak!" cried Felton. "Speak! I can understand you now." A flash of delight, fearful but rapid as thought, gleamed from her ladyship's eyes. Fugitive as was this homicidal glance, Felton perceived it and started, as if it had thrown light into the dark abysses of that woman's heart. He suddenly recalled the warnings of Lord de Winter, the seductions of her ladyship, and her first attempts on her arrival. He retreated a step, and drooped his head, but without ceasing to regard her, as if, fascinated by this singular being, he could not avert his eyes. Her ladyship was not the woman to misunderstand the meaning of this hesitation. In the midst of these apparent emotions, her icy coolness did not leave her. Before she was obliged, by Felton's answer, to resume a conversation which it would be so difficult to maintain in the same exalted tone, she let her hands fall, as if the weakness of the woman resumed its ascendancy over the enthusiasm of the inspired saint. "But no," said she, "it is not for me to be the Judith who will deliver Bethulia from this Holofernes. The sword of the Eternal One is too heavy for my arm. Let me then escape dishonor by death. Let me find a refuge in martyrdom. I neither ask for liberty like a criminal, nor for vengeance like a pagan. To be allowed to die is all that I demand. I entreat you, I implore you on my knees, let me die, and my last sigh shall breathe forth a blessing on my preserver." Before this voice, so soft and supplicating at this look, so timid and submissive, Felton advanced towards her. By degrees, the enchantress had resumed that magic charm which she took up and laid aside at pleasure. That is to say, beauty, softness, tears, and above all, the irresistible attraction of that mystical voluptuousness, which is the most irresistible of all kinds of voluptuousness. "Alas," said Felton, "I can only pity you if you prove to me that you are a victim. But Lord de Winter makes most serious complaints against you. You are a Christian woman. You are my sister in the faith. I feel myself drawn towards you, I who have never loved anyone but my benefactor. I who have only found traitors and infidels throughout my life. But you, madam, you so really beautiful, you apparently so pure, must have committed many crimes for Lord de Winter to pursue you thus." "They have eyes," repeated the lady, with indescribable softness, "and they will not see. They have ears, and they will not hear." "But then," exclaimed the young officer, "speak! Oh, speak!" "What? To confide my shame to you?" exclaimed the lady, with the blush of modesty upon her face. "For often the crime of one is the same of another. To confide my crime to you, a man, and I a woman, oh," she continued, modestly placing her hand before her eyes, "oh, never, never could I dare." "To me as to a brother," pled Felton. The lady regarded him for a long time with an expression which Felton took for doubt, but which was nevertheless only observation and a desire to fascinate. A suppliant in his turn, Felton clasped his hands. "Well, then," exclaimed the lady, "I will dare to trust my brother." At this moment the step of Lord de Winter was heard, but the dreaded brother-in-law was not contented this time with merely passing the door, as he had done the evening before. He stopped, and after exchanging 2 words with the sentinel, he opened the door and entered. Whilst these words were passing, Felton had rapidly moved from the lady's side, and, when Lord de Winter appeared, he was at some paces' distance from the prisoner. The Baron entered slowly, and let his searching glance travel from the prisoner to the young officer. "You have been here a long time, John," said he. "Has this woman related her crimes to you? If so, I can comprehend the duration of the interview." Felton started, and her ladyship felt that she was lost if she did not come to the assistance of the disconcerted Puritan. "Ah, you fear that your prisoner will escape you," said she. "Well, ask your jailer what the favour was that I but now solicited of him." "And were you asking a favour?" said the Baron suspiciously. "Yes, she was, my lord," replied the young man, much confused. "And what favour? Come, let us hear," added Lord de Winter. "A knife, which she would return to me through the wicket an instant after she received it," replied Felton. "Is there anyone, then, concealed here whose throat this gracious person wishes to cut?" inquired Lord de Winter, in a tone of mockery and contempt. "Yes, I am concealed here," replied her ladyship. "I gave you your choice between America and Tyburn," replied Lord de Winter. "Choose Tyburn, my lady. The rope is, believe me, surer than the knife." Felton grew pale, and made 1 step forward, for he remembered that, when he came in, the lady held a cord in her hand. "You are right," said she, "and I had already thought of it." Then she added in a lower voice, "I will think of it again." Felton shuddered even to the very marrow of his bones. Lord de Winter probably observed this, for he said, "John, my friend, distrust yourself. I have reposed my confidence in you. Be watchful. I have warned you. Besides, be of good cheer, my boy. In 3 days we shall get rid of this creature, and where I send her, she can never again injure anyone." "You hear him?" cried her ladyship, with a burst of indignation, which the Baron thought was addressed to heaven, but which Felton comprehended was for him. Felton held down his head and mused. The Baron took the officer by the arm, looking over his own shoulder so as not to lose sight of the lady whilst he was in the room. "Come, come," reasoned the prisoner, when the door was shut. "I am not so far advanced as I believe myself to be. De Winter has changed his customary stupidity into unparalleled prudence. This is the desire of vengeance, and thus does that desire form a man. As to Felton, he hesitates. Ah, he is not a man of resolution like that cursed D'Artagnan." Nevertheless, her ladyship remained in anxious expectation. She thought that the day would not pass away without her seeing Felton again. At last, in about an hour after the scene that we have just narrated, she heard some whispering at the door, and soon afterwards it was opened, and she recognized Felton. The young man came hastily into the room, leaving the door open behind him, and making a sign to her ladyship to be silent. His countenance was fearfully agitated. "What do you want?" said she. "Listen," replied Felton in a low voice. "I have just dismissed the sentinel, that I may remain here without anyone knowing that I have come, and speak to you without anyone overhearing what I say. The Baron has just related to me a terrible tale." The lady assumed her smile of a resigned victim, and shook her head. "Either you are a demon," continued Felton, "or the Baron, my benefactor, my more than father, is a monster. I have known you 4 days. I have loved him 10 years. Therefore I may well hesitate between you two. Be not alarmed at what I say. I want to be convinced. This night, after midnight, I will come to you, and you must convince me." "No, Felton, no, my brother," said she. "The sacrifice is too great, and I see what it will cost you. No, I am lost. Do not destroy yourself with me. My death will be far more eloquent than my life, and the silence of the corpse will convince you better than the living prisoner's words. "Hush, madam," said Felton, "and do not speak to me thus. I am come that you may promise me upon your honour, that you may swear to me by that which is most sacred to you, that you will make no attempt upon your life." "I will not promise," said her ladyship, "for no one respects an oath more than I do, and if I promise I must keep my word." "Well," said Felton, "bind yourself only till I have seen you once again. If, after we have met, you still persist, you shall then be free, and I myself will provide you with the weapon you have asked for." "So be it," said her ladyship. "For your sake I shall wait." "Swear it." "I swear it by our God. Are you satisfied?" "Well," said Felton, "this night." And he rushed out of the apartment, shut the door again, and waited outside, with the soldier's half-pike in his hand, as if he were mounting guard. The soldier having returned, Felton gave him back his weapon. Then, through the wicket, which she had approached, her ladyship saw the young man cross himself with delirious fervour, and hurry along the corridor in a transport of delight. As for herself, she returned to her seat with a smile of savage scorn upon her lips, and she blasphemously repeated the fearful name of that God by whom she had just sworn, without ever having learned to know him. "My God," said she, "fanatical fool! My God is myself, and whoever will assist in my revenge." 56. The 5th day of imprisonment. Her ladyship had, however, achieved a half-triumph, and the success she had obtained renewed her strength. There was no difficulty in vanquishing, as she had hitherto done, men ready to be led astray, whom the education of a gallant court swiftly drew into her snares. Her ladyship was beautiful enough to fascinate the senses, and skilful enough to prevail over all the obstacles of the mind. But on this occasion she had to strive against an untutored nature, concentrated by austerity. Religion and penitence had made of Felton a man impenetrable of all ordinary seductions. Schemes so vast, projects so tumultuous, were floating in that fervid brain that there was no room for love, the sentiment that feeds itself on leisure and thrives and fattens on corruption. Her ladyship had made a breach by her false virtue in the opinion of a man prejudiced against her, and by her beauty in the heart and senses of a pure and candid man. By this experiment upon the most rebellious subjects that nature and religion could submit to her examination, she had at last taken the measurement of powers hitherto unknown even to herself. Often, however, during the evening, she had despaired of fate and of herself. We know that she did not invoke the aid of God. She trusted in the genius of evil, that boundless sovereignty which rules over the details of human life, and through which, as in the Arabian fable, a pomegranate seed suffices to build up again a ruined world. Her ladyship, being quite prepared to receive Felton, was at liberty to make her batteries ready for the next day. She well knew that only 2 days remained for her, that were the warrant once signed by Buckingham, and Buckingham would sign it the more freely as it bore a false name, and he could not recognize the real woman whom it concerned. This warrant once signed, we say, the Baron would immediately embark her. And she knew also that women condemned to transportation use in their seductions arms much less powerful than those pretended virtuous women whose beauty is illumined by the sun of fashion, whose wit is vaunted by the voice of the world, and whom an aristocratic beam gilds with its enchanted light. To be a woman condemned to a wretched and disgraceful punishment is no impediment to beauty, but it is an insurmountable obstacle to power. Like all persons of real genius, her ladyship well knew what accorded with her nature and her means. Poverty disgusted her. Subjection deprived her of 2/3 of her greatness. Her ladyship was only a queen amongst queens. The enjoyment of satisfied pride was essential to her sway. To command beings of an inferior nature was, to her, rather a humiliation than a pleasure. She would most assuredly return from her banishment. Of that she had not the slightest doubt. But how long would that banishment continue? To an active and ambitious nature, like that of her ladyship, the days which are not spent in self-elevation are unlucky ones. What then can we call the days of bitter descent? To lose 1, 2, 3 years, that is an actual eternity. To return perhaps after the death or the fall of the cardinal,
to return when D'Artagnan and his friends, happy and successful, had received from the Queen the recompense that they richly merited for their services to her. These were the desolating thoughts which a woman like her ladyship was altogether unable to endure. Besides, the storm which raged in her breast was increasing in its violence, and she would have burst her prison walls if her body could have enjoyed for a single instant the same proportions as her soul. And then, in the midst of all this, she was goaded by the remembrance of the cardinal. What would be thought, what would be said, of her silence by that cardinal, so distrustful, so anxious, and so suspicious? That cardinal who was not only her sole support, her sole stay, her sole protector for the present, but also the principal instrument of her future fortunes and revenge. She knew him well. She knew that on her return after a fruitless expedition, she might talk in vain of her imprisonment. She would in vain exaggerate her sufferings. The cardinal would answer with the mocking calmness of the skeptic, strong at once in power and in genius, "You should not have allowed yourself to be entrapped." Her ladyship then concentrated all her energy, murmuring forth in the intricacies of her thought the name of Felton, the sole gleam of light which visited her in the depths of that hell into which she had fallen. And like a serpent coiling and uncoiling its rings to satisfy itself of its own strength, she by anticipation enveloped Felton in the countless folds of her own inventive imagination. Yet time rolled on. The hours, one after the other, appeared to arouse the clock as they passed, and every stroke vibrated in the prisoner's heart. At 9 o'clock, Lord de Winter paid his customary visit, looked at the windows and bars, sounded the flooring and the walls, and examined the chimney and the doors. Yet during this long and minute investigation, not one word was uttered either on her part or on his. "Come, come," said the Baron as he left the room. "You will not escape tonight." At 10 o'clock, Felton came to relieve the sentinel at the door. Her ladyship now recognized his step, as a mistress recognizes that of her lover, and yet she both hated and despised this weak fanatic. It was not the appointed time, so Felton did not enter the room. 2 hours after, just on the stroke of 12, the sentinel was relieved. And now the time had come, and from this moment her ladyship waited with impatience. The new sentinel began to walk along the corridor. In 10 minutes Felton came. Her ladyship listened. "Observe," said the young man to the sentinel, "on no account whatever are you to leave this door, for you know that a soldier was punished for leaving his post for a moment last night, although it was I who kept guard during his short absence." "Yes, I know that," said the soldier. "I advise you, therefore, to adopt the strictest vigilance. For my part, I am going to inspect the room again, and to observe this woman who has, I fear, conceived some violent designs against herself. My orders are to watch her closely." "Good," murmured her ladyship. "There is the austere Puritan telling a lie." The soldier smiled. "Plague take it, Lieutenant," said he. "You are not badly off in getting such a commission, especially if your orders are not to go till she is ready for bed." Felton blushed. Under any other circumstances he would have rebuked the soldier, who indulged himself in such a joke. But his own conscience was now criminating him too loudly to permit his tongue to speak. "If I call," said he, "come in. And also, if anyone comes, call me." "Yes, sir," said the soldier. Felton entered the room. Her ladyship arose. "You are come," said she. "I promised to come," replied Felton, "and I have come." "You promised me something else, though," said she. "What, then? Oh, my God!" said the young man, who, in spite of all his self-command, felt his knees tremble and his brow grow damp. "You promised to bring me a knife, and to leave it with me after our interview." "Do not speak of that, madam," said Felton. "There is no situation, however terrible it may be, that can permit one of God's creatures to destroy himself. I have reflected that I never ought to render myself accessory of such a crime." "Ah, you have reflected," said the prisoner, again seating herself in her chair with a disdainful smile. "And I also have reflected." "About what?" "That I had nothing to say to a man who did not keep his word." "Oh, my God," murmured Felton. "You may leave the room," said her ladyship. "I shall not speak." "Here is the knife," said Felton, taking from his pocket the weapon, which he had, according to his promise, brought, although he hesitated to entrust it to his prisoner.
"Let me look at it," said the lady.
"For what purpose?" said Felton.
"I will return it immediately upon my honour. You may lay it upon that table, and stand between it and me."
Felton gave the weapon to her ladyship, who examined it attentively, and tried its point upon the end of her finger.
"Very well,"
said she, returning the knife to the young officer.
"It is a serviceable weapon. You are a faithful friend, Felton."
Felton took the knife and laid it upon the table, as had been agreed with the prisoner. Her ladyship's eyes followed his act with a satisfied glance.
"Now," said she, "listen to me."
The injunction was unnecessary, for the young man stood before her, waiting for her words, that he might feast upon them.
"Felton," said her ladyship, with a melancholy solemnity, "Felton, suppose your sister, the daughter of your father, should say to you, 'Whilst still young and unfortunately beautiful, I was decoyed into a snare, but I resisted. Temptations and assaults were multiplied around me, but I resisted. The religion that I serve and the God whom I adore were blasphemed, because I called that God and that religion to my aid, and I resisted. Then outrages were heaped upon me, and, as they could not sacrifice my soul, they determined for ever to defile my body. At last—"
Her ladyship stopped, and a bitter smile was visible on her lips. "At last?" said Felton. "And what did they do at last?"
"At last they resolved one night to paralyze that resistance which they could not overcome otherwise. One night they mixed a powerful narcotic with my drink. Scarcely had I finished my repast before I found myself sinking gradually into an unusual torpor. Although I had no suspicions, yet a nameless dread made me struggle against this drowsiness. I arose. I endeavored to reach the window to call for help, but my limbs refused to support me. It seemed to me as if the ceiling lowered itself on my head and crushed me with its weight. I stretched forth my arms and endeavored to speak, but could only utter inarticulate sounds. An irresistible numbness stole upon me, and I clung to my chair, feeling that I was about to fall. But even this support was soon insufficient for my feeble arms. I fell first on one knee, then on both. I sought to pray, but my tongue was frozen. God neither saw nor heard me, and I sank upon the floor, subjugated by a sleep resembling death. Of all the time which elapsed during this sleep, I had no recollection whatever. The only thing I can remember is that I awoke and found myself transported into a circular chamber, most sumptuously furnished, into which no light penetrated but through an opening in the ceiling. There seemed to be no door to enter by. It looked like a magnificent prison. It was a long time before I could observe the place in which I was, or recall the circumstances which I now relate. My mind appeared to struggle in vain against the oppressive darkness of that sleep, from which I was unable to escape. I had some vague perceptions of a space passed over, and of the rolling of a carriage, but all this was so misty and so indistinct that these events appeared rather to belong to the life of some other person than to my own, and yet to be incorporated with mine by some fantastical duality. For some time, the state in which I found myself appeared so strange that I supposed it was a dream. By degrees, however, the fearful reality forced itself upon me. I was no longer in the house which I had inhabited.
This is the end of disc number 17. Please insert disc number 18. This is disc number 18.
For some time, the state in which I found myself appeared so strange that I supposed it was a dream. By degrees, however, the fearful reality forced itself upon me. I was no longer in the house which I had inhabited. As well as I could judge by the light of the sun, 2/3 of the day were already spent. It was on the evening of the previous day that I'd fallen asleep. My slumber had therefore lasted nearly 24 hours. What had happened during this protracted sleep? I arose, staggering. All my slow and torpid movements showed that the influence of the narcotic had not yet ceased. I found that my chamber had been furnished for the reception of a woman, and the most complete coquette could not have formed a wish that, in looking around the apartment, she would not have found satisfied. Assuredly, I was not the first captive who had been confined within that splendid prison. But you understand, Felton, the more beautiful the prison, the more was I alarmed. Yes, it was a prison, for in vain I endeavoured to escape. I tried all the walls to find a door, but everywhere the walls gave back a dull and heavy sound. I went round this room perhaps 20 times, seeking some kind of outlet. There was none, and I sank upon a chair, worn out with terror and fatigue. In the meantime, the night approached rapidly, and with the night my fears increased. I knew not what to do. It seemed as if I were encompassed by unknown dangers, amidst which I must plunge at every step. Although I had eaten nothing since the evening before, my fears prevented me from feeling hunger. No external noise by which I could compute the lapse of time had reached me, but I presumed that it must be about 7 or 8 in the evening, for we were in the month of October, and it was quite dark. Suddenly the noise of a door turning on its hinges startled me. A ball of fire appeared above the window in the ceiling, casting a brilliant light into the room, and I perceived with horror that a man was standing at a few paces from me. A table with 2 covers, with a supper all prepared, was arranged as if by magic in the middle of the room. And this man was he who had pursued me for a year, who had sworn my dishonour, and who, from the first words which fell from his lips, left me no hope of being at any future time restored to liberty. "Infamous," murmured Felton. "Oh, yes, the wretch!" exclaimed her ladyship, seeing the interest which the young officer, whose soul seemed hanging on her lips, took in this strange tale. "Oh, yes, the wretch! He thought that it was quite enough to have abducted me in my sleep. He now came, hoping that I should yield to my shame, since that shame was consummated. He came to offer me his fortune in exchange for my love. Everything that a woman's heart can conceive of haughty scorn and of contemptuous speech, I poured out upon that man. Undoubtedly he was habituated to such reproaches, for he listened to me with a calm and smiling look, and with his arms folded on his breast. And then, when he thought that I had nothing more to say, he approached to take my hand. I rushed towards the table, seized the knife, and placed it to my bosom. "Take one step more," I cried, "and, besides my dishonour, you shall have to answer for my death." Doubtless there was in my look, my voice, my whole appearance, that character of truth which carries conviction into the most wicked minds. For he paused. "Your death?" cried he. "Oh, no, you are much too charming a prisoner for me to consent to lose you so. Adieu, beautiful creature. I will wait until you are in a better temper before I pay you another visit." At these words he whistled, and the flaming globe which illuminated my room ascended and disappeared. I found myself once more in total darkness. The same noise of a door opening and shutting was, an instant afterwards, again audible. The globe of light descended anew, and I was once more alone. This moment was frightful. Had I been at all uncertain about my misery, every doubt was now dispelled before this fearful reality. I was in the power of a man whom I not only detested, but despised, of a man who had already given me a fatal proof of what he dared to do. "But who was that man?" demanded Felton. Her ladyship gave no answer to this question, but continued her recital. I spent the night upon a chair, starting at the least noise. For about midnight the lamp went out, and I was again in darkness. But the night passed away without any reappearance of my persecutor. Daylight came, the table was gone, and I still had the knife in my hand. This knife was my sole hope. I was overwhelmed with fatigue. My eyes were burning from sleeplessness. I had not dared to close them for a single instant. Daylight reassured me. I threw myself on my bed, still grasping the protecting knife, which I concealed beneath my pillow. When I awoke, another table was arranged. But now, in spite of my terrors, in spite of my agonies, a ravenous hunger made itself be felt. For 48 hours I had enjoyed no nourishment. I ate some bread and a little fruit. Then, remembering the narcotic mingled with the water I had drunk, I did not touch that which was on the table, but I went and filled my glass from a marble reservoir fixed in the wall above my toilet table. And yet, in spite of this precaution, I remained for some time in extreme anguish, though on this occasion my fears were unfounded. I passed the day without experiencing anything that resembled what I feared. I took the precaution, however, to empty the decanter of half the water, that my distrust might not be perceived. The evening came, but profound as was the darkness, my eyes began to grow accustomed to it. In the midst of this obscurity, I saw the table sink into the floor. A quarter of an hour afterwards, it reappeared, bearing my supper. A moment later, thanks to the same lamp, my apartment was again lighted. I was resolved only to eat of those things with which it was impossible to mingle anything somniferous. 2 eggs and some fruit composed my meal, and then I drew a glass of water from my guardian fountain and drank it. At the first mouthful, it appeared to me no longer to have the same taste as in the morning. A sudden suspicion seized me. I stopped, but I had already swallowed half a glass. I threw the remainder away with horror and waited with the icy dew of terror on my brow. Some invisible witness had unquestionably seen me take the water from the fountain, and had taken advantage of my confidence the more certainly to accomplish my ruin, so coldly planned, so cruelly pursued. Half an hour had not passed over before the same symptoms began to reappear. Only, as I had now taken no more than half a glass of water, I struggled longer against them, and, instead of sleeping soundly, I fell into that kind of slumber which left me the perception of all that passed around me, whilst it quite deprived me of the power of resistance or defence. I dragged myself towards my bed, to seek the sole bulwark which remained, my guardian knife. But I could not reach the pillow. I fell upon my knees, grasping with my hands one of the posts at the foot of the bed. Felton became fearfully pale, and a convulsive shudder pervaded all his frame. And what was more horrible, continued the lady, her voice trembling as if she yet felt the anguish of that terrible moment, was that on this occasion I was conscious of the danger which hung over me. My soul, if I may so express myself, was watching over my sleeping body. I saw, I heard, as in a dream, it is true, but my perceptions were on that account only the more terrific. I saw the lamp again ascending, and was gradually left in utter darkness. I then heard the sound of that door, so well recognized, although it had been opened but twice. I felt instinctively someone was approaching me. It is said that the wretched beings who are lost in the deserts of America thus feel the approach of the serpent. I wished to make an effort. I endeavored to cry out. By an incredible exertion of my will, I even raised myself up, but it was only to fall down again immediately. "But tell me then, who was your persecutor?" exclaimed the young officer. Her ladyship saw at a glance how deeply she affected Felton, by dwelling on each detail of her narrative, but she did not wish to spare him any torture. The more deeply she wounded his heart, the more surely would he avenge her. So she once more proceeded, as if she had not heard his question, or as if she thought that the time for answering it had not yet come. "I heard him exclaim when he perceived me, 'Oh, these miserable Puritan women! I knew that they harassed their executioners, but I believed them to be less earnest in resisting their seducers.'" Felton listened without uttering aught but a sort of roar. The perspiration trickled down his brow, and, with a hand hidden beneath his dress, he tore his flesh. "My first impulse on returning to myself," continued her ladyship, "was to look under my pillow for the knife, which I had been unable to reach. If it had not served as a defence, it might at least be useful for an expiation. But on taking this knife, Felton, a terrible idea suggested itself to me. I have sworn to tell you everything, and I will do so. I have promised you the truth, and I will tell it, though it should ruin me." "The idea suggested itself to you to revenge yourself on this man, did it not?" exclaimed Felton. "Well, yes," said her ladyship. "It was as you have guessed. That idea was not becoming in a Christian, I know. Undoubtedly the eternal enemy of our souls himself breathed it into my mind. In fact, how shall I confess it, Felton?" continued her ladyship, in the tone of a woman accusing herself of a crime. "That idea not only came into my mind, but had never left it since. And perhaps my present sufferings are but the punishment of this homicidal thought." Go on, said Felton. "I long to hear of the accomplishment of your revenge." "Oh, I determined that it should be as short a time as possible delayed. I doubted not that he would return on the following night. During the day I had nothing to fear. On this account, at breakfast time, I did not hesitate to eat and drink. I was resolved to pretend to sup, but to taste nothing. I must therefore, by the morning's nourishment, prepare myself to sustain the evening fast. I concealed a glass of water from my breakfast, as thirst had been my severest suffering when I remained 48 hours without eating or drinking. The day passed without producing any other effect upon me than to strengthen the resolution I had taken. But I took care that my face should not betray the thoughts of my heart, for I doubted not that I was watched. Many times, indeed, I even felt a smile upon my lips. Felton, I dare not tell you the idea at which I smiled. You would abominate me for it." Go on, said Felton. "You see that I listen to you, and I want to know the end." "The evening came," continued her ladyship, "and the usual circumstances took place. During the darkness, my supper was served as usual, and then the lamp was lighted, and I placed myself at table. I ate only some fruit, and pretended to pour some water from the decanter, but drank that which I had kept in my own glass. The substitution was, however, so adroitly made that my spies, if I had any, could have no suspicion of the truth. After supper, I exhibited all the appearances of the drowsiness that I had felt the evening before, but this time, as if overwhelmed with fatigue, or as if I was familiarized with danger, I pretended to fall asleep. I had now found my knife, and, whilst I feigned to sleep, my hand convulsively grasped the handle. 2 hours glided away, without anything new occurring. On this occasion, oh my God, who would have predicted that on the previous night, I actually began to fear that he might fail to come. At last I saw the lamp gently rising and disappearing in the depths of the ceiling. My apartment became dark, but I made an effort with my glances to penetrate the gloom. About 10 minutes then elapsed, during which I heard nothing but the beating of my own heart. I implored of heaven that he might come. At length I heard the well-known creak of the door opening and shutting. I perceived, in spite of the thickness of the carpet, a step which made the floor groan. I saw, in spite of the darkness, a shadow which approached my couch. Make haste, interrupted Felton. "Do you not see that every one of your words burns me like molten lead?" "Then," continued her ladyship, "I collected all my strength. I called to mind that the moment of revenge, or rather of justice, had now arrived. I considered myself a second Judith. I held the knife in my hand, and when I saw him near me, then, with a last cry of grief and of despair, I struck him in the middle of the breast. The wretch! He had foreseen the blow. His breast was covered by a coat of mail. The knife itself was blunted. "Ah, ah!" cried he, seizing me by the arm and tearing from me the weapon which had so badly served me. "You want to kill me, my pretty Puritan. But that is more than hatred. It is ingratitude. Come, calm yourself, my charming girl. I thought you had grown gentler. I am not one of those tyrants who keep women in opposition to their wills. You do not love me? I had my doubts about it, with my usual folly. Now I am convinced of it. Tomorrow you shall be free." I had only one wish, which was that he should kill me. "Take care," said I, "for my liberty shall be your disgrace." "What mean you, my beautiful Sibyl?" "Yes, for as soon as I am free, I will tell everything. I will proclaim your violence towards me. I will proclaim my captivity. I will denounce this palace of infamy. You are greatly exalted, my lord, but tremble. Above you is the king, and above the king is God." Master as he appeared to be of himself, my persecutor allowed a sign of anger to escape him. I could not see the expression of his countenance, but I had felt the trembling of his arm on which my hand rested. "Then you shall never leave this place," said he. Right, I exclaimed. Then the sight of my punishment shall be also the sight of my tomb. Right, I will die here, and you shall see whether an accusing phantom be not even more terrible than the living enemy who menaces. But you shall have no weapon. There is one which despair has placed within the reach of every creature who has courage to make use of it. I will die of hunger. Come, said the wretch, is not peace of more value than such a war? I give you your liberty this instant. I will proclaim your virtue. I will call you the Lucretia of England. And I will proclaim you the Sextus. I will denounce you before men, as I have already denounced you before God. And if it should be necessary that, like Lucretia, I should attest the accusation with my blood, I will attest it. Ah, said my enemy in a tone of mockery. Then it is quite another thing. Faith, after all, you are very well off here. You shall want for nothing, and if you allow yourself to die of hunger, it will be your own fault. At these words he left the room. I heard the door open and shut, and remained overwhelmed. Not so much, I confess, with grief, as with the shame of having failed in my revenge. He kept his word. The next day and the night passed without my seeing him, but I kept mine also, and neither ate nor drank anything. I was resolved, as I had told him, to let myself die of hunger. I spent the day and night in prayer, for I hoped that God would forgive my self-murder. On the second night the door was opened. I was lying on the floor, for my strength began to fail me. At the noise I raised myself upon my hand. "Well," said a voice, which vibrated on my ear too terribly to be mistaken. "Well, have you become a little more compliant, and will you purchase liberty by a mere promise of silence? Come, I am a good noble," added he, "and although I do not love the Puritans, I do them justice as well as to their women, when they are pretty. Come, give me a little oath upon the cross. I ask for nothing more." "On the cross!" I exclaimed, raising myself up, for at that detested word I had recovered all my strength. "Upon the cross I swear that no promise, no threat, no torture shall close my lips. Upon the cross I swear to denounce you everywhere as a murderer, as a violator of honor, as a coward. On the cross I swear, if ever I accomplish my escape, to demand vengeance against you from the whole human race." "Take care," said the voice in a tone of menace that I had not yet heard. "I have one expedient, which I will only employ at the last extremity to stop your mouth, or at least to prevent anyone from believing a syllable of what you say." I rallied all my strength to answer by a laugh of scorn. He saw that from this time it was war to the death between us. "Listen," said he, "I yet give you the remainder of this night and tomorrow. Reflect. Promise to be silent, and wealth, consideration, honors even, shall surround you. Threaten to speak, and I condemn you to infamy." "You," I exclaimed, "you!" "To eternal, ineffaceable infamy." "You," I repeated. "Oh, I assure you, Felton, I believed that he was mad." "Yes, he replied. "Ah, leave me," I cried, "leave me, if you do not wish me to dash out my brains against the wall before your very eyes." "Well," said he, "you demand it. I therefore leave you till tomorrow evening." "Till tomorrow evening," I replied, sinking on the floor and biting the carpet in my rage. Felton supported himself with a chair, and her ladyship saw with demoniacal joy that the fortitude of the young officer would probably give way before the end of her recital. 57. An event in classical tragedy. After a moment's silence, which her ladyship employed in observing the young officer who was listening to her, she continued her recital. "For nearly 3 days I had neither eaten nor drunk," said she, "and I was suffering dreadful tortures. Sometimes a feeling as of passing clouds, which pressed upon my brow and dimmed my sight, came over me. It was delirium. The evening arrived. I was so weak that I fainted constantly, and each time that I fainted I thanked God, for I believed that I was dying. During one of these fainting fits, I heard the door open, and terror recalled me to myself. My persecutor entered, followed by a man in a mask. He was himself also masked, but I recognized his step, his voice, and that commanding air which hell has given to his person for the misfortune of mankind. "Well," said he, "have you determined to take the oath which I require of you? You have yourself said that the Puritans are faithful to their word, and you have already heard my resolution. It is to appeal against you here on earth to the tribunal of men, and in heaven to the tribunal of God. So, you persist? Yes, I swear it before that God who hears me. I will call the whole world to witness to your crime, and will never cease until I have found an avenger." "You are an abandoned woman," said he, in a voice of thunder, "and you shall suffer the punishment of prostitutes. Tainted as you are in the eyes of that world which you invoke, try to prove to it that you are neither guilty nor insane." Then, addressing the man who accompanied him, "Executioner," said he, "do your duty." "Oh, his name, his name!" cried Felton, in a new burst of rage. "Tell me his name!" Then, in spite of my cries, in spite of my resistance, for I began to understand that something worse than death was meditated against me, the executioner seized me, threw me on the floor, and bound me so as to wound and bruise me by his violence, and then, whilst I was suffocated by my sobs, almost senseless, and calling aloud on that God who would not listen to my cries, I uttered suddenly a fearful shriek of agony and shame. A burning instrument, a red-hot iron, the brand of the executioner, had been stamped upon my shoulder. Felton groaned. "Look," said her ladyship, rising with all the majesty of a queen. "Look, Felton, how a new kind of martyrdom has been invented for a pure young girl, the victim of a monster's brutal crime. Learn to know the hearts of men, and henceforth be more reluctant to become the instrument of their unjust revenge." Her ladyship, with a rapid motion, tore open her robe, tore away the cambric which covered her shoulder, and, crimsoned by pretended rage and simulated shame, exposed to the young man the ineffaceable mark which dishonoured that beautiful shoulder. "But," exclaimed Felton, "it is a fleur-de-lis that I see." "And in that consists the greater infamy," replied her ladyship. "The brand of England would have made it necessary for him to prove from what court the sentence had been issued, and I should have made a public appeal to all the tribunals of the realm. But the brand of France, oh, by that I was indeed branded." It was more than Felton could endure. Pale, motionless, petrified by this frightful revelation, dazzled by the superhuman loveliness of that woman, who unveiled herself before him with an immodesty which appeared to him sublime, he fell upon his knees before her, as did the first Christians before those pure and holy martyrs whom the persecution of the emperors delivered in the circus to the sanguinary violators of the mob. The mark of infamy disappeared. The beauty alone remained. "Forgive me! Forgive me!" exclaimed Felton. "Oh, forgive me!" Her ladyship read in his eyes love, love. "Forgive you? For what?" she inquired. "Forgive me for uniting myself with your oppressors." Her ladyship held out her hand. "So beautiful, so young!" exclaimed Felton, covering that hand with kisses. Her ladyship cast upon him one of those glances which convert the slave into a monarch. Felton, Puritan as he was, relinquished her hand to kiss her feet. He had before violently loved. He now adored her. When this crisis had passed over, when her ladyship appeared to have resumed the calmness she had never really lost, "Ah," said he, "I have now only one thing more to ask of you. It is the name of your true executioner. For in my opinion there was only one. The other was an instrument, nothing more." "Brother," exclaimed her ladyship, "can it be necessary for me now to tell his name? Have you not already guessed it?" "What?" resumed Felton. "Him? Again him? What, the true criminal?" "The true criminal," said her ladyship, "is the plunderer of England, the persecutor of all true believers, the cowardly destroyer of woman's honour. He who, for a caprice of his polluted heart, is about to shed so much of England's blood, who protects the Protestants today, and tomorrow will betray them." "Buckingham! It is indeed Buckingham, then!" exclaimed the exasperated Felton. Her ladyship hid her face in her hands, as if she was unable to endure the shame which that name recalled. Buckingham, the violator of this angelic creature!" exclaimed Felton. "And thou, O God, hast not smitten him? Thou hast left him noble, honoured, powerful, for the destruction of us all. God abandons him who ceases to be constant to himself," said her ladyship. "But surely he must wish to draw down upon himself the chastisement reserved for the accursed," continued Felton, with increasing excitement. "Surely he must wish that human vengeance should anticipate the chastisement of heaven. Yet men fear and spare him." "Oh," exclaimed Felton, "I fear him not, neither will I spare him." Her ladyship felt her heart bathed in a flood of infernal joy. "But how," continued Felton, "does Lord de Winter, my protector, my father, come to be concerned in this?" "Listen, Felton," replied her ladyship. "By the side of the cowardly and contemptible, there are always men of noble, generous natures. I was betrothed to a man whom I loved and who loved me. A heart like yours, Felton, a man like you. I went to him and told him what had taken place. He knew the Duke well, and did not entertain a moment's doubt. He was a nobleman, a man equal in every respect to Buckingham. He spoke not, but he girded on his sword, wrapped his cloak around him, and proceeded to the palace of the Duke. Yes, yes, said Felton, I understand. Yet with such men it is not the sword that should be used, but the dagger. Buckingham had departed on the previous evening, on an embassy to the court of Spain, where he went to demand the hand of the Infanta for King Charles I, then Prince of Wales. My lover returned. Listen, said he, this man is gone, and consequently for the present he escapes my vengeance. But in the meantime, let us be united as we ought to be, and then depend on Lord de Winter to support his own honour and the honour of his wife. Lord de Winter? Exclaimed Felton. Yes, said her ladyship, Lord de Winter. And now you understand it all, do you not? Buckingham remained absent nearly a year. 8 days before his return, Lord de Winter died suddenly, leaving me his sole heiress. Whence came this blow? God, who sees everything, doubtless knows. As for me, I accuse nobody. Oh, what an abyss! What an abyss! Exclaimed Felton. Lord de Winter had died without confiding in his brother. The terrible secret was to have been concealed from everyone until it burst like thunder on the head of the guilty duke. Your protector had seen with pain this marriage of his brother with a young and dowerless girl, and I perceived that I could expect no assistance from a man who was disappointed in his hopes of an inheritance. I went to France, resolved to remain there for the remainder of my life, but my whole fortune was in England, and all communications being stopped by the war, I was in want of everything, and was in fact compelled to return. 6 days ago I arrived at Portsmouth. Well, said Felton. Well, Buckingham had unquestionably been apprised of my return, and announced it to Lord de Winter, who was already prejudiced against me, and at the same time he persuaded him that his sister-in-law was a dissolute and branded woman. The pure and noble voice of my husband was no longer there to defend me. Lord de Winter no doubt believed all that he heard, and the more readily because it was to his interest to believe it. Hence he caused me to be arrested, conveyed here, and placed under your charge. You know the sequel. The day after tomorrow he sends me forth amongst the infamous. Oh, the woof is well woven, the plot is skilfully planned, and my honour will perish in it. You see, Felton, that I must die. Felton, give me the knife. At these words, as if all her strength was exhausted, her ladyship sank, weak and languishing, into the arms of the young officer. No, no, said he. No, you shall live, honoured and pure. You shall live to triumph over your enemies. Her ladyship gently forced him back with her hand, whilst she attracted him by her look. Oh, death, death, said she, lowering her eyelids and her voice. Death rather than disgrace, Felton. My brother, my friend, I implore you. No, exclaimed Felton. No, you shall live, and you shall be avenged. Felton, I bring misfortune upon everything that surrounds me. Felton, desert me. Let me die. Well, then, let us die together, exclaimed he. Several knocks sounded on the door. "Listen," said she. "We have been overheard. They come, and it is all over. We are undone."
"No," said Felton. "It is the sentinel who merely lets me know that the guard is about to be changed."
"Hasten then to the door and open it yourself."
Felton obeyed her. This woman already wholly engrossed his thoughts. She was already mistress of all his soul. On opening the door, he found himself confronted by a sergeant who commanded a patrol of the guard. "Well, what is the matter?" demanded the young lieutenant. "You told me," replied the sentinel, "to open the door if I heard you call for help, but you forgot to leave me the key. I heard you cry out without knowing what you said. I tried to open the door, but it was fastened inside, and therefore I called the sergeant. And here I am," said the sergeant. Felton, wandering, wild, verging upon madness, remained speechless. Her ladyship saw at once that she must relieve him from this embarrassment. She ran to the table and seized the knife which he had placed there. "And by what right would you prevent my death?" said she. "Great God!" exclaimed Felton, as he saw the knife glittering in her hand. At this moment a burst of ironical laughter resounded down the corridor. The Baron, attracted by the noise, stood in his dressing gown and with his sword under his arm upon the threshold of the door. "Ah, said he, "here we are at the last act of the tragedy. You see, Felton, the drama has presented all the phases that I indicated. But don't concern yourself, no blood will be spilled." Her ladyship felt that she was ruined unless she gave to Felton an immediate and terrible proof of her courage. "You deceive yourself, my lord. Blood will be spilled, and may that blood return on those who cause it to flow." Felton uttered a cry and rushed towards her, but he was too late. She had dealt the blow. The knife had, however, fortunately, we ought to say skilfully, encountered the steel busk, by which, as by a cuirass, the chests of women were at that period defended, and, glancing aside, had torn the robe and penetrated diagonally between the flesh and the ribs. The lady's dress was, nevertheless, instantaneously stained with blood, and she fell back, apparently insensible. Felton snatched away the knife. "See, my lord," said he, with a gloomy look, "this woman who was under my guard has slain herself." "Make yourself easy, Felton," replied Lord de Winter. "She is not dead. Demons do not die so simply. Make yourself easy and go and wait for me in my apartment." "But, my lord, go, I command you." This order from his superior Felton obeyed, but as he went out, he placed the knife in his bosom. As for Lord de Winter, he contented himself with summoning the woman who waited upon her ladyship, and when she came, having recommended the prisoner, who was still insensible, to her care, he left them together. Nevertheless, as the wound might, after all, in spite of his suspicions, be really serious, he immediately dispatched a man on horseback for a surgeon. 58. The Escape. As Lord de Winter had suspected, her ladyship was not very dangerously wounded. As soon, therefore, as she found herself alone with the attendant whom the Baron had summoned, and who hastened to undress her, she opened her eyes. It was, however, necessary to counterfeit weakness and pain, and to an actress like her ladyship this was no difficult matter. So completely, indeed, was the poor woman the dupe of her prisoner, that against her entreaties she persisted in watching over her throughout the night. But the presence of this woman was no impediment to her ladyship's thoughts. There could be no longer any doubt that Felton was converted, that Felton was hers, and that had an angel appeared to the young man to accuse her, he would certainly have taken him in his present state of mind for an envoy of the evil one. Her ladyship smiled at this idea, for Felton was henceforth her only hope, her sole means of safety. Yet Lord de Winter might have suspected him, and Felton might now perhaps himself be watched. About 4 o'clock in the morning the surgeon arrived, but her ladyship's wound had already closed. He therefore could determine neither its direction nor its depth, but from the pulse of his patient he concluded that the case was not very serious. In the morning, under the pretence that she had not slept during the night, and had need of repose, her ladyship dismissed the woman who had watched beside her bed. She entertained a hope that Felton would visit her at breakfast-time. But Felton came not. Had her secret fears then been realized? Had Felton become suspected by the Baron, and would he fail her now at the decisive moment? She had only one day remaining. Lord de Winter had fixed her embarkation for the 23rd, and this was the morning of the 22nd. Nevertheless, she still waited in tolerable patience till the hour of dinner. Although she had eaten nothing in the morning, her dinner was brought to her at the usual time, and her ladyship then perceived with alarm that the uniform of the soldiers who guarded her was different. She hazarded a question as to what had become of Felton. The answer was that Felton had departed on horseback an hour before. She inquired whether the Baron was still at the castle, and the soldier replied that he was, and had ordered him to let him know if the prisoner should express a wish to speak to him. Her ladyship said she was too weak at present, and that her only wish was to remain alone. The soldier then quitted the room, leaving the dinner served on the table. Felton then had been sent away, and the marines who guarded her were changed. It was obvious, therefore, that Felton was suspected. This was the last blow inflicted on the prisoner. As soon as she was left alone, her ladyship arose. That bed, to which she had confined herself in order that it might be thought her wound was serious, scorched her like a glowing furnace. She cast a glance at the door. A board had been nailed over the wicket. The Baron no doubt feared that she might, through this opening, still find some diabolical means of seducing her guards. Her ladyship smiled with joy. She could now give way to her emotions without observation. She roamed about her chamber with all the violence of a raving lunatic or a tigress imprisoned in her iron cage. Had the knife still been there, she would certainly have resolved to kill not herself, but the Baron. At 6 o'clock Lord de Winter entered. He was armed to the very teeth. This man, in whom her ladyship had hitherto seen only an elegant and polished gentleman, had now become an inexorable jailer. He seemed to expect everything, to conjecture everything, to anticipate everything. A single glance at her ladyship told him what was passing in her soul. "So," said he, "you will not kill me today, for you are without a weapon, and, moreover, I am on my guard. You had begun to corrupt my poor Felton. He has already felt your infernal influence, but I wish to save him, and you shall see him no more. It is all ended now. You may pack your clothes, for tomorrow you will set out. I had fixed the embarkation for the 24th, but I have reflected that the sooner it takes place, the surer it will be. By 12 o'clock tomorrow I shall receive the order for your banishment, signed by Buckingham. If you say one single word to anyone whatever before you are on board the vessel, my sergeant will blow out your brains. He has received his orders to do so. If, when on board, you speak to anyone without the captain's permission, the captain will have you cast into the sea. This is all determined on. And now, farewell till our next meeting. I have nothing more to say to you today. I shall see you again tomorrow, to take leave of you." At these words, the Baron left the room. Her ladyship had listened to this threatening tirade with a smile of scorn upon her lips, but with fury in her heart. The supper was brought in. Her ladyship felt that she needed strength, for she knew not what might be the events of that night, which was now approaching in gloom. Huge clouds were already careering in the skies, and distant flashes announced a tempest. About 10 o'clock the storm burst forth, and her ladyship found some consolation in seeing nature partake of the commotion in her own breast. The thunder bellowed in the air like the angry passions in her soul, and it seemed to her as if the passing gusts disturbed her brow, as they did the trees of which they bent down the branches and swept off the leaves. She howled like the tempest, but her voice was unheard amidst the vast voice of nature, which also appeared to be herself groaning in despair. From time to time she looked at a ring which she wore upon her finger. The bezel of this ring contained a subtle and violent poison. This was her last resource. Suddenly she heard something strike the window, and by the light of the gleaming flash she saw the countenance of a man appear behind its bars. She ran to the window and opened it. "Felton!" she exclaimed. "I am saved!" "Yes," said Felton, "but silence, silence! I must have time to file your bars. Only be careful that we are not perceived through the wicket." "Oh, it is a token that the Lord is on our side, Felton," replied her ladyship. "They have closed up the wicket with a board." "Good," said Felton. "Our God has deprived them of their senses." "But what must I do?" inquired her ladyship. "Nothing, nothing. Only shut your window. Go to bed, or at least lie down with your clothes on, and, when I have finished, I will tap upon the glass.
But will you be able to accompany me? Oh, yes, but your wound. It pains me, but does not prevent me walking. Be ready, then, at the first signal. Her ladyship closed the window, put out her lamp as Felton had advised, and threw herself upon the bed. Amidst the raging of the storm, she heard the grating of the file against the bars, and by the light of every flash she beheld the form of Felton behind the glass. She passed an hour in almost breathless suspense. Icy drops stood upon her brow, and at every sound that issued from the corridor, her heart was convulsed with frightful agony. There are hours which seem prolonged into years. At the expiration of this time, Felton again tapped. Her ladyship bounded from her bed and opened the window. The removal of 2 bars had formed an opening large enough to admit a man. "Are you ready?" demanded Felton. "Yes. Must I carry anything away with me?" "Money, if you have any." "Fortunately, they have left me what I had." "So much the better, for I have used all mine in chartering a vessel." "Here," said her ladyship, placing in Felton's hand a bag of gold. Felton took the bag and threw it to the foot of the wall. "Now," said he, "will you come?" "Here I am." Her ladyship mounted on a chair and passed the upper part of her body through the window. She saw the young officer suspended over the abyss by a ladder of ropes. For the first time, a sentiment of fear reminded her that she was a woman. The void terrified her. "I was afraid you would be terrified," said Felton. "It is nothing. It is nothing," exclaimed her ladyship. "I will descend with my eyes shut." "Have you confidence in me?" said Felton. "Need you ask me?" "Then put your 2 hands together and cross them." "That's right." Felton fastened the 2 wrists with his handkerchief, and then bound a cord above the handkerchief. "What are you doing?" demanded her ladyship in surprise. "Place your arms round my neck, and do not be afraid." "But I shall make you lose your balance, and we shall both be dashed to pieces." "Do not alarm yourself. I am a sailor." There was not a moment to be lost. Her ladyship passed her arms around Felton's neck, and allowed herself to glide through the window. Felton began to descend the ladder slowly, step by step. In spite of the weight of the 2 bodies, the blast of the hurricane swung them in the air. Suddenly Felton paused. "What is the matter?" demanded her ladyship. "Silence," said Felton. "I hear footsteps." "We are discovered." There was silence for a few moments. "No," said Felton. "It is nothing." "But what is that noise?" "It is the patrol, who are about to pass on their round." "And which way did they go?" "Immediately beneath us." "Then we shall be discovered." "No, if there should be no lightning." "They will strike against the bottom of the ladder." "Fortunately, it is too short by 6 feet." "There they are! My God!" "Silence!" They both remained suspended, motionless, and scarcely even venturing to breathe, at a height of 20 feet in the air, whilst the soldiers passed beneath them, laughing and talking. It was a fearful moment for the fugitives. The patrol passed by. They heard the sound of their retreating steps and the murmur of their voices, which became gradually weaker in the distance. "Now," said Felton, "we are saved." Her ladyship breathed a sigh and fainted. Felton continued to descend. Having reached the bottom of the ladder, and finding no further support for his feet, he now descended by his hands, until he clung to the last step, when, suspending himself by the strength of his wrists, he found that his feet touched the ground. He picked up the bag of gold, which he took between his teeth, and raising her ladyship in his arms, retreated rapidly in a direction opposite to that which the patrol had taken. Leaving the circuit of the guard, he plunged down amidst the rocks, and when he had reached the seashore, he whistled. His signal was replied to in a similar manner, and in 5 minutes afterwards a boat appeared, manned by 4 men. The boat approached the shore, but there was too great a depth of water for it to be grounded. Felton waded into the sea up to his waist, not wishing to entrust his precious burden to any other hands. Fortunately, the tempest was beginning to abate, although the sea was still violent. The little boat bounded on the waves like a nutshell. "To the sloop," said Felton, "and pull quickly." The 4 men bent themselves to their work, but the sea was too heavy for their oars to make much way. Nevertheless, they began to leave the castle behind them, and that was the principal point. The night was profoundly dark, and it was already almost impossible for them to perceive the shore, much less could anyone upon the shore be able to perceive their boat. A black speck was rocking on the sea. It was the sloop. Whilst the boat was advancing towards it with all the force of its 4 rowers,
Felton unbound the cord and the handkerchief which confined her ladyship's hands. Then, when these were once more at liberty, he took some sea-water and sprinkled it upon her face. Her ladyship heaved a sigh and opened her eyes.
"Where am I?"
said she. "Saved," replied the young officer.
"Oh, saved! Saved!" exclaimed she. "Yes, I see the heavens and the ocean. This air which I breathe is that of liberty. Oh, thanks, Felton, thanks."
The young man pressed her to his heart.
"But what is the matter with my hands?" asked her ladyship. "My wrists feel as though they have been crushed in a vice."
She lifted up her arms. Her wrists were indeed horribly lacerated. "Alas," said Felton, looking at those beautiful hands with a melancholy shake of the head.
"Oh, it is nothing, it is nothing," exclaimed her ladyship. "I remember now."
Her ladyship looked around her for something. "It is there," said Felton, pointing to the bag of gold. They neared the sloop. The seaman on watch hailed the boat, from which an answer was returned.
"What vessel is this?"
demanded her ladyship. "That which I have chartered for you."
"And whither will it take me?"
"Wheresoever you please, after you have landed me at Portsmouth."
"What have you to do at Portsmouth?"
demanded her ladyship. "To execute the orders of Lord de Winter," said Felton, with a gloomy smile.
"What orders?"
inquired her ladyship. "Do you not understand, then?" replied Felton.
"No. Explain yourself, I beg of you."
"As he distrusted me, he determined to guard you himself, and has sent me in his stead to procure Buckingham's signature to the order for your transportation."
"But if he suspected you, how came he to entrust you with this order?"
"He supposed me ignorant of its purport, as he had told me nothing respecting it. I had, however, received my information from you."
"True. And you are going to Portsmouth?"
"I have no time to lose. Tomorrow is the 23rd, and Buckingham departs on that date with the fleet."
"Departs tomorrow? Where is he going?"
"To La Rochelle."
"He must not go,"
exclaimed her ladyship, forgetting her habitual presence of mind. "Make yourself easy," answered Felton. "He will not go." Her ladyship trembled with delight. She had just penetrated the most secret depths of the young man's heart, and had there seen the death of Buckingham ineffaceably registered.
"Felton," whispered she, "you are as great as Judas Maccabeus. Should you die, I shall die with you. I can say no more."
"Hush," said Felton. "We have reached the vessel." They were, in fact, beside the sloop. Felton ascended the ladder and gave his hand to her ladyship, whilst the sailors supported her, for the sea was still agitated. In a moment afterwards, they were upon the deck. "Captain," said Felton, "here is the lady of whom I spoke to you. You must take her, safe and sound, to France."
"For 1,000 pistoles?"
replied the captain. "I have already paid you 500 of them."
"Right,"
said the captain. "And here are the other 500, added her ladyship, putting her hand to the bag of gold.
"No," said the captain. "I have but one word, and that I gave to this young man. The other 500 pistoles are not my due until we make Boulogne."
"And shall we make it?"
"Safe and sound," replied the captain, "as sure as my name is Jack Butler."
"Well," said her ladyship, "if you keep your word, instead of 500, I will give you 1,000 pistoles."
"Hurrah for you then, my pretty lady!" exclaimed the captain, "and may fortune often send me such passengers as your ladyship."
"In the meantime," said Felton, "run into Chichester Bay, just by Portsmouth. You remember that it was agreed you should take us there first?" The captain replied by issuing orders for the necessary evolutions, and towards 7 o'clock in the morning, the little vessel hove to in the appointed bay. During this passage, Felton related everything to her ladyship. How, instead of going to London, he had chartered this little vessel, how he had returned, how he had scaled the wall by placing in the interstices of the stones, as he ascended, cramp irons to support his feet, and how at last, having reached the bars of her window, he had secured the ladder to them. Her ladyship was well aware of the remainder. On her side, her ladyship endeavoured to encourage Felton in his design, but at the first words she uttered, she clearly perceived that it was necessary rather to moderate than to excite the young fanatic. It was agreed that her ladyship should wait for Felton until 10 o'clock, and if he should not have returned by that hour, she was to set sail. In the latter case, and supposing him to be afterwards at liberty, he was to rejoin her in France, at the Carmelite convent of Bethune. 59. What happened at Portsmouth on the 23rd of August, 1628? Felton took leave of her ladyship, just as a brother who is going out for a mere walk takes leave of his sister by kissing her hand. His whole manners and appearance indicated a state of ordinary tranquillity, except that a strange gleam, like the brilliancy of fever, beamed from his eyes. His forehead was even more calm than usual. His teeth were firmly closed, and his speech had a short and abrupt tone, which seemed to denote that his thoughts were intent upon some gloomy purpose. As long as he remained in the boat which took him ashore, he had kept his face turned towards her ladyship, who, standing on the deck, followed him with her eyes. Neither of them now entertained much fear of being pursued. Her ladyship's apartment was never entered before 9 o'clock in the morning, and it took some hours to travel from the castle to London. Felton set his foot on shore, climbed the rising ground which led to the top of the cliff, saluted her ladyship for the last time, and took his way towards the town. After 100 steps, as the path descended as it proceeded, he could no longer see more than the mast of the vessel. He hastened as fast as possible in the direction of Portsmouth, which, through the morning mist, he could discern in the distance. Beyond the town, the sea was covered with innumerable ships, whose masts, like a forest of poplars stripped of their leaves by winter, were bending before the breath of the wind. During this rapid walk, Felton resolved in his mind all the accusations, whether true or false, with which 10 years of ascetic meditation and a long intercourse with the Puritans had furnished him against the royal favourite. When he compared the public crimes of this minister, crimes which were notorious and, in a manner, European, with those private and unknown vices of which her ladyship had accused him, Felton found that the most culpable of the two beings whom Buckingham united in himself was the one whose life was hidden from the world. His own love, so singular and fresh and ardent, made him see the infamous and imaginary accusations of her ladyship as one sees through a microscope the form of frightful monsters, atoms of insects, otherwise imperceptible. The rapidity of his progress also inflamed his blood. The idea that he left behind him, exposed to a dreadful vengeance, the woman whom he loved, or rather adored as a saint, his past emotions and his present fatigue, all tended to excite and elevate his soul above the feelings of humanity. On entering Portsmouth, he found the whole population astir. The drums were beating in the streets and in the harbour, and the troops about to be embarked were descending towards the sea. Felton arrived at the Admiralty House, covered with dust and wet with perspiration. His usually pale face was purple with heat and anger. The sentinel wished to stop him, but Felton called for the officer on guard, and drew from his pocket the letter which he carried. "An express from Lord de Winter," said he. At the name of Lord de Winter, who was known to be one of Buckingham's most intimate friends, the officer gave an order for the admission of Felton, who, moreover, wore the uniform of a naval officer himself. Felton rushed into the house, but the moment he reached the hall, another man also entered, covered with dust and out of breath, having left at the door a post-horse, which, on reaching it, had fallen on its knees. Both individuals addressed Patrick, the Duke's confidential valet, at the same moment. Felton named the Baron de Winter. The stranger refused to mention any name, and declared that he could make himself known to no one but the Duke. Both insisted on being allowed priority of admission. Patrick, who knew that Lord de Winter was connected, both by profession and friendship, with his Grace, gave the preference to him who came in his name. The other was obliged to wait, and it was easy enough to see how heartily he cursed the delay. The valet conducted Felton through a large room, in which were waiting the deputies from La Rochelle, headed by the Prince de Soubise, and introduced him into a cabinet where Buckingham, having just left the bath, was finishing his toilet, to which, now as ever, he accorded extreme attention. "Lieutenant Felton," said Patrick, "from Lord de Winter." "From Lord de Winter?" repeated Buckingham. "Show him in." Felton entered. At this moment Buckingham threw upon a sofa a rich dressing-gown brocaded with gold, and put on a doublet of blue velvet, entirely embroidered with pearls. "Why did the Baron not come himself?" demanded Buckingham. "I expected him this morning." "He desired me to inform your Grace," replied Felton, "that he very much regretted not having that honour,
but that he was prevented by the watch which he is obliged to keep at the castle."
"Oh, yes," said Buckingham. "I know about that. He has a lady prisoner there."
"It is, in fact, about that prisoner that I wish to speak to your grace," replied Felton.
"Well, proceed."
"What I have to say to you, my lord, must be heard by yourself alone."
"Leave us, Patrick," said Buckingham, "but keep within earshot. I will call you presently."
Patrick left the room.
"We are alone, sir," said Buckingham. "Speak."
"My lord," replied Felton, "the Baron de Winter lately wrote to your grace requesting you to sign an order for the transportation of a young woman named Charlotte Backson."
"Yes, sir. And I replied that he should either bring or send me the order, and I would sign it."
"Here it is, my lord."
"Give it to me," said the Duke.
Taking the paper from Felton's hands, his grace cast a rapid glance over its contents. Then, perceiving it was really that which had been referred to, he laid it on the table, took a pen, and prepared to sign it. "Pardon me, my lord," said Felton, interrupting the Duke, "but is your grace aware that Charlotte Backson is not the real name of this female?"
"Yes, sir, I know that," replied the Duke, dipping his pen into the ink.
"Then your grace is acquainted with her real name?" demanded Felton in an abrupt tone.
"I do know it."
The Duke put the pen to the paper. Felton became pale. "And knowing this real name," resumed Felton, "will your grace still sign the paper?"
"Certainly," said Buckingham, "and rather twice than once."
"I cannot believe," continued Felton, in a voice which became more and more abrupt and reproachful, "that your grace is aware that this refers to Lady de Winter."
"I am perfectly aware of it, although I am astonished that you should be."
"And your grace will sign this order without remorse?"
Buckingham looked haughtily at the speaker. "Do you happen to know, sir," said he, "that you are asking me some strange questions, and that I am very foolish to answer them?"
"Answer them, my lord," said Felton. "Your position is perhaps more serious than you suppose." Buckingham thought that as the young man came from Lord de Winter, he probably spoke in his name. He therefore restrained himself.
"Without any remorse whatever," said he, "and the Baron knows as well as I do that her ladyship is a great criminal, to whom it is almost a favour to reduce her punishment to transportation."
The Duke again put his pen to the paper. "You shall not sign that order, my lord," said Felton, making a step towards the Duke.
"I shall not sign this order?" exclaimed Buckingham. "And why not?"
"Because you will consult your own conscience, and will render justice to the lady."
"It would be bare justice if she was sent to Tyburn," said the Duke. "Her ladyship is an infamous creature."
"My lord, her ladyship is an angel. You know it well, and I demand her liberty."
"Ah," said Buckingham, "are you mad thus to speak to me?"
"Excuse me, my lord. I speak as I am able. I restrain myself. Yet, my lord, think of what you are about to do. Beware lest the cup should overflow."
"What does he mean? God forgive me!" exclaimed Buckingham. "I verily believe he threatens me."
"No, my lord. I implore you still, and I warn you. One drop of water is sufficient to make the full vase overflow. A slight fault is sufficient to draw down vengeance upon the head which has been spared to this day, in spite of so many crimes."
"Mr. Felton," said Buckingham, "you will leave this room and immediately place yourself under arrest."
"And you, my lord, will hear me to the end. You have seduced this young girl. You have violated and polluted her. Repair your crimes towards her. Let her depart freely, and I will exact nothing more of you."
"You will exact nothing more?"
cried Buckingham, looking at Felton with astonishment, and dwelling on each syllable of the words which he had just pronounced. "My lord," continued Felton, becoming more excited as he spoke, "my lord, be careful. The whole of England is wearied by your iniquities. My lord, you have abused the royal power, which you have almost usurped. My lord, you are an abomination to God and man. God will punish you in eternity, and I will punish you now."
"Ah, this is rather too much," exclaimed Buckingham, making a step towards the door.
Felton opposed his progress. "I humbly entreat you," said he, to sign an order for the liberation of Lady de Winter. Reflect that it is the woman whom you have dishonoured." "Leave the room, sir," said Buckingham, "or I will call my servants to eject you." "You will not call them," replied Felton, throwing himself between the Duke and the bell, which was placed upon a stand inlaid with silver. "Take care, my lord, for you are now in God's hands." "In the devil's hands, you mean?" exclaimed Buckingham, elevating his voice so as to attract the attention of those without exactly calling them. "Sign, my lord, sign the liberation of Lady de Winter," said Felton, pushing a paper towards the Duke. "Under compulsion? You are making a fool of yourself. Hello there, Patrick!" "Sign, my lord." "Never." "Never?" "Help!" cried the Duke, at the same time leaping towards his sword. But Felton did not give him time to draw it. The open knife with which her ladyship had wounded herself was concealed under his doublet, and in one bound he was upon the Duke. At that same moment Patrick entered the room, exclaiming, "My lord, a letter from France." "From France?" cried Buckingham, forgetting everything as he imagined from whom that letter came. Felton took advantage of the moment and buried the knife up to its handle in the Duke's side. "Ah, traitor!" exclaimed Buckingham. "Thou hast slain me!" "Murder!" shouted Patrick. Felton cast his eyes around, and seeing the door free, he rushed into the adjoining room, where, as we have said, the deputies from La Rochelle were waiting, passed through it still running, and hurried towards the staircase. But upon the first step he met Lord de Winter, who, on seeing him wild-looking and livid, and with blood upon his hands and face, rushed upon him and exclaimed, "I knew it! I foresaw it! 1 minute too late! Alas! Alas, how unfortunate is my lot!" Felton did not attempt to resist, and Lord de Winter handed him over to the guards, who in the meantime conducted him to a little terrace overlooking the sea. His lordship himself hastened into Buckingham's cabinet. On hearing the Duke's cry and Patrick's shout, the man whom Felton had met in the antechamber rushed into his Grace's room. He found the Duke reclining on a sofa, pressing the wound with his convulsed hand. "Laporte," said the Duke in a dying voice. "Laporte, do you come from her?" "Yes, your Grace," replied the faithful servant of Anne of Austria. "But I fear I come too late." "Hush, Laporte, you might be overheard. Patrick, let no one enter. Oh, I shall not know what she says to me. My God, I am dying." The Duke fainted. Nevertheless, Lord de Winter, the deputies, the chiefs of the expedition, and the officers of Buckingham's household had already forced their way into the room. Cries of despair resounded on every side. The tidings which had filled the house with lamentation and groans soon spread, and became generally known throughout the town, whilst the report of a cannon announced that something new and unexpected had occurred. Lord de Winter tore his hair. "1 minute too late!" exclaimed he. "1 minute too late! Oh, my God, what a misfortune!" He had, in fact, at 7 o'clock in the morning, received information that a rope ladder had been found suspended from one of the windows of the castle, and instantly hastening to her ladyship's chamber, he had found it empty, the window open, and the bars filed through. Remembering then the verbal warning which D'Artagnan had sent to him by his messenger, he had trembled for the Duke, and without a moment's delay he had mounted the first horse available and galloped at full speed to Portsmouth, dismounting in the courtyard, and hastily ascended the staircase where, as we have already said, he encountered Felton on the topmost step. But the Duke was not yet dead. He recovered his senses, again unclosed his eyes, and hope revived in all their hearts. "Gentlemen," said he, "leave me alone with Patrick and Laporte." "Ah, it is you, De Winter. You sent me a strange madman this morning. See what he has done to me." "Oh, my lord," exclaimed the Baron. "Oh, my lord, never shall I forgive myself for it." "And there you would be wrong, De Winter," said Buckingham, giving him his hand. "I know not any man who is worthy to be regretted by another throughout the whole of his life. But leave us, I beseech you." The Baron left the room, sobbing. There remained in the cabinet only the wounded Duke, Laporte, and Patrick. A surgeon had been summoned, but could not be found. "You will live, my lord, you will live," repeated the messenger of Anne of Austria, kneeling before the Duke. "What has she written to me?" said Buckingham feebly, as the blood gushed from him, and he subdued, in order to speak of her he loved, his enormous pains. "What has she written to me? Read me her letter." "Oh, my lord!" exclaimed Laporte. "Well, Laporte, do you not see that I have no time to lose?" Laporte instantly broke the seal, and held the parchment before the Duke's eyes, but Buckingham in vain attempted to decipher the writing. "Read it, then," said he. "Read it. Read quickly, for I can no longer see. Read it, for I shall soon be no longer able to hear, and shall die without knowing what she has written to me." Laporte no longer hesitated. The letter was as follows. "My lord, by all that I have suffered through you, and for you since I have known you, I conjure you, if you have any regard to my repose, to put an end to those vast preparations which you are making against France, and to relinquish a war of which it is openly said, religion is the avowed and your love of me the secret cause. That war may not only bring great calamities on France and England, but even upon yourself, my lord, misfortunes for which I could never be consoled. Be careful of your own life, which is threatened, and which will be dear to me from the moment when I shall no longer be obliged to consider you an enemy. Yours affectionately, Anne." Buckingham roused all his fast-failing energies to listen to this letter, and when it was ended, as if he had experienced a bitter disappointment, "And have you nothing more to tell me?" "No verbal message, Laporte?" demanded he. "Yes, my lord. The Queen charged me to bid you be upon your guard, for she had been warned that you were to be assassinated." "And is that all? Is that all?" resumed Buckingham impatiently. "She charged me also to tell you that she always loved you." "Ah," said Buckingham, "God be praised. My death, then, will not be to her as the death of a stranger." "Patrick," continued the Duke, "bring me the casket which contained the diamond studs." Patrick brought the object he demanded, which Laporte recognized as having belonged to the Queen. "Now, the white satin bag, on which her initials are embroidered in pearls." Patrick again obeyed. "Here, Laporte," said Buckingham. "Here are the only tokens which I have received from her. This silver casket and these 2 letters. You will restore them to Her Majesty. And for a last souvenir," he looked around him for some precious object, "you will add to them—" He still strove to find some gift, but his eyes, dimmed by death, encountered nothing but the knife which had fallen from Felton's hand, with the crimson blood still reeking on its blade. "And you will add to them this knife," said the Duke, pressing Laporte's hand. He was still able to place the satin bag in the casket, and to drop the knife upon it, as he made a sign to Laporte that he could no longer speak. Then, in a last convulsion, against which he was no longer able to contend, he glided from the sofa to the floor. Patrick uttered a loud cry. Buckingham endeavoured to smile once more, but death arrested the thought, which remained engraven on his forehead and lips, like a last farewell of love. At this moment the Duke's surgeon arrived, completely bewildered. He had already been on board the Admiral's ship, whence he had been so hastily summoned. He approached the Duke, took his hand, held it for a moment in his own, and then let it fall again. "It is all in vain," said he. "He is dead." "Dead! Dead!" echoed Patrick. At this cry the whole crowd re-entered the apartment, and there was nothing to be seen but consternation and confusion. As soon as Lord de Winter knew that Buckingham had expired, he ran to Felton, whom the soldiers still guarded on the terrace. "Wretch!" said he to the young man, who, since Buckingham's death, had recovered that tranquillity and coolness which were never more to abandon him. "Wretch! What have you done?" "I have avenged myself," he replied. "Yourself!" cried the Baron. "Say rather that you have been the instrument of that cursed woman. But I swear to you that it shall be her last crime." "I do not know what you mean," replied Felton calmly, "and I am quite ignorant of what woman you are speaking, my lord." I have killed the Duke of Buckingham because he twice refused to make me a captain at your request. I have punished him for his injustice, for no other reason." De Winter looked in his astonishment at the men who were binding Felton, and knew not what to think of such insensibility. One single idea, however, still left a cloud upon Felton's brow. At every step that he heard, the simple Puritan thought he recognized the step and voice of her ladyship, who had come to throw herself into his arms, to accuse herself and to perish with him. Suddenly he started. His glance was fixed upon a point on the sea, which the terrace where he stood completely overlooked. With the eagle eye of a sailor, he had discovered there, where another could only have seen a speck upon the ocean, the sail of a sloop, which was bearing on towards the shores of France. He grew pale, pressed his hand upon his heart, which was bursting, and at once comprehended the whole extent of the treachery. "Grant me one last favour," said he to the Baron. "What is it?" demanded the latter. "What time is it?" The Baron drew out his watch. "It wants 10 minutes to 9, said he. Her ladyship then had anticipated the time of her departure by an hour and a half. As soon as she heard the cannon which announced the fatal event, she had ordered the anchor to be weighed. The boat was now visible under a blue sky at a great distance from the shore. "It was God's will," said Felton, with the resignation of a fatalist, but still unable to tear his eyes from that bark, on board of which he doubtless believed that he could distinguish the fair vision of her for whom he was about to sacrifice his life. De Winter followed his glances, scrutinized his emotions, and comprehended all that had occurred. "Be punished alone, wretch, in the first place," said his lordship to Felton, who allowed himself to be dragged away, with his eyes still turned towards the sea. "But I swear to you, by the memory of my brother whom I so truly loved, that your accomplice is not saved." Felton held down his head without uttering a word. As for De Winter, he hastily descended the stairs and betook himself to the harbour. 60. In France. The first apprehension of the King of England, Charles I, on hearing of the Duke of Buckingham's death, was, lest intelligence so terrible might discourage the Rochellais. Hence he endeavoured, says Richelieu in his memoirs, to conceal it from them as long as possible.
This is the end of disc number 18. Please insert disc number 19. This is disc number 19.
"60. In France. The first apprehension of the King of England, Charles I, on hearing of the Duke of Buckingham's death, was, lest intelligence so terrible might discourage the Rochellais. Hence he endeavoured, says Richelieu in his memoirs, to conceal it from them as long as possible, closing all the ports of his kingdom, and being scrupulously careful that no vessel should leave until after the departure of the army which Buckingham had been preparing, and whose embarkation he now undertook to superintend in person. He even enforced this order with so much strictness as to detain in England the Danish ambassador, who had already taken leave, and the ambassador from Holland, who was to take back into Flushing those Dutch Indiamen whose restitution Charles had procured. But as the king had not thought of issuing this order until 5 hours after the event, 2 ships had already left the port, one bearing, as we know, her ladyship, who, already suspecting what had happened, was confirmed in her belief by seeing the black flag unfolding itself from the mast of the admiral's ship. As for the second vessel, we shall hereafter be told whom it carried and how it got away. During this interval, nothing extraordinary had occurred at the camp before La Rochelle, except that the king, who was, as usual, bored, and perhaps more so at the camp than elsewhere, resolved to go incognito to enjoy the fetes of Saint Louis at Saint-Germain, and requested the cardinal to provide for him an escort of 20 musketeers. The cardinal, who sometimes was wearied by the gloominess of the king, willingly gave this leave of absence to his royal lieutenant, who promised to return by the 12th of September.
When Monsieur de Treville was informed of this journey by his Eminence, he prepared his baggage, and as, without knowing the cause, he was fully aware of the earnest desire, or rather the imperious necessity, that the four friends had for visiting Paris, he marked them out as part of the escort. The four young men received the intelligence a quarter of an hour after Monsieur de Treville, as they were the very first persons to whom he communicated it. And then it was that D'Artagnan fully appreciated the favour which the cardinal had conferred upon him in promoting him to the musketeers, since, but for that circumstance, he would have been compelled to remain at the camp, whilst his companions departed. It will be seen hereafter that his anxiety to return to Paris was occasioned by the danger which Madame Bonacieux was likely to incur from encountering her mortal enemy, Lady de Winter, at the convent of Bethune. Thus, as we have said, Aramis had written immediately to Marie Michon, that seamstress of Tours, who had such exalted acquaintances, that she might solicit from the Queen an order empowering Madame Bonacieux to leave the convent and to take refuge either in Lorraine or Belgium. The answer was not long delayed, for in 8 or 10 days Aramis had received this letter. My dear cousin, I send the order empowering our little servant to withdraw from the convent of Bethune, where you think that the air does not agree with her. My sister sends you this order with great pleasure, for she is much attached to this little girl, whom she hopes to benefit in the end. I embrace you, Marie Michon. To this letter was appended an order in these terms. The superior of the convent of Bethune will deliver into the hands of the bearer of this note the novice who entered her convent under my recommendation and patronage. Anne, at the Louvre, August 10, 1628. It may well be imagined how much this relationship between Aramis and a seamstress at Tours, who called the Queen her sister, enlivened the young men. But Aramis, after having 2 or 3 times blushed up to the whites of his eyes at the coarse jokes of Porthos, had begged his friends not to revert to the subject, declaring that if another word were said about it, he would not again employ his cousin as an agent in affairs of the kind. So nothing more about Marie Michon was said between the 4 musketeers, who had, moreover, obtained what they wanted, the order to withdraw Madame Bonacieux from the convent of Bethune. It is true that this order would be of no great advantage to them, whilst they continued in the camp at La Rochelle, that is to say, at the other extremity of France. D'Artagnan was about to ask leave of absence from Monsieur de Treville, plainly confiding to him how important it was that he should depart, when the intelligence reached him, as well as his 3 companions, that the king was about to proceed to Paris with an escort of 20 musketeers, of which they were to form a part. Great was their joy. Their servants were sent forward with the baggage, and they themselves set out in the morning of the 16th. The cardinal attended the king from Surgères to Meuse, where the king and his minister took leave of each other with great professions of friendship. Nevertheless, the king, although he travelled very fast, since he wished to reach Paris by the 23rd, was so anxious for amusement that he halted from time to hunt the magpie, a pastime for which he had acquired a taste from Delaine, the first husband of Madame de Chevreuse, and for which he had always preserved a great liking. 16 of the 20 musketeers much enjoyed this sport when it occurred, but 4 of them cursed it most heartily. D'Artagnan, more especially, had a perpetual humming in his ears, which Porthos thus explained. A woman of the highest rank assured me that it is a sign that someone is talking about you somewhere. On the night of the 23rd, the escort at length passed through Paris. The king thanked Monsieur de Treville and allowed him to grant 4 days' leave of absence to his men, on condition that not one of the favoured individuals should appear at any public place, under pain of the Bastille. The first 4 leaves were granted, as may be imagined, to our 4 friends, and more than that, Athos persuaded Monsieur de Treville to extend it to 6 days instead of 4, and managed to cram 2 more nights into these 6 days, for they set off on the 24th, at 5 o'clock in the evening, and Monsieur de Treville had the complaisance to post-date the leave to the morning of the 25th. Oh, mon Dieu, said D'Artagnan, who, as we are well aware, never foresaw difficulty. It appears to me that we are making a great disturbance about a very simple matter. In 2 days, by foundering 2 or 3 horses, which I should not care about, since I have plenty of money, I could be at Bethune. I should then deliver the Queen's letter to the abbess, and could bring back the dear treasure which I am seeking.
Not to Lorraine, not to Belgium, but to Paris, where she might be much more securely concealed, particularly whilst the cardinal remains at La Rochelle. Then, when the campaign is once ended, partly from the protection of her cousin and partly from what we have ourselves personally done for her, we shall obtain from the Queen whatever we desire. Remain therefore here. Do not fatigue yourselves uselessly. I and Planchet shall be quite sufficient for so simple an expedition." To this Athos quietly replied, "And we also have got some money. For I have not yet quite drunk the remains of the diamond, and Porthos and Aramis have not quite eaten them up. So we may as well founder 4 horses as one. But remember, D'Artagnan," he added, in a voice so sad that his accent made the young man shudder, "remember that Bethune is a town where the cardinal has made an appointment with a woman who, wherever she goes, brings misfortune with her. If you had only 4 men to deal with, D'Artagnan, I should let you go alone. But you have to deal with this woman. So let all 4 of us go, and God grant that, with our 4 valets, we may be in sufficient number." "You quite terrify me, Athos," exclaimed D'Artagnan. "What, then, do you dread?" "Everything," replied Athos. D'Artagnan looked into the countenances of his companions, which, like that of Athos, bore the impress of profound anxiety, and they continued their journey at the utmost speed of their horses, but without uttering another word. On the evening of the 26th, as they were entering Arras, and just as D'Artagnan had dismounted at the tavern of the Golden Harrow to drink a glass of wine, a cavalier came out of the yard of the change-house, where he had just changed his horse, and proceeded at full gallop on the road to Paris. At the moment that he issued from the great gate into the street, the wind opened the cloak in which he was wrapped, although it was the month of August, and lifted up his hat, which he caught and pushed violently down upon his forehead. D'Artagnan, whose looks were fixed upon this man, turned very pale, and let fall his glass. "What is the matter, sir?" cried Planchet. "Oh, here! Make haste, gentlemen, my master's ill!" The 3 friends hastened in, and found D'Artagnan, who, instead of being ill, was running to his horse. They stopped him on the threshold of the door. "Hullo, where the plague are you going in this manner?" cried Athos. "It is he!" exclaimed D'Artagnan, pale with passion, and with the perspiration in beads on his brow. "It is he! Let me get at him!" "But who do you mean?" demanded Athos. "He! That man!" "What man?" "That cursed man, my evil genius, whom I have always seen when I was threatened with some misfortune. He who accompanied that horrible woman when I met her the first time. He whom I was seeking when I affronted our friend Athos. He whom I saw the very morning of the day when Madame Bonacieux was abducted. The man of Meung, in fact. I saw him. It is he. I recognized him when the wind opened his cloak." "The devil!" said Athos, musing. "To horse, gentlemen, to horse! Let us pursue him! We must catch him!" "My dear fellow," said Aramis, "consider that he is going exactly the opposite road to ours, that he has a fresh horse, whilst our horses are done, and that consequently we should knock up our horses without even a chance of overtaking him." "Hullo, sir!" cried out a stable boy, running after the stranger. "Hullo, sir! Here is the paper which fell out of your hat! Hullo, sir! Hullo!" "My friend," said D'Artagnan, "half a pistole for that paper?" "Faith, sir, with the greatest pleasure. Here it is." The stable boy, delighted with the good day's work he had made of it, returned into the yard of the hotel, and D'Artagnan unfolded the paper. "Well?" inquired his friends, listening. "Only 1 word," said D'Artagnan. "Yes," said Aramis, "but that word is the name of a town." "Armentières," read Porthos. "Armentières? I do not know the place." "And this name of a town is written in her hand," said Athos. Come, let us take great care of this paper," said D'Artagnan. "Perhaps I shall not have thrown away my half-pistole. To horse, my friends, to horse!" The 4 companions went off at a gallop on the road to Bethune. 61. The Carmelite Convent of Bethune. Great criminals are endowed with a kind of predestination, which enables them to surmount every obstacle, and to escape every danger until the moment on which a wearied providence has fixed for the shipwreck of their unhallowed fortunes. Thus was it with her ladyship. She passed between the cruisers of 2 nations and landed at Boulogne without mishap. When she disembarked at Portsmouth, her ladyship had been an Englishwoman, driven from Rochelle by the persecutions of France. When she came on shore at Boulogne, after a voyage of 2 days, she represented herself as a Frenchwoman whom the English annoyed at Portsmouth, on account of the hatred which they entertained for France. Her ladyship had, moreover, the best of passports, beauty, aided by the liberality with which she scattered her pistoles. Freed from the customary formalities by the affable smile and gallant manners of an old governor of the port who kissed her hands, she only remained at Boulogne a sufficient time to put into the post a letter written in these terms: To His Eminence the Lord Cardinal Richelieu, at his camp before La Rochelle. My Lord, your Eminence may be assured that His Grace the Duke of Buckingham will not set out for France. Lady de Blank. Boulogne, August 25th, evening. P.S. According to your Eminence's desire, I am proceeding to the Carmelite convent at Bethune, where I shall await your orders. In fact, her ladyship began her journey on the same night. Darkness overtook her, and she stopped and slept at a tavern on the road. At 5 o'clock the next morning she resumed her journey, and in 3 hours reached Bethune. She inquired her way to the convent of the Carmelites, and immediately entered it. The abbess came to meet her, and when her ladyship showed the cardinal's order, a chamber was immediately prepared for her, and breakfast served. The scenes of the past had all faded from this woman's sight, and, with her eyes fixed upon the future, she only saw the high fortune which was reserved for her by that cardinal whom she had so well served, without his name being at all compromised by the bloody deed. The ever-changing passions which consumed her gave to her life the appearance of the clouds which ascend into the sky, reflecting sometimes the azure tint, sometimes the lurid, and sometimes the blackness of the storm, yet leaving no traces but those of devastation and of death. After breakfast, the abbess came to pay her a visit. There are but few amusements in the cloister, and the good superior was in haste to strike up acquaintance with her new boarder. Her ladyship wished to please the abbess, and this was a very easy task for a woman so truly superior. She endeavoured to be amiable, and became charming, so that her entertainer was seduced by her varied conversation, as well as by the grades which appeared in all her person. The abbess, who was of a noble family, loved more especially that gossip of the court, which so rarely reaches the extremities of the kingdom, and which has especially so much difficulty in passing through the walls of a convent, on whose threshold all worldly sounds should cease. Her ladyship, however, was well versed in all the intrigues of the aristocracy, in whose midst she had constantly lived for 5 or 6 years. She therefore set about amusing the good abbess with an account of all the worldly practices of the French court, mixed up with the excessive devotions of the king. She gave her also the chronicle of scandals concerning those lords and ladies of the court, with whose names the abbess was familiar, and touched lightly on the amours of the Queen and Buckingham, talking herself a great deal that she might thus induce the abbess to talk a little. But the abbess contented herself with listening and smiling without replying. Nevertheless, as her ladyship perceived that these sort of stories amused her greatly, she continued them, only she diverted the conversation to the cardinal. On this point, however, she was slightly embarrassed, as she knew not whether the abbess was royalist or cardinalist. She therefore kept prudently to a middle path. The abbess, on her part, maintained a still more prudent reserve, contenting herself with making a profound inclination of the head as often as the traveller mentioned the cardinal's name. Her ladyship soon began to think that she should find this convent very tiresome. She resolved, therefore, to hazard something in order to know what course to steer. Wishing to ascertain how far the discretion of the abbess would extend, she began to speak unfavourably, at first by hints, and then most circumstantially, of the cardinal, relating the amours of that minister with Madame d'Aiguillon, Marianne de Lorme, and some other women of gallantry. The abbess listened more attentively, gradually became more animated, and smiled. Good, thought her ladyship, she begins to relish my conversation. If she is a cardinalist, she is, at any rate, no very fanatical one. She then dwelt upon the persecution which the cardinal conducted against his enemies. The abbess merely crossed herself without approving or blaming. This confirmed her ladyship in the belief that the good superior was more of a royalist than a cardinalist, so she continued her remarks, becoming more and more severe. "I am very ignorant on all such matters," said the abbess at last, "but remote as we are from the court, secluded as we find ourselves from intercourse with the world, we have most melancholy proofs of the truth of what you have been just relating, and one of our boarders has suffered severely from the vengeance and persecutions of the cardinal." "One of your boarders?" said her ladyship. "Oh, poor creature, how I pity her!" "And you are right, for she is much to be pitied. Imprisonment, threats, ill treatment, all these she has endured. But after all," continued the abbess, "the cardinal had perhaps plausible reasons for acting thus, and although she has the aspect of an angel, we must not always judge of people by their aspects." "Good," said her ladyship to herself. "Who knows? I may perhaps make some discovery here. I am just in the humour for it." She then set herself to communicate to her countenance an expression of most perfect candour. "Alas," said she, "I know that. They tell us that we must not trust physiognomies. But what can we trust to, if not to the most beautiful of the Lord's works? As for me, I shall probably be deceived throughout my whole life, for I always confide in that person whose face inspires me with sympathy." "You would be induced, then, to believe that this young woman was innocent?" said the abbess. "The cardinal does not merely punish crimes," replied her ladyship. "There are certain virtues which he visits more severely than sins." "You will allow me, madam, to express my surprise," said the abbess. "At what?" asked her ladyship, with apparent simplicity. "At the language which you use." "And what do you find astonishing in that language?" demanded her ladyship, with a smile. "You are the cardinal's friend, since he has sent you here, and yet I speak ill of him," replied her ladyship, expressing the abbess's thought. "At least you do not speak much good of him." "It is because I am not his friend, but his victim," said her ladyship, sighing. "And yet that letter by which he has recommended you to me is an order to me to keep myself in a sort of prison, from which he will remove me through some of his satellites. But why did you not escape? Where should I go? Do you believe that there is a spot upon the earth which the cardinal cannot reach, if he pleases to take the trouble to stretch out his hand? If I were a man, it might perchance be possible, but being a woman, what would you have a woman do? This young boarder of yours, has she attempted to escape?" "No, truly, but her case is different. I fancy that she is kept in France by some love affair." "Then," said her ladyship with a sigh, "loving, she is not altogether unhappy." "So," said the abbess, looking with increasing interest at her ladyship, "it is another poor persecuted creature that I see?" "Alas, yes," said her ladyship. The abbess looked at her ladyship for an instant with some inquietude, as if a new thought were just arising in her mind. "You are not an enemy of our most holy faith?" said she, stammering. "I?" cried her ladyship. "I, a Protestant? Oh, no! I call the God who now hears us to witness that I am, indeed, a zealous Catholic." "Then, madam," replied the abbess, smiling, "be of good cheer. The house in which you are shall not be a very severe prison to you, and we will do all we can to soften your captivity. Moreover, you shall see that young woman, who is, no doubt, persecuted on account of some court intrigue. She is so amiable and so gracious that she is sure to please you." "What is her name?" "She has been recommended to me under the name of Kitty, by a person of the highest rank. I have not endeavoured to find out her second name." "Kitty!" exclaimed her ladyship. "Are you quite sure?" "Yes, madam. At least, so she calls herself. Do you suppose you know her?" Her ladyship smiled as the idea suggested itself to her that this female might possibly be her former attendant. With her recollection of the young woman, there was associated a sentiment of anger and a desire for revenge, which somewhat disturbed the serenity of her ladyship's features. But they soon resumed that expression of calmness and benevolence which this woman with 100 faces had for the time adopted. "But when may I see this young lady, for whom I already feel so great a sympathy?" demanded her ladyship. "This evening," replied the abbess, "nay, even today. But as you say you have been travelling for 4 days, and arose this morning at 5 o'clock, you must now be in want of rest. Lie down, therefore, and sleep, and we will awake you at dinner-time." Although her ladyship could have very well dispensed with sleep, supported as she was by the excitement which a new adventure kindled in her heart, so eager after intrigues, she nevertheless accepted the offer of the abbess. During the previous 12 or 14 days, she had experienced so many different emotions that though her iron constitution was still able to endure fatigue, her mind required some repose. She therefore took leave of the abbess, and lay down in peace, comforted by the ideas of vengeance to which the name of Kitty had so naturally led her. She remembered the almost unlimited promise which the cardinal had made to her on condition of the success of her enterprise. She had succeeded, and she might therefore avenge herself on D'Artagnan. One thing alone alarmed her ladyship, and that was the recollection of her husband, the Count de la Fère, whom she had believed to be dead, or at least expatriated, and whom she now found in Athos, the dearest friend of D'Artagnan. But if he was D'Artagnan's friend, he must have assisted him in all those plots, by the aid of which the Queen had thwarted the designs of his Eminence. If he was D'Artagnan's friend, he must be the cardinal's enemy, and she should undoubtedly be able to envelop him in that vengeance, in the folds of which she hoped to stifle the young musketeer. All these hopes formed agreeable thoughts to her ladyship, and, lulled by them, she soon slept. She was awakened by a soft voice which sounded at the foot of her bed. On opening her eyes, she saw the abbess, accompanied by a young woman with fair hair and a delicate complexion, who fixed on her a look full of kindly curiosity. The countenance of this young woman was entirely unknown to her. As they exchanged the usual courtesies, they examined each other with scrupulous attention. Both were very beautiful, yet quite unlike each other in their kinds of beauty, and her ladyship smiled on observing that she had herself much more of a high-bred air and aristocratic manners. It is true that the dress of a novice, which the young woman wore, was not very favourable to success in a competition of the sort. The abbess presented them to one another, and then, as her own duties demanded her attendance in the chapel, she left them alone together. The novice, seeing her ladyship in bed, would have followed the abbess, but her ladyship detained her. "What, madame?" said she. "I have scarcely seen you, and you already wish to deprive me of your company, which I have hoped to enjoy during the time that I may remain here." "No, madame," replied the novice, "but as you are fatigued, I feared that my visit had been badly timed." "Well," said her ladyship, "what should those who sleep desire? A pleasant awakening. That is just what you have given me, so let me enjoy it at my ease." And taking her hand, she drew her to a chair near the bed. "Mon Dieu," said the novice, seating herself, "how unfortunate I am! Here have I been in this house for 6 months, without even the shadow of an amusement. You arrive, your presence would provide me with the most charming company, and now, according to all probability, I shall immediately leave the convent." "What?" said her ladyship. "Are you going away soon?" "At least I hope so," replied the novice, with an expression of joy which she did not in the least attempt to disguise. "I think I heard that you had suffered from the persecutions of the cardinal," said her ladyship. "That is another bond of sympathy between us. What our good mother has told me is true, then, and you are also one of the cardinal's victims?" "Hush!" said her ladyship. "Even here do not let us speak of him. All my misfortunes have arisen from having spoken scarcely more than you have just said, before a woman whom I thought my friend, and who betrayed me. And are you also the victim of treachery?" "No," said the novice, "but of my devotion to a woman whom I loved, for whom I would have died, and for whom I would die now." "And who deserted you in your distress?" "I know she did." "I was unjust enough to believe so, but within the last 2 or 3 days I have had proof to the contrary, and I thank God for it. I should have deeply grieved at the conviction that she had forgotten me. But you, madame, you seem to be free and able to escape, if you should have any inclination to do so." And where could I go, without friends, without money, in a part of France which I do not know, where— "Oh, as to friends," said the novice, "you will find them wherever you please. You look so good, and you are so beautiful." "That is no reason," said her ladyship, softening her smile so as to give to it an angelical expression, "why I should not be forsaken and persecuted." "Listen," said the novice, "you must trust in heaven. There always comes a moment when the good that we have done pleads for us before God's throne. Besides, it is perhaps a piece of good fortune for you that, humble and powerless as I am, you should have met me here. For if I should get away, I have some influential friends, who, having exerted themselves for me, may do the same for you." "Oh, when I say that I was solitary and forsaken," said her ladyship, hoping to make the novice speak more plainly by speaking herself, "it is not that I have not some lofty acquaintances also, but these acquaintances all tremble before the cardinal. The Queen herself does not defend me against this terrible minister, and I have proofs that her Majesty, in spite of her excellent heart, has been more than once obliged to abandon to his Eminence's rage persons who had faithfully served her. Believe me, madam, it may have appeared that the Queen forsook her friends, but we must not believe the appearance. The more they are persecuted, the more she thinks of them, and often at the very moment when they suppose her the least mindful of them, they receive an evidence of her kind remembrance." "Alas," said her ladyship, "I believe it. The Queen is so good." "Oh, you know her, then, this beautiful and noble Queen, since you speak of her thus?" exclaimed the novice enthusiastically. "That is to say," replied her ladyship, rather forced back into her entrenchments, "I have not the honour of knowing her personally, but I do know many of her most intimate friends. I know Monsieur de Putange, I knew Monsieur Dujas in England, and I know Monsieur de Treville." "Monsieur de Treville!" exclaimed the novice. "Do you know Monsieur de Treville?" "Yes, intimately." "The captain of the King's musketeers?" "Yes, the captain of the King's musketeers." "Oh, then you will see presently that we must be acquaintances, almost friends. If you know Monsieur de Treville, you must have been at his house." "Often," said her ladyship, who, having entered on this path, and finding falsehood profitable, determined to pursue it to the end. "At his house you must have seen some of his musketeers." "All of them whom he is in the habit of receiving," replied her ladyship, who began to take a real interest in the conversation. "Name some of those that you know," said the novice, "and you will see that they are amongst my friends." "Why," said her ladyship, somewhat confused, "I know Monsieur de Louvigny, Monsieur de Courtivron, Monsieur de Ferruzac." The novice let her go on, but seeing her pause, said, "Do you not know a gentleman named Athos?" Her ladyship became as pale as the sheets on which she was reclining, and, mistress as she was of her emotions, she could not help uttering a cry as she seized the hand of the novice and fastened her gaze upon her. "Ah, what is the matter with you? Oh, mon Dieu!" said the poor young woman. "Have I said anything to offend you?" "No, but I was struck by the name, for I have been acquainted with this gentleman also, and it seemed strange that I should meet with anyone who knew him well." "Oh, yes, very well, and his friends also, Monsieur Porthos and Monsieur Aramis." "Really? And I know them too," exclaimed her ladyship, who felt a cold shudder penetrating to her heart. "Well, if you are acquainted with them, you ought to know that they are good and brave companions. Why do you not apply to them if you want protection?" "That is to say," stammered her ladyship, "I am not very intimate with any one of them. I know them from having heard them spoken of by one of their friends, Monsieur d'Artagnan." "You know Monsieur d'Artagnan?" exclaimed the novice, in turn seizing her ladyship's hand and devouring her with her looks. Then, remarking the strange expression of her ladyship's countenance, "Pardon me, madame, you know him, but in what character?" "Why," replied her ladyship, in some embarrassment, "in the character of a friend." "You deceive me, madame," said the novice. "You have been his mistress." "It is you who have been that," said her ladyship in turn. "I? said the novice. "Yes, you. I know you now. You are Madame Bonancieux." The young woman drew herself back, overwhelmed with astonishment and terror. "Oh, do not deny it, but pray answer," said her ladyship. "Well, yes, madam, I love him," said the novice. "Are we rivals?" Her ladyship's face was irradiated by a light so wild that under any other circumstances Madame Bonacieux would have fled from her in terror, but she was not entirely absorbed by jealousy. "Come, tell me, madame," said Madame Bonacieux, with an energy of which she would have been thought incapable. "Have you been his mistress?" "Oh, no!" exclaimed her ladyship, in a tone which prohibited any doubt of her honesty. "Never, never!" "I believe you," said Madame Bonacieux. "But why did you cry out so?" "What, do you not understand?" said her ladyship, who had already recovered from her confusion, and had resumed all her presence of mind. "How should I understand? I know nothing." "Do you not understand that Monsieur d'Artagnan, being my friend, made me his confidant?" "Really? Do you not understand that I am acquainted with everything that has taken place? Your abduction from the little house at Saint-Germain, his despair, that of his friends, and their researches ever since that time? Is it strange for me to be astonished on finding myself, without being aware of it, by the side of you of whom we have so often talked together? Of you whom he loves with all the strength of his soul? Of you whom he made me love before I beheld you? Ah, dear Constance, I find you at last! At last I see you!" Her ladyship held out her arms towards Madame Bonacieux, who, convinced by what she had just heard, now saw in this woman, whom she had an instant before regarded as a rival, only a sincere and a devoted friend. "Oh, pardon me," said she, allowing herself to sink upon her ladyship's shoulder. "I love him so much." These two women held each other for an instant thus embraced. Certainly, if her ladyship's strength had been but equal to her hatred, Madame Bonacieux would not have left her arms alive. But not being able to stifle her, she smiled. "Oh, dear little pretty thing," said her ladyship, "how delighted I am to see you. Let me look at you." And as she uttered these words, she did in fact devour her with her looks. "Yes, it is certainly you. Ah, after what he told me of you, I recognize you now. I recognize you perfectly well." The poor young woman could not suspect the horrid cruelty that was raging behind the ramparts of that unruffled brow, or behind those eyes in which she only read the interest of compassion. "Then you know what I have suffered," said Madame Bonacieux, "since he has told you what he himself endured. But to suffer for him is a joy." Her ladyship replied mechanically, "Yes, it is a joy," but she was thinking of something else. "And then," continued Madame Bonacieux, "my punishment draws near its end. Tomorrow, this very evening perhaps, I shall see him once more, and then the past will be forgotten." "This evening? Tomorrow?" exclaimed her ladyship, aroused from her reverie by these words. "What can you mean? Do you expect to hear anything of him?" "I expect him himself." "Himself? D'Artagnan here?" "Yes, himself." "But it is impossible. He is at the siege of La Rochelle with the cardinal. He will not return to Paris until after the town is taken." "You think so? But is there anything impossible to my D'Artagnan, the noble and loyal gentleman?" "Oh, I cannot believe you." "Well, then, read," said this unfortunate young woman in the excess of her pride and joy, showing a letter to her ladyship. "The writing of Madame de Chevreuse," said her ladyship to herself. "Ah, I was quite sure that there were some communications in that quarter." And she eagerly read these lines. "My dear child, be ready. Our friend will soon see you, and he will only come to snatch you from the prison where it was necessary for your own safety to conceal you. So prepare for your departure, and never despair of us. Our brave Gascon has just shown himself as brave and as faithful as ever. Tell him that there is much gratitude to him in a certain quarter for the warning which he gave." "Yes, yes," said her ladyship. "The letter is very precise. And do you know what this warning was?" "No, I only suspect that he must have warned the Queen of some new machination of the Cardinal. Yes, that is it, beyond a doubt, said her ladyship, returning the letter, and letting her head fall pensively on her breast. At that moment the gallop of a horse was heard. "Oh!" exclaimed Madame Bonacieux, rushing to the window. "Can this be he?" Her ladyship remained in her bed, petrified by the surprise. So many unexpected things had suddenly happened to her that, for the first time, her head failed her. He, muttered she, and if it should be? And she continued in bed, with her eyes fixed on vacancy. "Alas, no," said Madame Bonacieux. "It is a man whom I do not know, but he seems to be coming here. Yes, he is riding more slowly. He stops at the gate. He rings." Her ladyship sprang out of the bed. "You are quite sure that it is not he?" "Oh, yes, certain." "Perhaps you do not see him distinctly." "Oh, should I see only the plume in his hat or the skirt of his cloak, I should not fail to recognize him." Her ladyship was dressing all the time. "No matter. The man is coming here, you say?" "Yes, he has come in. It must be either for you or for me." "Oh, mon Dieu, how agitated you are!" "Yes, I confess that I have not your confidence. I dread everything from the Cardinal." "Hush!" said Madame Bonacieux. "Someone is coming." The door opened, and the abbess entered. "Did you come from Boulogne?" demanded she of her ladyship. "Yes, madame," replied the latter, endeavouring to resume her composure. "Who wants me?" "A man who will not give his name, but who comes from the Cardinal." "And who wants to speak to me?" demanded her ladyship. "Who wants to speak with the lady who has just arrived from Boulogne." "Then show him in, madame, I beg of you." "Oh, my God, said Madame Bonacieux. "Can it be any bad news?" "I fear so. I leave you with this stranger, but as soon as he shall have gone, I will return, if you will allow me. Yes, I beseech you to do so." The abbess and Madame Bonacieux left the room. Her ladyship remained alone, with her eyes fixed upon the door. A moment afterwards, the jingling sound of spurs was heard on the stairs. Then the steps came nearer. Then the door was opened, and a man appeared. Her ladyship uttered a cry of joy. This man was the Count de Rochefort, the familiar of his Eminence. 62. Two kinds of demons. "Ah!" exclaimed both Rochefort and her ladyship at the same instant. "It is you!" "Yes, it is I." "And you come from?" demanded her ladyship. "From La Rochelle. And you?" "From England." "And Buckingham?" "Is dead, or dangerously wounded. As I was leaving, without having obtained anything from him, a fanatic had just assassinated him." "Ah," said Rochefort, smiling. "That was a very fortunate chance, which will please his Eminence much. Have you informed him of it?" "I wrote to him from Boulogne. But what brings you here?" "His Eminence, being uneasy, has sent me to look for you." "I only arrived yesterday." "And what have you been doing since?" "I have not been wasting my time." "Oh, I do not doubt you." "Do you know whom I have met with here?" "No." "My dear Countess, it is only you who can perform this sort of miracles." "And well it is that I can, Chevalier," said her ladyship. "For do you know what is about to happen?" "No." "They are coming for her tomorrow, or the next day, with an order from the Queen." "Really? And who do you mean by they?" "D'Artagnan and his friends." "Verily, they will go such a length that we shall be obliged to put them into the Bastille." "And why has it not been done already?" "How can I tell? Because the Cardinal evinces a weakness towards these men which I cannot comprehend." "Really? Well then, tell him this, Rochefort. Tell him that our conversation at the Red Dovecote was overheard by these four men. Tell him that, after his departure, one of them came up and took from me by force the passport he had given me. Tell him that they gave Lord de Winter notice of my voyage to England, that this time again they nearly prevented the success of my undertaking, as they did in the affair of the diamond studs. Tell him that amongst these four men only two are to be feared, D'Artagnan and Athos. Tell him that the third, Aramis, is the lover of Madame de Chevreuse. He must be allowed to live, for his secret is known, and he may be made useful. And as for the fourth, Porthos, he is a fool, a fop, a ninny, not worth giving oneself the smallest trouble about.
But these 4 men ought to be at this moment at the siege of La Rochelle.
I thought so too, but a letter which Madame Bonacieux has received from Madame de Chevreuse, and which she had the imprudence to communicate to me, leads me to believe that these 4 men are now on their way to abduct her.
The devil! What must we do?
What did the cardinal say to you about me?
That I was to take your dispatches, whether verbal or written, and to return by post. When he knows what you have done, he will give you further directions.
I must remain here, then?
Here or in the neighborhood.
You cannot take me with you?
No. The order is explicit. In the environs of the camp you might be recognized, and you can understand that your presence might compromise His Eminence, especially after what has just happened in England. Only tell me beforehand where you will await the cardinal's orders, that I may know where to find you.
Listen, it is very probable that I cannot remain here.
Why?
You forget that my enemies may arrive at any moment.
True, but then this little woman will escape His Eminence.
Bah, said her ladyship, with a smile peculiar to herself. You forget that I am her best friend.
Ah, there is something in that. Then I may tell the cardinal with regard to this woman
that he may make himself easy.
Is that all? Will he know what that means?
He will guess it.
And now let us see, what ought I to do?
You must set off this instant. It appears to me that the news you carry is well worth the trouble of a little haste.
My carriage broke down on entering Lilliers.
Excellent.
What do you mean by excellent?
Why, that I want your carriage.
And how am I to travel, then?
On post-horses.
You talk of it very unconcernedly. 180 leagues.
What do they signify?
Well, it shall be done. What next?
On passing through Lilliers, you will send your carriage to me, with directions to your lackey to attend to my commands.
Very well.
You have, no doubt, some order from the cardinal in your possession?
Yes, I have my full powers.
You will show that to the abbess, and you will tell her that I shall be sent for either today or tomorrow, and that I must accompany the person sent in your name.
Very well.
Do not forget to speak harshly of me when you talk to the abbess.
Why so?
I am one of the cardinal's victims. I must inspire some confidence in that poor little Madame Bonacieux.
Right. And now will you make me a report of all that has occurred?
I have already told you the events, and you have a good memory, so repeat what I have told you. A paper may be lost.
You are right. Only let me know where you are to be found, that I may not have to run about the country in vain.
Ah, there is something in that. Wait.
Do you require a map?
Oh, I know this country well.
You? When did you ever visit it?
I was brought up here.
Indeed?
It is some advantage, you see, to have been brought up somewhere.
You will wait for me, then?
Let me consider a moment. Ah, yes, at Armentières.
And where is Armentières?
It is a little village on the Lys. I shall only have to cross the river, and I shall be in another country.
Capital. But you must remember that you are only to cross the river in case of danger.
That is understood.
And in that case, how shall I discover where you are?
You do not want your servant? Is he one on whom you can depend?
Entirely.
Give him to me. No one knows him. I will leave him at the place I quit, and he will conduct you to me.
And you say that you will wait for me at Armentières?
Yes, at Armentières.
Write the name for me on a slip of paper, lest I should forget it. The name of a village will not compromise anyone, will it?
Ah, who knows? But never mind, said her ladyship, writing the name on a half sheet of paper. I will run the hazard.
Good, said Rochefort, taking from her ladyship's hands the paper, which he folded and stuffed into the lining of his hat. And I shall, besides, do like the children, and, as a safeguard against the loss of the paper, I shall repeat the name all the way I go. Now, is that all?
I think so.
Let us see. Buckingham dead, or grievously wounded. Your conversation with the cardinal, overheard by the musketeers. Lord de Winter warned of your arrival at Portsmouth. D'Artagnan and Athos to the Bastille. Aramis, the lover of Madame de Chevreuse. Porthos, a fool. Madame Bonacieux discovered. To send you the carriage as soon as possible. To put my lackey under your orders. To make you out a victim of the cardinal, that the abbess may have no suspicion. Armentières, on the banks of the Lys. Is that right?
Verily, my dear chevalier, you are a miracle of memory. But by the way, add one thing.
And what is that?
I saw some very pretty woods, which must join the gardens of the convent. Say that I may be allowed to walk in these woods. Who knows? I may perhaps be obliged to escape by some back door.
You think of everything.
And you forget one thing.
What is that?
To ask me whether I want any money.
Exactly. How much will you have?
All the gold you may have about you.
I have nearly 500 pistoles.
I have about as many. With 1,000 pistoles, one may face anything. Empty your pockets.
There.
Excellent. And when do you set off?
In 1 hour. Just time enough to eat a morsel, whilst I send to fetch a post-horse.
Excellent. Adieu, Count.
Adieu, Countess.
My compliments to the cardinal.
My compliments to Satan.
Her ladyship and Rochefort exchanged smiles and separated.
In an hour afterwards, Rochefort set out at full speed, and 5 hours afterwards he passed through Arras. Our readers already know how he was recognized by D'Artagnan, and how that recognition, by exciting the fears of our 4 musketeers, had given a new activity to their journey. 63. A drop of water. Scarcely had Rochefort left before Madame Bonacieux returned. She found her ladyship with a smiling countenance.
"Well," said the young woman, "what you feared has happened. This evening or tomorrow the cardinal will send for you." "How do you know that?" asked her ladyship. "I heard it from the lips of the messenger himself." "Come and sit down by me," said her ladyship. "But first, let me be sure that no one overhears us." "And why all these precautions?" "You will soon know." Her ladyship arose, went to the door, opened it, looked along the corridor, and then came back and seated herself again by the side of Madame Bonacieux. "Then," said she again, "he played his part well." "Who did?" "He who introduced himself to the abbess as the envoy of the cardinal." "Was it then a part that he was playing?" "Yes, my child." "Then that man is not—" "That man," said her ladyship, dropping her voice, "is my brother." "Your brother?" exclaimed Madame Bonacieux. "Nobody but you knows this secret, my child. If you should entrust it to anybody in the world, I should be ruined, and you also, perhaps." "Oh, mon Dieu!" "Listen. This is what has taken place. My brother, who was coming to my aid, to take me away from here, by force if necessary, met the cardinal's emissary, who was on his way to fetch me. He followed me. On arriving at a retired and solitary spot, he drew his sword and commanded the messenger to deliver to him the papers which he carried. The messenger endeavored to defend himself, and my brother slew him." "Oh!" said Madame Bonacieux, shuddering. "There was no alternative, remember. My brother then determined to make use of craft instead of force. He took the papers, presented himself here as the emissary of the cardinal himself, and, in an hour or two, a carriage will come to take me away in his eminence's name." "I understand. It is your brother who will send this carriage." "Of course. But that is not all. That letter which you have received, and which you believe to be from Madame de Chevreuse—" "Well?" "Is a forgery." "What?" "Yes, a forgery. It is a snare, that you may make no resistance when they come to fetch you." "But it is D'Artagnan who will come." "Undeceive yourself. D'Artagnan and his friends are at the siege of La Rochelle." "How do you know that?" "My brother met with some of the cardinal's agents, disguised in the uniform of musketeers. They were to call you out to the gate. You would have believed that you were in the company of friends, and they were to carry you off and convey you to Paris." "Oh, my God! My head fails in the midst of such a chaos of iniquities. I feel that if it lasts long," said Madame Bonacieux, putting her hands to her head, "I shall go mad." Listen, I hear the step of a horse. It is that of my brother who is going away. I must take a last farewell of him. Come."
Her ladyship opened the window, and made a sign to Madame Bonacieux to join her. The young woman joined her, and Rochefort passed by at a gallop.
"Goodbye, brother,"
said her ladyship. The chevalier raised his head, saw the two young women, and, as he went rapidly past, made a friendly farewell salute with his hand.
"That kind George,"
said she, closing the window, with an expression of countenance full of affection and melancholy. She then returned and sat down in her place, as though plunged in reflections of a personal kind.
"Dear lady," said Madame Bonacieux, "pardon me for interrupting you, but what do you advise me to do? You have more experience than I have. Speak, and I will listen." "In the first place," said her ladyship, "I might possibly be deceived, and D'Artagnan and his friends may really be coming to your assistance." "Oh, that would be too fortunate," said Madame Bonacieux, "and I fear that so much happiness is not reserved for me."
"Then, do you see, it would be merely a question of time, a kind of race as to which would arrive first. If it should be your friends who made best haste, why then you would be saved. But if it were the cardinal's satellites, then you would be ruined."
"Oh, yes, yes, ruined without mercy. But what must I do? What must I do?"
"There is one very simple and very natural plan."
"And what is that? Tell me."
"It would be to wait, concealed in the neighborhood, and so to make yourself sure who the men were who came to seek you."
"But where can I wait?"
"Oh, that is not a matter of difficulty. I myself must wait, and conceal myself at a few leagues' distance from here until my brother comes to meet me. Well, then, I will take you with me. We will hide and wait together."
"But I shall not be allowed to leave this place. I am almost regarded as a prisoner here."
"As it is supposed that I leave on account of an order from the cardinal, it will not be believed that you are very anxious to follow me."
"Well?"
"Very well. The carriage being at the door, you will bid me adieu, and you will get upon the steps to embrace me for the last time. My brother's servant, who is coming to fetch me, being forewarned, will give a signal to the postilion, and we shall set off at full gallop."
"But D'Artagnan, if he should come—"
"Shall we not know it?"
"How?"
"Nothing is more easy. We will send this servant of my brother's, in whom I have told you that I have the greatest confidence, back to Bethune, and he shall disguise himself and find a lodging opposite the convent. If it should be the cardinal's emissaries who come, he will not stir. If it should be Monsieur d'Artagnan and his friends, he will lead them to where we are."
"He knows them, then?"
"Certainly. Has he not seen Monsieur d'Artagnan at my house?"
"Oh, yes, yes, you are right. Thus all will go on well. But do not let us go too far away from here.
7 or 8 leagues at the most.
We will keep upon the frontiers, and upon the first alarm quit France." "What must we do in the meantime?"
"Wait."
"But if they should come?"
"My brother's carriage will arrive before them."
"Suppose I should be away from you when it arrives, at dinner or at supper, for example?"
"Tell our good abbess that in order that we may be as little apart as possible, you request her to allow you to take your meals with me."
"Will she permit it?"
"What objection can there be to it? Go down now to her and make your request. I feel my head a little heavy, and so I shall take a turn in the garden."
"And where may I see you again?"
"Here in 1 hour from this time."
"Here in 1 hour? Oh, you are very kind, and I thank you."
"How should I avoid being interested in you? Even if you had not been beautiful and charming, are you not the friend of one of my best friends?"
"Dear D'Artagnan! Oh, how he will thank you!"
"I hope so. Come, it is all arranged. Let us go down."
"You are going to the garden? Proceed along this corridor. A little staircase leads you to it."
"Good. Thank you." And the two ladies separated, exchanging charming smiles. Her ladyship had spoken the truth. Her head was heavy, for her projects, badly arranged, clashed against each other as in chaos. She had need to be alone that she might put a little order into her ideas. She saw dimly into the future, but it required some moments of silence and tranquillity to give to this confused assemblage of conceptions a definite form and a decided plan. What was now most urgent was to carry off Madame Bonacieux and put her in a place of security, and then, should her game fail, to use her as a hostage.
Her ladyship began to dread the issue of this terrible duel, in which her enemies were quite as persevering as she herself was unrelenting. Besides, she felt, as one feels the approach of a storm, that the issue was near, and would not fail to be fearful. The principal point for her was, as we have said, to get possession of Madame Bonancieux. By this means she would hold in her hands the life of D'Artagnan, or more even than his life, for she would hold that of the woman he loved. In case of unprosperous fortune, it was a means of opening negotiations and of securing favourable terms. Now it was certain that Madame Bonancieux would follow her without distrust, and let Madame Bonancieux be but once concealed with her at Armentières, it would be easy to make her believe that D'Artagnan had never visited Béthune. In a fortnight, at most, Rochefort would return. During that time she would meditate on what she must do to avenge herself on the four friends. She should not be impatient, for she should have the sweetest occupation that events can ever give to a woman of her character, a hearty vengeance to complete. Whilst thus meditating, she cast her eyes around her, and mapped out in her mind the topography of the garden. Her ladyship was like a good general, who foresees at the same time both victory and defeat, and who is quite ready, according to the chances of the battle, either to advance or to retire. At the expiration of an hour, she heard a soft voice calling her. It was that of Madame Bonancieux. The good abbess had consented to everything, and, to begin, they were just about to sup together. On entering the court, they heard the sound of a carriage, which was stopping at the gate. Her ladyship listened. "Do you hear?" said she. "Yes, the rolling of a carriage. It is that which my brother sends for us. Oh, mon Dieu! Come, have courage." There was a ring at the convent gate. Her ladyship was not mistaken. "Go up into your room," said she to Madame Bonacieux. "You must have some trinkets that you would like to carry with you." "I have D'Artagnan's letters," replied she. "Well, go for them, and come back to me in my room. We will sup hastily, for, as we shall perhaps have to travel a part of the night, we must recruit our strength." "Great God!" said Madame Bonancieux, placing her hands upon her heart. "I am choking. I cannot walk." "Courage! Come, take courage! Think that in a quarter of an hour you will be safe, and think that what you are about to do is done for his sake. Oh, yes, all for him. You have restored my courage by that single word. Go, I will rejoin you." Her ladyship went hastily up to her own room, where she found Rochefort's valet, and gave him his instructions. He was to wait for her at the gate. If by chance the musketeers should arrive, he was to go off at a gallop, make the circuit of the convent, and wait for her at a little village which was situated on the other side of the wood. In that case, her ladyship would walk through the garden and reach the village on foot. We have already said that she was perfectly well acquainted with this part of France. If the musketeers should not make their appearance, everything would be conducted as had been previously arranged. Madame Bonancieux was to get into the carriage on the pretext of wishing her once more adieu, and she would then escape with her. Madame Bonancieux came in, and to remove all suspicion, if she had any, her ladyship repeated to the valet in her presence the latter part of his instructions. Her ladyship then made some inquiries about the carriage. It was a chaise, drawn by 3 horses, and driven by a postilion. The valet was to precede it as a courier. Her ladyship was altogether wrong in fearing that suspicion troubled Madame Bonancieux. The poor young woman was too honest herself to suspect another of so black a perfidy. Besides, the name of Lady de Winter, which she had heard mentioned by the abbess, was entirely unknown to her, and she had not imagined that a woman had performed so large and fatal a part in bringing about the misfortunes of her life. "You see," said her ladyship, when the valet had left the room, "that everything is ready. The abbess has not the slightest suspicion, and fully believes that I am sent for by the cardinal. The man has gone out to give his final orders. Eat something, however little, drink a thimbleful of wine, and let us be off." "Yes," said Madame Bonancieux mechanically. "Yes, let us be off." Her ladyship made her a sign to sit down, poured out for her a small glass of Spanish wine, and helped her to a part of the breast of a chicken. "There," said she, "everything is propitious. Here is the night approaching. At daybreak we shall have reached his retreat, and no one will suspect where we are. Come, have courage and take something." Madame Bonancieux ate 2 or 3 mouthfuls, mechanically, and just put her lips to the wine. "Come, come," said her ladyship, lifting her own glass towards her mouth. "Do as I do." But at the moment she was about to drink, her hand was suddenly arrested. Her ears caught the distant sound of an approaching gallop on the road. And then, almost at the same instant, she seemed to hear the neighing of horses. This sound destroyed her exultation, as the uproar of a storm awakens us from a delightful dream. She grew pale and ran to the window, whilst Madame Bonancieux, who had got up, trembled so as to be obliged to support herself with a chair for fear of falling. Nothing had become yet visible, but the galloping was more distinctly heard. "Oh, my God!" said Madame Bonancieux. "What can that noise be?" "That of our friends or our enemies," said her ladyship, with a terrible composure. "Remain where you are, and I will go and ascertain." Madame Bonancieux remained standing, mute, motionless, and pale as a statue. The sound became more audible. The horses could not be more than 150 yards off, but were not yet visible on account of a turning in the road. Still, the noise was now so distinct that the number of the horses might have been counted by the clattering of their iron hoofs. Her ladyship gazed with the most intense attention. There was just light enough to recognize those who were approaching. Suddenly, at the turn of the road, she saw the glitter of laced hats and the waving of plumes. She counted 2, then 5, then 8 horsemen. One of them was 2 lengths in advance of his companions. Her ladyship gave utterance to a howl. In the foremost rider she recognized D'Artagnan. "Oh, mon Dieu!" exclaimed Madame Bonancieux. "What is the matter?" "It is the uniform of the Cardinal's guards. There is not a moment to be lost," exclaimed her ladyship. "Let us fly! Let us fly!" Yes, let us fly," repeated Madame Bonancieux, but without the power of moving one step, rooted as she was to her place by terror. The horsemen were heard passing under the window. Come along," said her ladyship, endeavouring to drag the young woman by the arm. "Thanks to the garden we may yet escape, for I have got the key. But let us make haste. In less than 5 minutes it will be too late." Madame Bonancieux attempted to walk, but after taking 2 steps fell upon her knees. Her ladyship attempted to lift her up and carry her, but she found herself unable. At this moment they heard the wheels of the carriage, which, on the appearance of the musketeers, went off at a gallop, and then 3 or 4 shots resounded. "For the last time, will you come?" exclaimed her ladyship. "Oh, my God! You see that my strength is all gone. You see that I cannot walk. Fly and save yourself." "Fly alone? Leave you here? No, never!" exclaimed her ladyship. Suddenly, a livid lightning flashed from her eyes. She ran to the table and poured into Madame Bonancieux's glass the contents of the hollow part of a ring, which she opened with singular dexterity. It was a red particle, which was immediately dissolved. Then, taking the glass with a firm hand, "Drink," said she hastily. "This wine will give you strength. Drink." She put the glass to the lips of the young woman, who drank mechanically. "Ah, it was not thus that I wished to avenge myself," said her ladyship, putting the glass upon the table with an infernal smile. "But, faith, we must do the best we can." And she rushed out of the room. Madame Bonancieux saw her escape without being able to follow her. She was like those who dream that they are pursued, yet feel a perfect inability to move. A few minutes elapsed, and then a frightful noise was heard at the gate. At every instant Madame Bonancieux expected to see the reappearance of her ladyship, but she did not return. Many times, from terror no doubt, the cold drops stood upon her burning brow. At length she heard the rattling of the grated doors, which were being opened. The noise of boots and spurs resounded on the stairs, and there was a loud murmur of many approaching voices, in the midst of which she fancied that she heard her own name mentioned. Suddenly she uttered a loud scream of joy, and rushed towards the door. She had recognized the voice of D'Artagnan. D'Artagnan, she exclaimed. "Is it you? Here! Constance, replied the young man. Mon Dieu, where are you? At the same moment the door of the cell was burst in rather than opened. Many men rushed into the room. Madame Bonancieux had fallen on a chair without the power of motion. D'Artagnan cast away a still-smoking pistol which he held in his hand, and fell upon his knees before his mistress. Athos replaced his pistol in his belt, and Porthos and Aramis returned the swords which they had drawn into their sheaths. Oh, D'Artagnan, my beloved D'Artagnan, you come at last. You did not deceive me. It is really you. Yes, yes, Constance, we are at last united. Oh, she told me in vain that you would never come. I always secretly expected it. I did not wish to fly. Oh, how wisely I have chosen. How happy I am.
At this word, she, Athos, who had quietly sat down, suddenly arose. She? Who is she? Demanded D'Artagnan.
Why, my companion. She who, through affection for me, wished to withdraw me from my persecutors. She who, taking you for the cardinal's guards, has just fled.
Your companion? Exclaimed D'Artagnan, becoming paler than the white veil of his mistress. Of what companion are you talking?
Of her whose carriage was at the door. Of a woman who called herself your friend, D'Artagnan. Of a woman to whom you confided all our secrets.
Her name? Exclaimed D'Artagnan. Do you not know her name?
Yes, I do. They mentioned it before me. Wait. But it is very strange. Oh, my God, my head becomes confused. I cannot see anything.
Come here, my friends, come here! Her hands are icy! Exclaimed D'Artagnan. She is very ill! Great God! She is becoming unconscious! Whilst Porthos was calling for help with all the power of his lungs, Aramis ran for a glass of water. But he stopped on beholding the fearful alteration in the countenance of Athos, who was standing before the table with his hair on end and his features frozen with terror, looking into one of the glasses and seeming to be a prey to the most horrible suspicion. "Oh," said Athos, "oh no, it is impossible. Such a crime would never be permitted by the Almighty." "Some water! Some water!" cried D'Artagnan. "Some water!" "Oh, poor woman! Poor woman," murmured Athos in a faltering voice. Madame Bonacieux opened her eyes once more at the caresses of D'Artagnan. "She is recovering her senses!" exclaimed the young man. "Oh, my God, I thank thee!" "Madame," said Athos, "in the name of heaven, to whom does this empty glass belong?"
"To me, sir,"
replied the young woman in a failing voice. "But who poured out the wine which it contained?"
"She did."
"But who is she?"
"Ah, I remember now,"
said Madame Bonacieux.
"Lady de Winter."
The four friends uttered one unanimous cry, but the voice of Athos overpowered all the others. At the same moment Madame Bonacieux became livid. A deadly spasm assailed her, and she fell panting into the arms of Porthos and Aramis. D'Artagnan grasped the hands of Athos in indescribable anguish. "Ah!" said he, "what do you believe?" His voice was choked by sobs. "I believe the worst," replied Athos, biting his lips until they bled.
"D'Artagnan!"
exclaimed Madame Bonacieux.
"Where are you? Don't leave me. You see that I am about to die."
D'Artagnan let go the hands of Athos, which he had pressed convulsively, and ran to her. Her countenance, before so beautiful, was entirely distorted. Her glassy eyes no longer saw. A convulsive shuddering agitated her whole frame, and icy drops were streaming from her brow.
This is the end of disc number 19. Please insert disc number 20. This is disc number 20.
D'Artagnan let go the hands of Athos, which he had pressed convulsively, and ran to her. Her countenance, before so beautiful, was entirely distorted. Her glassy eyes no longer saw. A convulsive shuddering agitated her whole frame, and icy drops were streaming from her brow. "In the name of heaven, run, Aramis, Porthos, and obtain some assistance!" "All is useless," said Athos. "All is useless. To the poison which she pours there is no antidote."
Yes, help, help,"
murmured Madame Bonacieux. Then, collecting all her strength, she took the hand of the young man between her two hands, looked at him for an instant as though her whole soul were in that last look, and, with a sobbing cry, she pressed her lips upon his.
Constance! Constance! exclaimed D'Artagnan. One sigh came from her lips, breathing over those of D'Artagnan, and that sigh was the passage of her loving soul to eternity. D'Artagnan held only a lifeless body in his arms. He uttered a cry and fell beside his mistress as pale and motionless as herself. Porthos wept. Aramis raised his hand to heaven. Athos crossed himself. At that moment a man appeared at the door, almost as pale as those who were in the chamber. He looked around him and saw Madame Bonacieux dead, and D'Artagnan unconscious. He entered just at the moment of that stupor which succeeds great catastrophes. "I was not mistaken," said he. "That is Monsieur D'Artagnan, and you are his three friends, Messieurs Athos, Porthos, and Aramis." They whose names had been pronounced looked at the stranger with astonishment, and all thought that they recognized him. "Gentlemen," said the newcomer, "you, like myself, are seeking a woman, who," added he with a terrible smile, "must have been present here, for I see a dead body." The three friends remained speechless, but the voice, as well as the countenance, recalled to their memory someone they had previously seen, although they could not recollect under what circumstances. "Gentlemen," continued the stranger, "since you will not recognize a man whose life you have probably twice saved, I must needs give my name. I am Lord de Winter, the brother-in-law of that woman." The three friends uttered an exclamation of surprise. Athos arose and offered him his hand. "Welcome, my lord," said he. "You are one of us." "I left Portsmouth 5 hours after her," said Lord de Winter. "Reached Boulogne 3 hours after her. I only missed her by 20 minutes at Saint-Omer, but at Saint-Lilier I lost all trace of her. I wandered about at chance, inquiring of everybody, when I saw you pass at a gallop. I recognized Monsieur D'Artagnan and called out to you, but you did not answer me. I attempted to keep up with you, but my horse was too tired to go at the same pace as yours did. And yet, in spite of all your haste, it seems that you also have arrived too late." "The proof is before you," said Athos, pointing to Madame Bonacieux, who was lying dead, and to D'Artagnan, whom Porthos and Aramis were endeavoring to restore to consciousness. "Are they both dead?" demanded Lord de Winter coldly. "No, happily," replied Athos. "Monsieur D'Artagnan has only fainted." "Ah, so much the better," said Lord de Winter. In fact, at that moment D'Artagnan opened his eyes. He tore himself from the arms of Porthos and Aramis, and threw himself like a madman on the body of his mistress. Athos arose, walked toward his friend with a slow and solemn step, embraced him tenderly, and then, whilst D'Artagnan broke out into sobs, said to him in his noble and persuasive tones, "My friend, be a man. Women weep for the dead. Men avenge them." "Oh, yes, yes," cried D'Artagnan. "If it be to avenge her, I am ready to follow you." Athos took advantage of this momentary strength, which the hope of vengeance had given to his unfortunate friend, to make a sign to Porthos and Aramis to fetch the abbess. The two friends met her in the corridor, already much confounded and disturbed by so many events. She called some of the sisters, who, contrary to their conventual habits, found themselves in the presence of 5 men. "Madam," said Athos, putting his arm under that of D'Artagnan, "we leave to your pious care the body of this unfortunate woman. She was an angel upon earth before she became a saint in heaven. Treat her as if she had been one of your sisters. We will return some day to pray for her soul." D'Artagnan hid his face against Athos's breast, and sobbed violently. "Weep," said Athos, "weep, heart full of love and youth and life. Alas, would that I could weep as you do." And he led his friend away, affectionately as a father, consolingly as a priest, and firmly as a man who had himself suffered much. All 5, followed by their servants leading their horses, then went towards the town of Bethune, where the suburbs were within sight, and they stopped at the first hotel they found. "But," asked D'Artagnan, "are we not going to follow that woman?" "By and by," said Athos, "but I have some preparations to make." "She will escape," said the young man. "She will escape, Athos, and it will be your fault." "I will answer for her," said Athos. D'Artagnan had such perfect confidence in his friend's promise that he bowed his head and entered the hotel without making the least reply. Porthos and Aramis looked at each other, at a loss to understand the meaning of Athos. Lord de Winter thought that he sought only to soothe the grief of D'Artagnan. "Now, gentlemen," said Athos, when he had ascertained that there were 5 unoccupied chambers in the hotel, "let each of us retire to his room. D'Artagnan ought to be alone to weep, and you to sleep. I take charge of everything. Make yourselves perfectly easy. It appears to me, however," said Lord de Winter, "that if any measures are to be taken against the Countess, the concern is mine, seeing that she is my sister-in-law. And," said Athos, "she is my wife." D'Artagnan started, for he was satisfied that Athos was sure of his revenge to reveal such a secret. Porthos and Aramis looked at one another in consternation, and Lord de Winter thought that Athos had gone mad. "Retire, then," said Athos, "and leave me to act. You see that, in my capacity of husband, this affair belongs to me. Only, D'Artagnan, if you have not lost it, give me that paper which fell from the man's hat, and on which the name of a village is written." "Ah!" cried D'Artagnan, "I understand. That name is written by her hand." "You see," said Athos, "that there is still a God in heaven." 64. The Man in the Red Cloak. The despair of Athos had given place to a concentrated grief, which made the brilliant qualities of the man even more lucid. Entirely engrossed by one thought, that of the promise he had made, and of the responsibility he had undertaken, he was the last to retire into his chamber, where he requested the landlord to bring him a map of the province. And then he bent himself over it, examined the lines traced on it, and, ascertaining that 4 different roads led from Bethune to Armentières, he ordered the valets to be called. Planchet, Grimaud, Mousqueton, and Bazin entered, and received the clear, precise, and serious directions of Athos. At break of day the next morning, they were to set off and proceed to Armentières, each by a different road. Planchet, the most intelligent of the 4, was to follow that which had been taken by the carriage at which the 3 friends had fired, and which was attended, as may be remembered, by the lackey of Count Rochefort. Athos entrusted the valets with this duty, first, because since these men had been in his service, or in that of his friends, he had perceived in each of them some different and useful quality. And next, because servants awaken less suspicion than their masters in the minds of the peasants, and excite more sympathy in the minds of those whom they address. And lastly, her ladyship knew the masters, whilst she did not know the servants, who, on the other hand, knew her ladyship well. They were all 4 to be at an appointed place at 11 o'clock the next day. If they had discovered her ladyship's retreat, 3 of the 4 were to remain to watch her, and the 4th was to return to Bethune, to inform Athos and to guide the 3 friends. These arrangements being made, the valets withdrew. Athos then arose from his seat, girded on his sword, wrapped himself up in his cloak, and left the hotel. It was about 10 o'clock, and at 10 at night in the provinces the streets are but little frequented. Nevertheless, Athos evidently was looking out for someone of whom he could ask a question. At last he met a late passenger, went up to him, and spoke a few words. The man he addressed started back in fear, but yet he answered the inquiry of the musketeer by a sign. Athos offered the man half a pistole to accompany him, but he refused it. Athos then proceeded down the street which the man had indicated with his finger, but reaching a spot where several streets met, he stopped again in visible embarrassment. But as this was a more likely place than any other for someone to be seen, Athos waited there. In fact, in an instant after, a watchman passed. Athos repeated the question he had already asked of the person he had first met. The watchman showed the same terror, and also refused to accompany him, but he pointed to the road he was to take. Athos walked in the direction indicated, and soon reached the suburbs of the town, in the opposite direction to that from which he and his companions had entered. There he again appeared uneasy and embarrassed, and stopped for the 3rd time. Fortunately, a beggar who was passing by came up to solicit alms. Athos offered him a crown to accompany him where he was going. The beggar hesitated an instant, but at the sight of the piece of silver shining in the darkness, assented and walked before Athos. Having reached the corner of the street, he pointed out at a distance a small, isolated, melancholy-looking house to which Athos proceeded, whilst the beggar, who had received his fee, took himself off at his utmost speed. Athos walked quite around this house before he could distinguish the door amid the red colour with which the hut was painted. No light pierced through the crevices of the shutters. No sound gave reason to suppose it was inhabited. It was sad and silent as a tomb. Athos knocked 3 times before any answer was returned. At the 3rd knock, however, steps were heard approaching. The door was partially unclosed, and a man of tall stature and pale complexion, and with black beard and hair, appeared. Athos exchanged a few words with him in a whisper, and then the tall man made a sign to the musketeer that he might enter. Athos immediately availed himself of the permission, and the door closed behind him. The man whom Athos had come so far to seek, and whom he had found with so much difficulty, took him into a laboratory, where he was engaged in joining together with iron wires the clattering bones of a skeleton. All the body was already adjusted, and the head alone was lying on the table. All the furniture indicated that the owner of the room in which they were was engaged in natural science. There were bottles filled with serpents, labelled according to their kinds, and dried lizards shining like emeralds set in large frames of black wood. And lastly, boxes of wild, sweet-smelling plants, gifted undoubtedly with virtues unknown to mankind in general, were fastened to the ceiling and hung down the corners of the room. But there was no family, no servant. The tall man inhabited the house alone. Athos cast a cold and indifferent glance on the objects we have just described, and on the invitation of the man whom he had come to seek, sat down opposite him. He then explained the cause of his visit, and the service he required of him. But scarcely had he stated his demand, before the stranger, who had remained standing before the musketeer, started back in a fright and refused. Athos then drew from his pocket a small paper, on which 2 lines and a signature were written, accompanied by a seal, and presented it to him who had shown these signs of repugnance so prematurely. The tall man had scarcely read the 2 lines and seen the signature and recognized the seal before he bowed his head as a token that he had no longer any objection to make, and that he was prepared to obey. Athos demanded nothing more. He arose, left the house, returned by the road he had come, and re-entering the hotel, shut himself up in his own chamber. At daybreak, D'Artagnan entered his room and asked him what they were to do. "Wait," replied Athos. A few moments after, the superior of the convent sent to inform the musketeers that the funeral would take place at midday. As for the murderess, no tidings of her had been heard. It was, however, clear that she must have fled through the garden, on whose gravel paths the traces of her steps could be discerned, and whose door had been found locked, with the key missing. At the appointed hour, Lord de Winter and the 4 friends proceeded to the convent. The bells were sounding, the chapel was open, and the grating of the choir alone was closed. In the midst of the choir, the body of the victim, clothed in the dress of a novice, lay exposed. On every side of the choir, and behind the grating leading to the convent, the whole community of the Carmelites was assembled, listening to the sacred service, and mingling their strains with the songs of the priests, without seeing the laity or being seen by them. At the door of the chapel, D'Artagnan felt his resolution wavering again, and turned to look for Athos, but he had disappeared. Faithful to his mission of vengeance, Athos had been shown into the garden, and there, on the gravel, following the light steps of that woman who had left a track of blood wherever she had passed, he proceeded onwards until he reached the door which opened on the wood. He had this door unclosed, and he plunged into the forest. But there, all his suspicions were confirmed. The road by which the carriage had disappeared skirted the wood. Athos followed the road for some distance, with his eyes fixed upon the ground. Slight spots of blood, which proceeded from a wound inflicted either on the courier or on one of the horses, were perceptible on the road. About 3/4 of a league off, and 50 paces from Festubert, a large spot of blood was visible, and the ground was trodden by horses. Between the wood and this denunciatory spot, and rather behind the trampled earth, traces of the same small steps as those in the garden were distinguished. The carriage, therefore, had waited here, and here her ladyship had left the wood and got into it. Satisfied with this discovery, which confirmed all his conjectures, Athos returned to the hotel, where he found Planchet impatiently awaiting him. Everything had happened exactly as Athos had foreseen. Planchet had followed the path she had taken, had, like Athos, observed the marks of blood. Like Athos, he too had discerned the spot where the carriage stopped. But he had gone on farther than Athos, so that in the village of Festubert, whilst drinking in a tavern, he had, without the trouble of inquiry, learned that at 8:30 yesterday evening a wounded man who attended a lady travelling in a post-carriage had been obliged to stop from inability to proceed farther. The accident had been imputed to robbers who had stopped the carriage in the wood. The man had remained in the village, but the woman had exchanged horses and proceeded on her journey. Planchet hunted out the postilion who had driven the carriage and found him. He had taken the lady to Fontenelle, and from Fontenelle she had gone on toward Armentières. Planchet had taken a cross-road, and at 7:30 in the morning he was at Armentières. There was only one hotel there, and Planchet presented himself at it as a servant who was looking out for a situation. He had not talked 10 minutes with the servants of the inn before he ascertained that a woman had arrived alone at 10 o'clock the night before, had hired a room, had sent for the landlord, and had told him that she wished to remain for some time in the neighbourhood. Planchet wanted to know nothing more. He hastened to the place of appointment, found the 3 other valets at their posts, placed them as sentinels at all the outlets from the hotel, and returned to Athos, who had just finished receiving this information from Planchet when his friends returned. All their faces were indicative of gloom, even the gentle countenance of Aramis. "What must we do?" said D'Artagnan. "Wait," replied Athos. Each retired to his own chamber. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Athos ordered the horses to be saddled, and sent word to Lord de Winter and his friends to prepare for the expedition. In an instant all the 5 were ready. Each looked at his arms, and put them in order. Athos came down last, and found D'Artagnan already mounted and impatient. "Patience," said Athos. "There is still someone wanting." The 4 horsemen looked around them in astonishment, for they inquired in vain, in their own minds, who could be the one still wanting. At this moment Planchet led up Athos's horse. The musketeer leaped lightly into the saddle. "Wait for me," said he. "I shall be back directly." And he went off at a gallop. A quarter of an hour afterwards he returned, accompanied by a man who wore a mask and was wrapped in a red cloak. Lord de Winter and the 3 musketeers questioned each other by their glances, but none of them could give any information to the others, for all were ignorant about this man. And yet they concluded that it was as it ought to be, since it was Athos who had so arranged it. At 9 o'clock, guided by Planchet, the little cavalcade began its march, taking the same road that the carriage had followed. There was something mournful in the sight of these 6 men, riding in silence, each buried in his own thoughts, melancholy as despair, gloomy as revenge. 65. The Judgment. It was a dark and stormy night. Large clouds careered along the heavens, veiling the brightness of the stars. The moon would not arise till midnight. Sometimes, by the light of a flash that shone along the horizon, the road became perceptible, stretching itself white and solitary before them. And then, the flash extinguished, everything again was gloom. At every instant Athos was obliged to check D'Artagnan, who was always at the head of the little troop, and to compel him to take his place in the rank, which, a moment afterwards, he quitted again. He had only one thought, to go forward, and he went. They passed in silence through the village of Festubert, where the wounded servant had been left, and then they skirted the village of Richebourg. Having reached Herlier, Planchet, who guided the party, turned to the left. On several occasions either Lord de Winter, or Porthos, or Aramis had endeavoured to address some remark to the man in the red cloak, but at each interrogation he had bowed his head without reply. The travellers had thus comprehended that there was some reason for the stranger's silence, and they had ceased to address him. The storm, too, became more violent. Flashes rapidly succeeded one another, the thunder began to roll, and the wind, the precursor of the hurricane, whistled through the plumes and hair of the horsemen. The cavalcade broke into a fast trot. A little way beyond Fromelles, the storm burst forth. There were still 3 leagues to travel, and they rode them amidst torrents of rain. D'Artagnan had taken off his hat,
and did not wear his cloak. He found some pleasure in letting the water flow over his burning brow and over his body, agitated by the heats of fever. At the moment that the little troop had passed beyond Goskal, and was just arriving at the change-house, a man who, in the darkness, had been confounded with the trunk of a tree under which he had sheltered himself, advanced into the middle of the road, placing his finger on his lips. Athos recognized Grimaud. "What is the matter now?" exclaimed D'Artagnan. "Can she have quitted Armentières?" Grimaud gave an affirmative nod of the head. D'Artagnan ground his teeth. "Silence, D'Artagnan," said Athos. "I have taken charge of everything, and it is my business, therefore, to question Grimaud." "Where is she?" demanded Athos. Grimaud stretched forth his hand in the direction of the Lys. "Is it far from here?" Grimaud presented his forefinger bent. "Alone?" demanded Athos. Grimaud made a sign that she was. "Gentlemen," said Athos, "she is half a league from this place, in the direction of the river." "Good," said D'Artagnan. "Lead us on, Grimaud." Grimaud took a crossroad and guided the cavalcade. At the end of about 500 yards they found a stream which they forded. By the light of a flash they perceived the village of Eckerheim. "Is it there?" demanded D'Artagnan. Grimaud shook his head negatively. "Silence there," said Athos. The troop proceeded on its way. Another flash blazed forth, and by the bluish glare of the serpentine flame, a small solitary house was perceptible on the bank of the river, not far from a ferry. There was a light at one window. "We are there," said Athos. At that moment a man, who was lying down in a ditch, arose. It was Mousqueton. He pointed with his finger to the window with the light. "She is there," said he. "And Bazin?" demanded Athos. "While I watched the window, he watched the door." "Good," said Athos. "You are all faithful servants." Athos leapt from his horse, of which he gave the bridle into the hands of Grimaud, and advanced in the direction of the window, after having made a sign to the remainder of the troop to proceed towards the door. The small house was surrounded by a quick-set hedge of 2 or 3 feet in height. Athos sprang over the hedge and went up to the window, which had no shutters on the outside, but whose short curtains were closely drawn. He climbed upon the ledge of the stone, that his eye might be above the level of the curtains. By the light of a lamp he could perceive a woman, covered by a dark-coloured cloak, seated on a stool before an expiring fire. Her elbows were placed upon a mean table, and she rested her head on hands which were as white as ivory. Her face was not visible, but an ominous smile arose upon the lips of Athos. He was not mistaken. He had in truth found the woman that he sought. At this moment a horse neighed. Her ladyship raised her head, saw the pale face of Athos staring through the window, and screamed aloud. Perceiving that he had been seen, Athos pushed the window with his hand and knee. It gave way, the panes were broken, and Athos, like a spectre of vengeance, leaped into the room. Her ladyship ran to the door and opened it. Paler and more threatening than even Athos himself, D'Artagnan was standing on the sill. Her ladyship started back and screamed. D'Artagnan, imagining that she had some means of flight, and fearing that she might escape them, drew a pistol from his belt, but Athos raised his hand. "Replace your weapon, D'Artagnan," said he. "It is imperative that this woman should be judged, and not assassinated. Wait a while, D'Artagnan, and you shall be satisfied. Come in, gentlemen." D'Artagnan obeyed, for Athos had the solemn voice and the authoritative air of a judge, commissioned by the deity himself. Behind D'Artagnan there came Porthos, Aramis, Lord de Winter, and the man in the red cloak. The 4 valets watched at the door and window. Her ladyship had sunk upon her seat, with her hands stretched out, as if to exorcise this terrible apparition. On seeing her brother-in-law, she uttered a fearful scream. "What do you want?" demanded her ladyship. "We want," said Athos, "Anne de Broglie, who was called first the Countess de la Fère, then Lady de Winter, Baroness of Sheffield." "I am that person," murmured she, overwhelmed with surprise. "What do you want with me?" "We want to judge you according to your crimes," said Athos. "You will be free to defend yourself, and to justify your conduct if you can. Monsieur d'Artagnan, you must be the first accuser." D'Artagnan came forward. "Before God and men," said he,
I accuse this woman of having poisoned Constance Bonancieux, who died last night." He turned towards Aramis and Porthos. "We can bear witness to it," said the two musketeers together. D'Artagnan continued, "Before God and before men, I accuse this woman of having sought to poison me with some wine, which she sent me from Villeroy, with a forged letter as if the wine had come from my friends. God preserved me, but a man named Brisemont was killed instead of me." "We bear witness to this," said Porthos and Aramis, as with one voice. "Before God and men," continued D'Artagnan, "I accuse this woman of having urged me to the murder of the Baron de Ward, and, as no one is present to bear witness to it, I myself will attest it. I have done." And D'Artagnan crossed over to the other side of the room with Porthos and Aramis. "It is now for you to speak, my lord," said Athos. The Baron came forward in his turn. "Before God and before men," said he, "I accuse this woman of having caused the Duke of Buckingham to be assassinated." "The Duke of Buckingham assassinated?" exclaimed all with one accord. "Yes," said the Baron, "assassinated. From the warning letter which you sent me, I caused this woman to be arrested and put her under the custody of a faithful dependent. She corrupted that man. She placed the dagger in his hand. She made him kill the Duke. And at this moment, perhaps, Felton has paid with his head for the crimes of this fury." A shudder ran through the company at the revelation of these hitherto unsuspected crimes. "This is not all," resumed Lord de Winter. "My brother, who had made you his heiress, died in 3 hours of a strange malady which left livid spots on his body. Sister, how did your husband die?" "Oh, horror!" exclaimed Porthos and Aramis. "Assassin of Buckingham, assassin of Felton, assassin of my brother, I demand justice on you, and declare that if it be not accorded to me, I will execute it myself." Lord de Winter ranged himself by the side of D'Artagnan, leaving his place open to another accuser. Her ladyship's head sank upon her hands, and she endeavoured to recall her thoughts, which were confounded by a deadly vertigo. "It is now my turn," said Athos, trembling as the lion trembles at the aspect of a serpent. "It is my turn. I married this woman when she was a young girl. I married her against the desire of all my family. I gave her my property. I gave her my name. And one day I discovered that this woman was branded. This woman bore the mark of a fleur-de-lis upon the left shoulder." "Oh," said her ladyship, rising, "I defy you to find the tribunal which pronounced on me that infamous sentence. I defy you to find the man who executed it." "Silence!" exclaimed a voice. "It is for me to answer that." And the man in the red cloak came forward. "Who is that man? What is that man?" cried out her ladyship, suffocated with terror, and with her hair raising itself up on her head, as if it had been endowed with life. Every eye was turned towards that man, for he was unknown to all except Athos. And even Athos looked at him with as much astonishment as the others, for he knew not how he could be connected with the horrible drama which was at that moment enacting there. After slowly and solemnly approaching her ladyship, till the table alone separated them, the stranger took off his mask. Her ladyship looked for some time with increasing terror on that pale countenance, fringed with black hair, of which the only expression was that of a stern and frozen insensibility. Then, suddenly rising and retreating towards the wall, "Oh, no, no!" exclaimed she. "No! It is an infernal apparition! It is not he! Help! Help!" she screamed out in a hoarse voice, still pressing against the wall, as if she could open a passage through it with her hands. "But who are you?" exclaimed all the witnesses of this scene. "Ask this woman," said the man in the red cloak, "for you see well that she has recognized me." "The executioner of Lee! The executioner of Lee!" cried her ladyship, overcome by wild affright, and clinging to the wall with her hands for support. All present recoiled, and the tall man stood alone in the middle of the room. "Oh, mercy! Mercy!" cried the miserable woman, falling on her knees. The stranger paused for silence. "I told you truly that she recognized me," said he. "Yes, I am the executioner of Lille, and here is my history." All eyes were fixed upon this man, whose words were listened to with the most anxious avidity. "This woman was formerly a young girl, as beautiful as she is at present. She was a nun in a Benedictine convent at Templemar. A young priest, simple and ingenuous in his nature, performed service in the church of the convent. She attempted to seduce him, and succeeded. She would have seduced a saint. The vows which they had both taken were sacred and irrevocable. She persuaded him to quit the country. But to quit the country, to fly together, to get to some part of France where they might live in peace, because they would be unknown, they required money. Neither of them had any. The priest stole the sacred vessels and sold them. But just as they were making ready to escape, they were both arrested. In 8 days more, she had corrupted the jailer's son and saved herself. The young priest was condemned to be branded, and to 10 years of the galleys. I was the executioner of Lille, as this woman says. I was obliged to brand the criminal, and that criminal was my own brother. I then swore that this woman, who had ruined him, who was more than his accomplice, since she had urged him to the crime, should at any rate partake his punishment. I suspected where she was concealed. I followed and discovered her. I bound her and imprinted the same brand on her that I had stamped upon my own brother. The next day, on my return to Lille, my brother also managed to escape. I was accused as his accomplice, and was condemned to remain in prison in his place so long as he should continue at large. My poor brother was not aware of this sentence. He rejoined this woman, and they fled together into Berry, where he obtained a small curacy. This woman passed for his sister. The owner of the estate to which the curacy belonged saw this pretended sister, and fell in love with her. His passion led him to propose to marry her. She left the man whom she had destroyed, and became the Countess de la Fère. All eyes were turned towards Athos, whose true name this was, and he made a sign that the executioner's tale was true. "Then," continued the latter, "maddened by despair, and resolved to terminate an existence of which the happiness and honor had been thus destroyed, my poor brother returned to Lille, and learning the sentence which had condemned me in his place, he delivered himself up to justice, and hung himself the same night to the grating of his dungeon. After all, to be fair to them, they who had condemned me kept their word. Scarcely was the identity of the dead body proved before my liberty was restored. These are the crimes of which I accuse her. These are the reasons why I branded her." "Monsieur d'Artagnan," said Athos, "what is the punishment that you demand for this woman?" "The punishment of death," replied D'Artagnan. "My Lord de Winter," continued Athos, "what punishment do you demand for this woman?" "Death," replied his lordship. "Messieurs Porthos and Aramis," said Athos, "you who are her judges, what punishment do you pronounce against this woman?" "The punishment of death," replied the 2 musketeers in a hollow voice. Her ladyship uttered a fearful cry, and dragged herself a few paces on her knees towards her judges. Athos stretched out his hand towards her. "Anne de Broglie," said he, "Countess de la Fère, Lady de Winter, your crimes have wearied men on earth and God in heaven.
If you know any prayer, repeat it, for you are condemned and are about to die." At these words, which left no hope, her ladyship raised herself to her full height and attempted to speak, but her voice failed her. She felt a strong and pitiless hand seize her by the hair and drag her on as irresistibly as fate drags on mankind. She did not therefore even attempt to make any resistance, but left the cottage. Lord de Winter and the 4 friends went out after her. The valets followed their masters, and the chamber was left empty, with its broken window, its open door, and the smoking lamp burning sadly on the table. 66. The Execution. It was almost midnight. The waning moon, as red as blood from the lingering traces of the storm, was rising behind the little village of Armentières, which exhibited in that pale light the gloomy outline of its houses and the skeleton of its high ornamented steeple. In front, the Lys rolled along its waters like a river of molten fire, whilst on its other bank a dark mass of trees was sharply outlined upon a stormy sky, covered by large copper-coloured clouds, which created a sort of twilight in the middle of the night. To the left arose an old deserted mill, of which the sails were motionless, and from the ruins of which an owl was uttering its sharp, monotonous, recurring screech. Here and there, in the plain, to the right and left of the path which the melancholy train was pursuing, there appeared a few short and stunted trees, which looked like distorted dwarfs crouched down to watch the men in that ill-omened hour. From time to time, a brilliant flash opened up the horizon in its whole extent, playing above the black mass of trees, and coming like a frightful scimitar to divide the sky and water into equal parts. Not a breath of air was stirring in the heavy atmosphere. A silence as of death weighed down all nature. The earth was moist and slippery from the recent rain, and reanimated plants sent forth their perfumes with more vigorous energy. 2 of the servants, each holding an arm, were leading her ladyship along. The executioner walked behind. The 4 musketeers and Lord de Winter followed him in turn. Planchet and Bazin brought up the rear. The 2 valets led her ladyship toward the bank of the river. Her mouth was mute, but her eyes were inexpressibly eloquent, supplicating by turns each of those on whom she looked. Finding herself a few paces in advance, she said to the valets, "1,000 pistoles for each of you, if you will assist me to escape. But if you give me up to your masters, I have some avengers near, who will make you pay dearly for my death." Grimaud hesitated, and Mousqueton trembled in every limb. Athos, who had heard her ladyship's voice, came up immediately, as did also Lord de Winter. "Send away these valets," said he. "She has spoken to them, and they are no longer to be trusted." They called Planchet and Bazin, who took the places of Grimaud and Mousqueton. Having reached the brink of the stream, the executioner came up and bound her ladyship's hands and feet. She then broke her silence to exclaim, "You are cowards! You are miserable assassins! You come, 10 of you, to murder a poor woman. But beware! Though I am not assisted, I shall be avenged." "You are not a woman," replied Athos coldly. "You do not belong to the human race. You are a demon, escaped from hell, and to hell we shall send you back." "Oh, you stainless gentleman," said her ladyship, "remember that he amongst you who touches a hair of my head is himself a murderer." "The executioner can kill without being on that account a murderer, madam," said the man in the cloak, striking his large sword. "He is the last judge on earth. That is all. Nachrichter, as our German neighbours say." And, as he was binding her whilst he uttered these words, her ladyship sent forth 2 or 3 wild screams, which had a startling melancholy effect, as they were borne on the night and lost themselves amidst the depths of the woods like birds. "But if I am guilty, if I have committed the crimes of which you accuse me," howled out her ladyship, "take me before a regular tribunal.
You are not judges. You have no power to condemn me.
I did propose Tyburn, answered Lord de Winter. Why did you not accept my offer?
Because I do not wish to die, exclaimed her ladyship, struggling. Because I am too young to die.
The woman whom you poisoned at Bethune was still younger than you are, madam, and yet she is dead, said D'Artagnan.
I will enter a convent. I will become a nun, cried her ladyship.
You were in a convent, said the executioner, and you left it to destroy my brother. Her ladyship uttered a cry of terror and fell upon her knees. The executioner lifted her in his arms and prepared to carry her to the boat.
"Oh, my God!" exclaimed she. "My God! Are you going to drown me?"
These cries had something so heart-rending in them that D'Artagnan, who was at first the most unrelenting in his pursuit of her ladyship, sank down upon the stump of a tree, letting his head fall on his bosom, and stopping his ears with the palms of his hands. And yet, in spite of all this, he still heard her menaces and cries. D'Artagnan was the youngest of all these men, and his heart failed him.
"Oh, I cannot bear this frightful spectacle," said he. "I cannot consent that this woman should thus die."
Her ladyship heard these words, and they gave her a new gleam of hope.
"D'Artagnan, D'Artagnan!" exclaimed she. "Remember that I have loved you."
The young man rose and made a step towards her, but Athos drew his sword and placed himself in his path. "If you take one step more, D'Artagnan," said he, "we must cross our swords together." D'Artagnan fell on his knees and prayed. "Come," continued Athos, "executioner, do your duty." "Willingly, my lord," replied the executioner, "for as truly as I am a good Catholic, I firmly believe that I act justly in exercising my office on this woman." "That is right." Athos took one step towards her ladyship. "I pardon you," said he, "the evil you have done me. I forgive you for my future crushed, my honor lost, my love tainted, and my salvation forever periled by the despair into which you have thrown me. Die in peace." Lord de Winter next came forward. "I pardon you," said he, "the poisoning of my brother, the assassination of the Duke of Buckingham, and the death of poor Felton. I forgive you your attempts on my own person. Die in peace." "As for me," said D'Artagnan, "pardon me, madame, for having, by a deceit unworthy of a gentleman, provoked your rage, and in exchange I pardon you for the murder of my poor friend, and your cruel vengeance on myself. I pardon and I pity you. Die in peace."
"I am lost," murmured her ladyship in English. "I must die."
She then arose unaided, and threw around her one of those clear glances which seemed to emanate from an eye of fire. But she could see nothing. She listened, but she heard nothing. There were none around her but her enemies.
"Where am I to die?"
demanded she. "On the other bank of the river," replied the executioner. He then placed her in the boat, and as he was stepping in after her, Athos gave him a sum of money. "Here," said he, "here is the price of the execution, that it may be seen that we are really judges." "It is well," said the executioner, "but let this woman now know that I am not executing my business, but my duty." And he threw the money from him into the river. "Mark," said Athos, "this woman has a child, and yet she has not said one word about him." The boat proceeded towards the left bank of the Lys, carrying away the criminal and the executioner. All the others continued on the right bank, where they had sunk upon their knees. The boat glided slowly along the rope of the ferry, under the reflection of a pale mist, which skimmed the water at that moment. It arrived at the other bank, and the two figures stood out in blackness on the red horizon. During the passage, her ladyship had managed to loosen the cord that bound her feet,
and, on reaching the bank, she leapt lightly on shore and took to flight. But the ground was moist, and at the top of the shelving bank she slipped and fell upon her knees. Probably a superstitious idea had struck her. She understood that heaven refused to aid her, and remained in the attitude in which she had fallen, her head drooping and her hands clasped together. Then, from the other shore, they could see the executioner slowly raise his 2 arms. A ray of the moon was reflected on the blade of his large sword. The 2 arms descended. They heard the whistling of the scimitar and the cry of the victim. And then a mutilated mass sank down beneath the blow. The executioner took off his red cloak, stretched it out on the ground, laid the body on it, and threw in the head, tied it by the 4 corners, swung it upon his shoulders, and again entered the boat. Having reached the middle of the Lys, he stopped the boat, and holding his burden over the river, "Let the justice of God have its course," he exclaimed in a loud voice. And, so saying, he dropped the dead body into the deepest part of the waters, which closed above it. 67. A message from the cardinal. 3 days afterwards, the 4 musketeers re-entered Paris. They were within the limit of their furlough, and the same evening they went to pay the usual visit to Monsieur de Treville. "Well, gentlemen," inquired the brave captain, "have you found yourselves amused in your excursion?" "Prodigiously so," replied Athos, in his own name and that of his companions. On the 6th of the following month, the king, according to his promise to the cardinal to return to Rochelle, quitted Paris, still quite stunned by the news which was beginning to circulate in the city that Buckingham had been assassinated. Although warned of a danger in the path of a man whom she had so truly loved, yet the queen, when his death was announced to her, would not believe it. She had even the imprudence to exclaim, "It is false! He has just written to me!" But the next day there was no refusing credence to this fatal news. Laporte, having, like everyone else, been detained by the order of Charles I, at length arrived, and brought with him the last dying gift which Buckingham had sent to the queen. The king's joy had been extreme. He did not take the slightest pains to disguise it, but manifested it affectedly before the queen. Louis XIII, like all men of weak hearts, was wanting in generosity. But the king soon again became melancholy and ill. His brow was not one of those that can continue long unruffled. He felt that, in returning to the camp, he returned to slavery, and yet he did return there. The cardinal was to him the fascinating serpent, and he was the bird that flies from bough to bough without a possibility of making his escape. The return to La Rochelle was, therefore, profoundly melancholy. Our 4 friends especially excited the astonishment of their companions. They travelled side by side, with heavy eyes and heads depressed. Athos alone sometimes raised his broad forehead. A glance shot from his eye, a bitter smile passed across his lips, and then, like his comrades, he sank again into his reveries. As soon as they arrived in any town, when they had conducted the king to his apartments, the 4 friends withdrew, either to their own lodgings or to some secluded tavern, where they neither played nor drank, but spoke in a low voice together, and looked attentively that none might hear them. One day that the king had halted to hunt the magpie, and the 4 friends, according to their custom, instead of joining in the sport, had stopped at a tavern by the roadside, a man who was coming post-haste from La Rochelle stopped at the door to drink a glass of wine, and looked into the chamber where the 4 musketeers were seated at a table. "Hullo, Monsieur d'Artagnan," said he. "Is it you that I see there?" D'Artagnan raised his head and uttered an exclamation of joy. This man, who now called him, was his phantom. It was the stranger of Meung, of the Rue des Fossoyeurs, and of Arras. D'Artagnan drew his sword and rushed towards the door. But on this occasion the stranger, instead of hastening away, jumped off his horse and advanced to meet him. "Ah, sir," said the young man, "I meet you at last. This time you shall not escape me." "It is not my intention either, sir, for I am looking for you this time. In the king's name, I arrest you." "What do you mean?" exclaimed D'Artagnan. "I say that you must give up your sword to me, sir, and without resistance, too. Your life depends upon it, I assure you." "Who are you, then?" demanded D'Artagnan, lowering his sword, but not yet giving it up. "I am the Chevalier de Rochefort," said the stranger, "the Cardinal de Richelieu's master of the horse, and I am commanded to conduct you before his Eminence." "We are now returning to his Eminence, sir," said Athos, coming forward, "and you must take Monsieur d'Artagnan's word that he will go direct to La Rochelle. I must place him in the hands of the guards who will conduct him back to the camp. We will serve as such, sir, on our words as gentlemen. But on our words as gentlemen also," continued Athos, frowning, "Monsieur d'Artagnan shall not be taken from us." De Rochefort threw a glance behind him, and saw that Porthos and Aramis had placed themselves between him and the door, and he understood that he was entirely at the mercy of these 4 men. "Gentlemen," said he, "if Monsieur d'Artagnan will deliver up his sword, and add his word to yours, I will be contented with your promise of conducting him to the quarters of his Eminence the Cardinal." "You have my word, sir, and here is my sword," said D'Artagnan. "That suits me so much the better," said Rochefort, "as I must continue my journey." "If it is to rejoin her ladyship," said Athos coolly, "it is useless. You will not find her." "And what has become of her?" asked Rochefort anxiously. "Return to the camp, and you will learn." Rochefort remained in thought for an instant, and then, as they were only 1 day's journey from Surgères, where the cardinal was to meet the king, he resolved to follow Athos's advice and to return with them. Besides, this plan had the further advantage of enabling him personally to watch the prisoner. Thus they proceeded on their journey. The next day, at 3 in the afternoon, they reached Surgères. The cardinal was waiting there for Louis XIII. The minister and the king exchanged their caresses freely, and congratulated each other on the happy chance which had freed France from the inveterate enemy who was arming Europe against her. After this, the cardinal, who had been informed by Rochefort that D'Artagnan had been placed under arrest, and who was in haste to interrogate him, took leave of the king, inviting his majesty to go the next day to see the works at the embankment, which were at last complete. On returning in the evening to his quarters, near the Pont de la Pierre, the cardinal found the 3 musketeers all armed, and D'Artagnan, who was without his sword, standing before the door of the house which he inhabited. On this occasion, as he had all his retinue about him, he looked sternly at them, and made a sign with his eye and hand for D'Artagnan to follow him. D'Artagnan obeyed. "We will wait for you, D'Artagnan," said Athos, loud enough for the cardinal to hear. His Eminence knitted his brow, stopped for an instant, and then went on, without uttering a single word. D'Artagnan entered behind the cardinal, and Rochefort followed D'Artagnan. The door was guarded. His Eminence entered the chamber which he made use of as a cabinet, and signed to Rochefort to introduce the young musketeer. Rochefort obeyed, and retired. D'Artagnan stood alone before the cardinal. It was his second interview with Richelieu, and he afterwards confessed that he felt quite convinced that it was to be his last. Richelieu remained leaning upon the chimney-piece, and there was a table standing between him and D'Artagnan. "Sir," said the cardinal, "you have been arrested by my orders." "So I have been informed, my lord." "Do you know why?" "No, my lord, for the only thing for which I ought to be arrested is yet unknown to your Eminence." Richelieu looked earnestly at the young man. "Hullo," said he, "what does this mean?" "If your Eminence will first tell me the charges against me, I will afterwards tell you what I have done." "There are crimes imputed to you which have cost the heads of people higher far than you are," replied the cardinal. "And what are they, my lord?" demanded D'Artagnan, with a calmness which surprised even the cardinal himself. "You are accused of corresponding with the enemies of the realm, of having pried into the secrets of the state, and of having attempted to make your general's plans miscarry." "And who is my accuser, my lord? inquired D'Artagnan, who had no doubt that it was her ladyship. "A woman branded by the justice of her country, a woman who was married to one man in France and to another in England, a woman who poisoned her second husband and attempted to poison me." "What are you saying, sir?" exclaimed the astonished cardinal. "And of what woman are you thus speaking?" "Of Lady de Winter," replied D'Artagnan. "Yes, of Lady de Winter, of whose crimes your eminence was undoubtedly ignorant when you honoured her with your confidence." "Sir," said the cardinal, "if Lady de Winter has been guilty of the crimes you have mentioned, she shall be punished." "She has been punished, my lord." "And who has punished her?" "We have." "She is in prison, then?" "She is dead." "Dead?" repeated the cardinal, who could not credit what he heard. "Dead? Did you say that she was dead?" "3 times she had endeavoured to kill me, and 3 times I forgave her. But she murdered the woman I loved, and then my friends and I seized her, tried her, and condemned her." D'Artagnan then related the poisoning of Madame Bonancieux in the Carmelite convent at Béthune, the trial in the solitary house, and the execution on the banks of the Lys. A shudder ran through the frame of the cardinal, who was not made to shudder easily. But suddenly, as if from the influence of some silent thought, his dark countenance became gradually clearer, and at last attained perfect serenity. "So," said he, in a voice the gentleness of which contrasted strangely with the severity of his words, "you constituted yourselves the judges, without considering that those who are not legally appointed, and punish without authority, are assassins. My lord, I swear to you that I have not for one instant thought of defending my head against your eminence. I will submit to whatever punishment your eminence may please to inflict. I do not cling to life sufficiently to fear death." "Yes, I know it. You are a man of courage, sir," said the cardinal, in a voice almost affectionate. "I may therefore tell you beforehand that you will be tried, and even condemned. Another might reply to your eminence that he had his pardon in his pocket. I content myself with saying, 'Command, my lord, and I am ready.'" "Your pardon?" said Richelieu in surprise. "Yes, my lord," replied D'Artagnan. "And signed by whom? By the king?" The cardinal pronounced these words with a singular intonation of contempt. "No, by your eminence." "By me? You're mad, sir." "Your eminence will undoubtedly recognize your own writing." And D'Artagnan presented to the cardinal the precious paper which Athos had extorted from her ladyship, and which he had given to D'Artagnan to serve him as a safeguard. The cardinal took the paper and read in a very slow voice, lingering over each syllable. "It is by my order, and for the good of the state, that the bearer of this has done what he has done. Richelieu." The cardinal, after having read these 2 lines, fell into a profound reverie, but did not return the paper to D'Artagnan. "He is deciding by what kind of punishment I am to die," said the Gascon to himself. "Well, faith, he shall see how a gentleman can die." The young musketeer was in an excellent frame of mind for ending his career heroically. Richelieu continued to meditate, rolling and unrolling the paper in his hand. At last he raised his head and fixed his eagle eye upon that loyal, open, and intelligent countenance, and read upon that face, all furrowed with tears, the sufferings which D'Artagnan had endured within a month. And he then thought, for the 3rd or 4th time, what futurity might have in store for such a youth, of barely 20 years of age, and what resources his activity, courage, and intelligence might offer to a good master. On the other side, the crimes, the power, the almost infernal genius of her ladyship had more than once alarmed him, and he felt a secret joy at being forever freed from such a dangerous accomplice. He slowly tore up the paper which D'Artagnan had so generously returned to him. "I am lost," said D'Artagnan in his own heart. The cardinal approached the table, and, without sitting down, wrote some words on a parchment, of which 2/3 were already filled up, and then affixed his seal. "That is my condemnation," thought D'Artagnan. "He spares me the misery of the Bastille and the delays of a trial. It is really very kind of him." "Here, sir," said the cardinal to the young man, "I took one carte blanche from you, and I give you another. The name is not inserted in the commission. You will add it yourself." D'Artagnan took the paper with hesitation and cast his eyes upon it. It was the commission of a lieutenant in the musketeers. D'Artagnan fell at the cardinal's feet. "My lord," said he, "my life is yours. Make use of it henceforth. But this favor which you bestow upon me is beyond my merits. I have 3 friends who are more worthy of it." "You are a brave youth, D'Artagnan," said the cardinal, tapping him familiarly on the shoulder, in his delight at having conquered that rebellious nature. "Do what you like with this commission, as it is blank. Only remember that it is to you I give it." "Your Eminence may rest assured," said D'Artagnan, "that I will never forget it." The cardinal turned and said aloud, "Rochefort." The chevalier, who had undoubtedly been behind the door, immediately entered. "Rochefort," said the cardinal, "you see, Monsieur D'Artagnan, I receive him into the number of my friends. Embrace one another, and be wise if you wish to retain your heads." D'Artagnan and Rochefort embraced coldly, but the cardinal was watching them with his vigilant eye. They left the room at the same moment. "We shall meet again," they both said. "Shall we not?" "Whenever you please," said D'Artagnan. "The time will come," replied Rochefort. Said Richelieu, opening the door. The 2 men bowed to his Eminence, smiled, and pressed each other's hands. "We began to be impatient," said Athos. "Here I am, my friends," replied D'Artagnan. "Free? Not only free, but in favor. You must tell us all about it. Yes, this evening. But for the present, let us separate." In fact, in the evening D'Artagnan went to Athos's lodgings, and found him emptying a bottle of Spanish wine, an occupation which he pursued religiously every night. He told him all that had taken place between the cardinal and himself, and drew the commission from his pocket. "Here, dear Athos," said he, "here is something which naturally belongs to you." Athos smiled with his soft and gentle smile. "Friend," said he, "for Athos it is too much. For the Count de la Fère it is too little. Keep this commission. It belongs to you. Alas, you have bought it dearly enough." D'Artagnan left Athos's room and went to Porthos. He found him clothed in a most magnificent coat covered with splendid embroidery, and admiring himself in a mirror. "Ah, is it you, my friend?" said Porthos. "How do you think this dress suits me?" "Beautifully," replied D'Artagnan. "But I am going to offer you one which will suit you still more." "What is it?" demanded Porthos. "That of a lieutenant of the musketeers." And D'Artagnan, having related to Porthos his interview with the cardinal, drew the commission from his pocket. "Here," said he, "fill in your name, and be a kind officer to me." Porthos glanced over the commission, and returned it, to the great astonishment of the young man. "Yes," said Porthos, "that would flatter me very much, but I could not long enjoy the favor. During our expedition to Béthune, the husband of my duchess died, so that, my dear boy, as the strong-box of the defunct is holding out its arms to me, I marry the widow. You see, I am fitting on my wedding garments. So keep the lieutenancy, my dear fellow, keep it." And he returned it to D'Artagnan. The young man then repaired to Aramis. He found him kneeling before an oratory, with his forehead leaning on an open book of prayers. He told him also of his interview with the cardinal, and taking the commission from his pocket for the 3rd time, said, You, our friend, our light, our invisible protector, accept this commission. You have merited it more than anybody by your wisdom and your counsels, always followed by such fortunate results." "Alas, dear friend," said Aramis, "our last adventures have entirely disgusted me with the military life. My decision is, this time, irrevocable. After the siege, I shall enter the Lazariste. Keep the commission, D'Artagnan. The profession of arms suits you. You will be a brave and adventurous captain." D'Artagnan, with an eye moist with gratitude and brilliant with joy, returned to Athos, whom he found still seated at table, admiring his last glass of Malachet by the light of his lamp. "Well," said he, "they have both refused it. It is, dear friend, because no one is more worthy of it than yourself." He took a pen, wrote the name of D'Artagnan upon it, and gave it back to him. "I shall no longer have my friends, then," said the young man. "Alas, nothing henceforth but bitter recollections." And he let his head fall between his hands, whilst 2 tears rolled along his cheeks. "You are young," said Athos, "and your bitter recollections have time to change themselves to tender remembrances." The Epilogue. La Rochelle, deprived of the assistance of the English fleet and of the succour which had been promised by Buckingham, surrendered after a year's siege. On the 28th of October, 1628, the capitulation was signed. The king entered Paris on the 23rd of December, the same year. He received a triumph, as though he had conquered an enemy instead of Frenchmen. He entered under verdant arches through the suburb of Saint-Jacques. D'Artagnan took his promotion. Porthos quitted the service and married Madame Coquenard in the course of the following year. The strong-box, so much coveted, contained 800,000 livres. Mousqueton had a superb livery and enjoyed his lifelong dream of riding behind a gilded carriage. Aramis, after a journey to Lorraine, suddenly disappeared and ceased to write to his friends. They learned afterwards, through Madame de Chevreuse, that he had assumed the cowl in a monastery at Nancy. Bazin became a lay brother. Athos remained a musketeer under D'Artagnan's command until 1633, at which time, after a journey to Roussillon, he also left the service under pretext of having succeeded to a small patrimony in the Blaisois. Grimaud followed Athos. D'Artagnan fought 3 times with Rochefort and wounded him 3 times. "I shall probably kill you the 4th time," said he to Rochefort, as he stretched forth a hand to raise him up. "It would be better for both of us to stop where we are," replied the wounded man. "Vive Dieu! I have been more your friend than you think, for after our first meeting I could have got your head off by 1 word to the cardinal." They embraced, but this time it was in sincerity and without malice. Planchet obtained through Rochefort the grade of sergeant in the regiment of Piedmont. Monsieur Bonancieux lived in great tranquillity, entirely ignorant of what had become of his wife, and not much disturbing himself about it. One day he had the imprudence to recall himself to the cardinal's recollection. The cardinal told him that he would so provide for him that he should never want for anything in future. In fact, the next day Monsieur Bonancieux, having left home at 7 o'clock in the evening to go to the Louvre, was never seen again in the Rue des Fossoyeurs. The opinion of those who thought themselves the best informed was that he was boarded and lodged in some royal castle, at the expense of his generous eminence.
We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of The Three Musketeers by Alexandre Dumas. Read by Michael Page. Performance copyright 1998, Brilliance Audio. All rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance Audio titles, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225, or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, Post Office Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan 49417.